exactly what you're saying, where you're saying nobody deserves something, right? And so contribution to society is what grants us those things, right? And
That's not a right.
if
That's
we can't
equal
contribute to
exchange.
society,
That wouldn't be a right. That would be an exchange for, hey, I provide this thing of value and you provide this thing of value, and we exchange that. And the way we do that is like through money, right? So I got a quick question.
uh,
If someone doesn't work and they're able to work, do you believe that they should have a right to housing?
if there's enough houses, if we have an excess of houses, then yes,
So you
yes, they
believe if
should.
someone doesn't work and we have excess of housing, I'm not saying they don't work because they can't. They choose not to work because they just don't want to. They have a right to housing, right?
If we have an excess of houses, yes, we
And
should give that person a house if they need. If
do you believe they also have a right to like food and stuff and water without having to work for it?
excess of food and excess of water, then yes.
So why would they work?
Because people get bored, they like to work, they like to self-actualize and create purpose in their life.
Wouldn't they just
People
doom
like to
scroll all
help each
day?
other. That's just human nature.
You tell me that people, if no one had to work and you just gave them like only some people just choose to work because they like to work, right? But the other people that just didn't work because they're lazy, right? You tell me that we would still provide them food and housing, then wouldn't I be like, yo, I gotta work, but this person still gets all the same stuff that I get. Why would I work then? What incentivizes someone to work if you're gonna
Well,
get the
the
stuff for free?
incentive is not that I need to do it to live, right? The incentive would be that they want to be contributing to society. Like you mentioned, doom scrolling. People who doom scroll, they are not like happy people. These people are likely either suffering some sort of mental illness or maybe a lack of purpose in their life that can be fulfilled with finding meaningful work. And meaningful work is very hard to come by under capitalism. And if anything, socialism would provide the avenue for meaningful work to exist.
So what if someone they just want to be they just want to paint all day, right? And they're not a good painter, but they want to paint all day. Or no, I got better. What if someone just want to weave baskets all day, but people don't want to buy their baskets? What are they really contributing to society?
The contribution would they get to kind of live the life that they want to live and the way they want to. Just because nobody appreciates what they're doing with their spare time doesn't mean that they're wasting their spare time. As long as they enjoy weaving those baskets, that's meaningful for them. That's
What
what they
if
should be doing.
what if people just want to be? I don't want to work, be an electrician. I don't want to go to the coal mine. I just want to be a professional video game player.
Well,
What
then
about
the
an individual
solution
like
would be
that? Should that
for
person still be
society
entitled to
to.
everything?
Um, I mean, yeah, the excess. They'd be entitled to the excess of things that they might need to live, right?
You
Like
don't
if we have an
oh,
excess of housing and they just want to play video games all day, like what?
you don't see that if you start saying, "Hey, we're gonna get everybody's gonna be guaranteed a house," and you don't gotta work for it. That a lot of people, you don't think a lot of people are gonna stop working or do stuff that they do more hobbies than actual work, or you think people are gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this electrical stuff because I like it."
Yeah, people are gonna pick up electrician jobs because they are interested. They want to develop and like get a sense of purpose in their lives. So by developing the skills to be an electrician, they're able to contribute to their community more, and that's natural to the humans. That's not something that you need to like be coerced into by life or death scenarios because you need to eat. That's something that humans just want to do. Especially like when we celebrate each other and say, "Hey man, I really appreciate you doing this. Like, you wanna, come over and like hang out with me and my friends later? You're such a nice person and willing to help and contribute to society, right? Like these people are going to be socially celebrated. So there's incentive there, and also the basic human incentive of like people work when they get
Quick
bored.
question. Okay, let's not. What about? Okay, let's not use electrician. What about a job that I believe to be very important? What about a garbage collector? Do you think people would become garbage collectors because they find some type of joy in that?
I mean, I'm not going to say that there's no garbage collector that enjoys their job, but I'll say that just for the sake of discussion, we will say that all garbage collectors do hate their job, right? So as a society, it would be our obligation to create productive forces that make it to where nobody needs to do that job, and we can automate it to as much possibility as we can. Like make it to where that job is less and less needed to be done by human labor.
Okay, you think also like do it by robots, right? What are the incentives for people to build those robots?
So that way we don't have to collect our own garbage. That way people don't have to collect garbage, and all the people who were collecting garbage will be super super happy to like replace that labor with robots. That way
What is the like? Okay, people are collecting my garbage. Why am I incentivized to create a robot to keep so they don't have to?
well, if the guy who's collecting your garbage comes up to you one day and says, "Man, I really hate this job. I wish somebody would come around and like make a robot to do this. That way, we could
I
do
would
it."
say, why don't you just get a different job if you
That
hate
way,
your job?
well, no, because like if somebody wants to help that garbage collector, right? They're gonna spend time. At least one person would spend time developing a robot where
There's no
that job
there's
is
no
replaced,
incentive.
right?
You think people just want to do stuff because it's gonna help out somebody else? You think just because something's beneficial
People,
for other people are gonna like, you know what? I want to make that job because that garbage man, I feel like he gets tired all day. I don't want him to be all tired and sweaty. You think people think like that?
I think at least one of us do. I think like that. I want to help people. I will,
Okay, not
reach an
you,
arm out to
not
help
you. Do
somebody
you
if they need
think
help with something.
do you think most people think like that? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this job because for exchange of me doing this job, I get some type of resource. I want to do this job to make that other person right there happy. Do you think most people think like that?
Um, I think honestly, yeah, I do think most people probably think like me, where they are willing to help somebody else. That way they can make their lives easier. And if
Then
we
how
had
come
a
these
government
okay? Then
that was
where's
for the people, by the people,
where's the trash robots then if people think like that?
well, we live under capitalism, and the ruling class is by rich people who do not associate with the workers, so they
No,
don't have that
you told me that
mentality to
people
go
think
around.
like that already,
Wow,
right?
I think a lot of the working class does. I don't think people who are capitalists have that mindset.
What about the people that have the skills to make these robots? Do you think they think like that?
I think a lot of them do. Yeah,
Then how come they haven't made these robots because they don't want that garbage man to suffer all day?
have to find jobs as engineers for people who own capital. They work for the capitalists. So what
You
they
think
do,
you told me that people just think like that, right? So wouldn't they use their own time, money, and resources to make these robots by themselves, but you're saying, oh, it's because of the capitalists. By the capitalists, who do you mean are the capitalists? Are you referring to?
so the capitalists, such as BlackRock or Vanguard, or individual billionaires such as Elon Musk, these people will not do something unless there's a profit attached to it. They don't just go out of their way to do like free charity work. There's always
Nobody
some
does.
level of returns.
My bad, not nobody. Most people, the majority of people don't do it just to do it because, oh, they want to do charity work.
Well, the majority of people can't really afford to do charity work. Like most people don't have like a spare $20 to just throw away without a guarantee that it's actually going to help somebody. The way most of the charity organizations work in our society are very much like not transparent. They're not inclusive to communities, especially minority communities. A lot of people, it's always like international charities sometimes too, where you'll see like children in Africa are starving, right? And Americans only care about their national class interests. As long as they don't see it, they don't necessarily think that they're obligated to go out and help them. They can just say, "Oh, that's like some kid on the screen," right?
So I got a
That's one
question.
of the
Why don't you help? Why don't you do none of the helping and stuff? You like do you so you say you believe you're different, you're actually helpful to people. Then how come you don't go out and help those people?
I mean, I do. I literally just today I collected more phone numbers and names from my apartment complex, and we're building a committee of neighbors who are going to be on standby that can try to remedy emergencies that each of us run into, whether it be financial or legal
No, I'm talking
or
about
like a day
like
to
you
day
talking about
problem.
like you don't do nothing for the starving. Why don't you go to Africa and do something for those people you're talking about? You just mentioned.
I mean, I do try to budget and put money towards people that need them, right? But the more effective solution, the most effective solution, would be to decolonize these like foreign countries from American imperialist powers. The most effective way would be to take take our markets out of their systems and to let these people cultivize their own lands the way that they want to, and not exploit them. That's the most effective solution. Not just 20
How do
bucks.
you get to communism, socialism? If you're talking about this decolonization, how do you get to this communist, socialism, decolonization stuff? From what we have now to communist socialism, how do you get there?
So, if you're interested in how we get there, there's a whole process that's described in the Communist Manifesto. But a short and concise way to explain it would be the working class, the proletarians, would overthrow the state, which is controlled by the capitalists, and then the
Okay,
state would act
let's
as
stop right there. How do you convince the working class to overthrow the bourgeoisie?
well, on some level, it's dependent upon their material conditions. It depends on the realization of the working class that they're being exploited. But you can help them realize this by explaining to them things like the labor theory of value, which is just the idea that when you work at a job, the capitalists are they're extracting surplus value from each hour or each month of labor that you contribute. Like if you
Okay,
build a product, they sell it,
okay.
that they make a profit based
Okay, quick question.
labor.
I agree to exchange my labor and time for the resources that my job give me, and I'm happy with that. So how do you convince someone like me that say I like my job, I feel like I get paid well. How do you convince me to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna go overthrow my job? What's the incentive for me to do it?
Well, for somebody who's high paid, or maybe they just enjoy their income and they think that they get paid fairly, even though like by definition they are being exploited. I would explain to them the inherent contradictions in capitalism and how capitalist society always turns into like a very exploitive state that disregards human lives. So I would
I
talk about overproduction, talk about financialization. I would talk about the banking system and how economic crashes happen almost around the clock, like almost on predictable periods where there's always these manufactured economic crises where people can't afford to eat or live, even though we produce like way too much and we could sustain ourselves.
okay, I hear all that, and I still don't want to join your cause. So what then now? Only let's play this. What if only 30% of the people agree with you, but the other 70 didn't? What would y'all do? Do y'all just take out the other 70?
Well, I can't control people's minds. I can only try to reach them on a philosophical level to explain to them how they're being exploited. Um, but there's always going to be counter revolutionaries. There's always going to be reactionaries, people who want to maintain the status quo. And with those people, I myself am a rehabilitationist. I believe in education. I believe that everybody can change. So I would not advocate for executing these people. I would advocate for trying to give the opportunities and resources that these people need to understand communism truly and to realize their situation. That's what I would
Okay,
do.
I read. What if I read all your stuff that you have to give me, and I still don't choose communism? What do you do now? Just give up? Because there's cause like think about this like this. Think about it like this. You have like the people that vote for Republican government and stuff, right? They prefer small government, a lot of not so much government in their life. They don't want that going to contribute a lot of money to these social welfare programs. So how do you convince someone like that hey, you have a good idea and they should try to stop working in their jobs to overthrow the government so they could own the means of production. When they think I like my job, I heard some of these communism stuff and I don't care for it and I don't agree with it. How do you like? Do you believe if you just talk to people about it, you'll get everybody to agree with you?
I mean, I'm a bit radical on this position because I'm really like anti. I don't want to go down like an authoritarian violence route. Um, I mean, I don't know. I believe talking can help, and even if someone's irrational, even if somebody is like for some reason just absolutely immune to logic, um, I would still grant them all the resources they need to live as a person. I'd probably just like let everybody around their community know, hey, this person might be a reactionary, they might be a danger. If you want, we can like put them in a long-term care facility where they won't be a danger to people around their communities. I think
So
most people, if they really
people
understand
disagree with you, you're gonna send them to camps, basically.
in camps,
You're gonna send them to my long-term care facility. You're gonna just send them to camps.
um, I mean, if that's what you define as a camp, I wouldn't call that a camp. I would like a long-term care facility is basically just a place where people can like live out their lives safely and
I don't.
ethically. And
What
like,
if I don't want to live like that? Like, what if I prefer like what if the major like let's play this. What if 70% of people prefer the system we have now, and you only have 30 people on your side? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you just gonna put 70% of the population in camps because they disagree with you?
well, okay, I'll take this to its logical extreme. I'll even steel man what you're saying right now. Let's say 77% of the population wanted the destruction of humanity,
I didn't
and
say the
only
destruction of
a small
humanity.
fraction of humanity. Well, that's basically what capitalism is.
I
But
see
um,
you keep
let's
saying
say
that's what it is,
I want.
but I disagree with you. You can't say it that's what it is and just say because you believe capitalism is the destruction of society doesn't make it so.
Okay, so I mean, I can like reason it to you how it is if you're
How is
interested. I mean,
capitalism the destruction of
capitalism.
society?
So power gets consolidated into the hands of the few. Land, resources, um, social privilege, all these things get consolidated into the hands of the few, and over time, it is the natural tendency for the working class to be extorted for their labor. The the value of that labor goes down over time as technological advances further, and that leads to the impoverishment of the vast majority of the working class. And the way in which the capitalists respond to this is not by granting them these resources they need to continue. They do things like what the mustache man did in Germany, which is they start disappearing people. They start pointing fingers and causing divisions, and
Didn't they
they
do
do.
did it didn't Stalin's communist socialist government do that and didn't Mao Zedong's in China do that too? Because
No,
didn't Stalin like, oh, it's those Ukrainian farmers over there's the reason you're poor, and in China they was like, then they did something similar, but I forgot who exactly they targeted.
so the Ukrainian farmers. I think you're referencing the famine, right?
Yeah,
The famine. Okay, yeah. So the funny thing is that the famine occurred, and instead of Stalin putting those Ukrainian farmers in like camps or putting them on trial, he actually diverted food into
wait,
those
stop.
regions.
Didn't Stalin take their land away and send them to other lands that was not all of them? He sent some of them to other lands that was not as fruitful. He then put requirements for this is how much you should produce, and the land that they were on couldn't produce that quantity that Stalin required of them.
Where are you getting that information from?
Reading history stuff like and some like YouTube videos from historians and stuff like that. Want me to pull up a source right now
Um,
about Stalin taking away the lands?
okay, yeah, yeah, that'd be helpful because
I got you, big
yeah, I
dog.
understand it's not necessarily like stolen from them. Um, the land belongs to the collective of the working class. It's not something that just is privately owned under the USSR. Like they're not just gonna be like, hey, your farms belong to me, Stalin now.
That's
If
literally
anything,
that he did that
ignorance, I'll
though.
grant
Okay, right here, University of Memphis, Twin City. It was a man-made famine by Soviet governor Joseph Stalin. In the case of the Hunter, this was the first and let me see where he's talking about the taking the farmers' land. Bro, come on, Stalin did take the farmers' land. Like you could literally look like if either you're choosing not to look up the bad parts about communism, and you're choosing to believe that you could achieve some utopian because everybody's gonna work together and they're just gonna work together because they for the love of the game they're gonna do it. When people don't really think like that, people are not saying, "Oh, I wanna work hard just so I could help out everybody else." A lot of people think, "I want to work hard so I could feed my family and be able to take care of my kids." Not me, so I could feed my family, take care of my kids, and also equally take care of someone else's kid 3 states over.
I mean, I'll grant you that might be how people think now, but as we transition into a communist society through socialism, people's philosophies and ideas are naturally going to change.
I have a question: do you believe in
And I think it,
evolution?
yeah,
Okay,
I do.
would you say that an evolutionary thing is to the survival of the fittest to make you reproduce and take care of your kids so they can reproduce and become stronger and they could become get better, and you got to outcompete other people so you could be able to produce better offspring, and then those better offspring produce better offsprings.
I mean, generally, yeah. There's two principles to it, which is one, which is sexual selection, and the other one, which is resource attainment.
And you believe
Humans,
and you believe so you believe that, right? And do you believe that's part of something that's instinctual to humans, right?
all animals, yes, including humans, yes.
So if you tell me that the whole thing of communism go against human instinct, how is that even possible? How is it possible for humans to live in a particular way that goes against their instincts in the natural way that we operate? For the mass majority of people, maybe a couple of people could live stuff according to against their instinct, against their better judgment, against the way they want to live. But what about the mass majority of people? Do you think it's gonna work for them too?
So I think part of the evolution of humanity is um, the way in which we attain resources. Right? I said there's two elements to it: sexual selection and resource attainment. And for human species to survive, to make it much longer than like the year 3000, we're going to have to turn to ways to where we distribute these resources, maybe not equally, but at least fairly, right?
Why?
That's
Why
how
is
the human
that?
species.
We've been around for like
Well,
like hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to say, if you want to go through all the times of evolution, we've been around like hundreds of thousands of years with this with this type of idea. And not saying before those even the main human that we have now, the Homo sapiens sapiens. Even before that, they had the same type of idea. I gotta outcompete this other person so that I could live and become stronger, produce offspring, take care of them, give them the best resources so they could live, become stronger, and have the best chance of survival. And
yeah. So
you tell me after millions of billions of years of evolution, we could just stop thinking. We could just like, you know what? We're gonna just do it differently just because we can. You think that's possible?
not only do I think it's possible, I also think it's necessary. I think it's what's going to happen because capitalism stands in the way of the modern worker from attaining these resources. Right? There are economic crises which are caused by the capitalists, which then make it hard for people to find shelter, food,
So there was never any
water, education.
economic stuff caused by socialism or communism.
No, not
So
by
the so
no,
so Mao, right? Was he a communist or socialist?
Mao Zedong. Yeah,
Didn't he cause a famine when he was trying to tell people to daggone, hey yo, the you know what? Kill all the birds, and then the bugs ate all the stuff.
I'm not sure what you're referencing. What do you mean?
The famine
What is
under
not?
Mao Zedong. Do you know about that?
No, I've not. I've not researched that.
Do you know the part where like I think it was sparrows was the birds that were eating the seeds, and then he told his people kill the sparrows.
No, I'm not familiar with that. But I'll tell you what. For the sake of conversation, I'll grant you that
Wait. Do
he
you
might
not
have
know
said
under
that.
Mao Zedong, like I think like 40 million people died?
That's not true. That's that's really not true. I know what you're referencing there, and that big number part of that is with the Civil War.
Is what the Civil
And
War?
the Civil that part of that huge number comes from the Civil War. Like a huge portion of that number comes from the Civil War. Which
So does it
Civil
have anything
War
to do
is
with the
not
famine?
40 million people from the famine. No, there's no way.
Some studies
That's
estimate the Great Famine caused 15 to 45 million deaths. Other sources suggested the death toll, including those from political persecution and violence during the Cultural Revolution, could be as high as 148 million. Some estimate the Cultural
it.
Revolution alone caused from 1 to 2 million.
It says some sources, but what sources?
I'm just reading. It was an AI stuff from that on Google, but I'll get you a more particular source. Let's see. Let me see. What does the National Institute of Health say? 40 years ago, China was in the middle of the world's largest famine between the spring of 1959 and the end of 1961. Some 30 million Chinese starved to death, and about the same number of births were lost or postponed. This is from the daggone, what is it called? National Library of Medicine. Is that a good enough source for you?
I have not researched that, so I'll grant that. Yeah, I'll grant that. I'll say yeah.
So what about,
Um,
do you know how many died under Stalin?
Hold on, wait. Before we move away from that, all right, I want to stay on that. Let's say yes. I haven't researched it, so let's just be clear on that. But let's say yes, that happened. That's not a fault of socialism. That's a fault of human technological knowledge. That's not knowing how to, like, that's a flaw within human knowledge of how to grow crops. When
What
you
about
like
what
the
about,
birds are the
want me to give you Stalin next? Because
well,
these were the communist and socialist leaders, right? And they just like, cause like,
are you,
wasn't they? Are you gonna say that's not true socialism or true communism?
well, that's literally not. That doesn't make sense to say. Well, he had a problem with birds, and therefore socialism is bad. You can't just say some socialist leader had a problem with birds, therefore socialism doesn't work. Because socialism does not inherently say birds are bad.
No, I got a question. I
Like,
got a question. Are you gonna contribute? Are
like
you don't want to contribute those devs specifically to socialism and communism, right?
because it's not inherent to the economic system of
Okay,
socialism or
now, okay,
communism.
I got your argument. Now, how are you gonna contribute to the devs that you want to contribute to capitalism to capitalism? You want to say that, oh, over time this is gonna happen. Why do you contribute that exactly to capitalism when I'm like, how come it haven't happened in America? How come it haven't happened? Like, where was these stuff happening at? That you could
Oh,
contribute
you mean like?
specifically to to capitalism.
Are you talking about when I reference like imperialism or starvation? Are you talking about that?
Yes.
How is that inherent?
Yeah. How's that inherently part
Okay,
of that capitalism?
so one of the contradictions of maybe it's not contradiction, but one of the features of communism of capitalism is the falling rate of profit. Under capitalism, the rate of profit over time naturally diminishes, and there's only so many ways in which we can subsidize growth and reignite the economy. One of them that you can do is to expand your market into other countries that are underdeveloped, quote unquote, and to expropriate the natural resources and the labor in that country. So by growing and colonizing other places, you can essentially revive your economy from its falling rate of profits and gain more profit and therefore keep capitalism going. That is inherent to the system.
Explain. I'm using America as an example. What are you referring to exactly in America's history?
What is one example in American history that we've done that?
Yeah. Let's use a more recent history and
Man,
stuff like now.
okay, well, recent was in like within our lifetimes.
Yeah, I'm like about 30. I'm like 31 years old. Like in my lifetime, how are we doing that?
Um, well, I mean, I can reference Trump's language when he talks about annexing Canada, Greenland. That's
Bro,
that's one of the ways in which he's saying like
you
let's grow.
obviously Trump is trolling when he's talking about Canada and Greenland like that. And he doesn't. We don't necessarily need a
I,
daggone to annex Greenland and Canada. And one more thing,
I would have.
Greenland been under our control during that going like World War II, because what was Denmark? Then after Germany like was able to walk through them and like and waffle stomp them. Like, come on now. Then America was in control of that Greenland. It's happened before. I
Okay,
believe we have a
why would
military base in Greenland currently right now. We don't necessarily need to take them over. We just gotta make agreements with them. Say, hey yo, let's come to the table and try to see how we can make an agreement that could we both could benefit.
Yeah, they tend to do that. The big Western powers love bringing to the table like uh, agreements, quote unquote, where both sides benefit. Um, a lot of them will use the IMF bank and like predatory loans to try to get a lot of the
Like,
third world countries.
when did America who is America doing
Like
this to? Because I'm trying to use America as an
America
example,
has,
because that's the country I live in. I don't live in like some European country, so I like because I'll give you, yeah, France still had colonies in Africa until like still I believe this year they still have colonies in like some countries in Africa. I'm not forgot, or was it like last year or 2 years ago where they got kicked out of 5 African colonies by Russia or something like that. So let's use America.
okay, so you're not going to accept the annexation things because you think it's a joke. So
No,
I'll
no, stop.
use a
Like,
different
wait.
example.
Are you saying we're gonna ask Greenland? In what way? Do you think we're gonna go to war with them?
Well, that's the thing. Under capitalism, you can go to war with them, or sometimes you can try to, annex them, like dominate their market and like force your market presence as a country into their country to the point where you essentially own their population, right? If everybody in the working class started working under American corporations and American politicians who are working hand in hand with these corporations get people in Canada to say, you know what, we should be part of America, then you're going to see a lot more support from reactionaries in Canada to say, you know what, maybe we should let it happen. And then there's going to be deals made to try to buy parts of land from Canada, and until over time, either Canada dissolves as a nation and America succeeds in annexing it, or Canada becomes like this little state that gets reverted to barbarism that America exploits.
Wait. You okay? I'm gonna use your example. You know I don't agree with it. I'm gonna use your example. You tell me in your example that Canada agrees to exchange some of their land for money or for some monetary benefit, right? Similar to how Russia exchanged Alaska for a couple of dollars, like a couple of millions of dollars or something like that, right?
Yeah, hypothetically, I don't think it's going to happen, but hypothetically, how it would play out if it was going to happen would probably be one of those two ways. Yeah.
And what so if Canada willingly agrees to transfer some of their land for to America for money, how is that bad for capitalism? And why are you blaming them? Like, how is that? Why are you blaming that on capitalism? Why are you saying America is the problem for that? Because wouldn't that gone? Shouldn't you blame communism for when Russia did that?
When Russia did that, what do you mean when Russia did that?
How did we get Alaska?
Do you think wait, when we traded Alaska with Russia
Were you, yeah. How do you think we got Alaska? We gave them. We bought Alaska from Russia.
from Russia or the USSR?
Let me see, because to me they're pretty much the same country.
Oh my God. Okay, they're definitely not. Um, definitely not the same country. But you also have to consider the USSR was also not communistic in their economic policy. Like they were not communist.
Oh, yeah,
They had
it was in
communist leaders, but
1867 when we bought it. My bad. It was the Russian Empire,
okay,
not the Soviet Union.
okay. So that doesn't really. That's kind of like a moot point. We can step away from that. Um,
So no,
I mean,
okay, we countries have traded land for money before. So what's the problem with that? How is that a bad part of capitalism?
well, it's not that you're trading land; it's that the land is becoming private property, right? Like if I traded something with you, that's not bad. If I trade you a toothbrush for like an iPhone, and if this is a consensual trade, like that's just trading personal property. But when countries annex land through, let's say, like free trade, right? What's really happening there is that that land is becoming private property to either the state or people under the state,
Like the
and
citizens, right?
it, individual citizens, yeah, capitalists, the
What's wrong?
bourgeois,
Okay,
yeah.
if I want to own a, like, because most farms currently right now are family owned, right?
Most
So
homes are family owned,
most farms are
yeah.
currently right now are family owned. If I want to own a 500-acre farm, is that a bad thing?
I mean, are you going to use that farm to like what sustain yourself?
I'm gonna use that farm to turn a profit.
For profit?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, no, like yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Why is that a problem?
Well, I guess
So wait. So you tell
just a pro-
me, wait, you tell me if I are you gonna take are you gonna take people's land from them or businesses from them?
the businesses, if they're not already operating in a socialist framework, then it's not like we'll take the business away from them. It's that we'll restructure the business.
So no,
That way,
let's use Elon Musk because people hate Elon Musk. So are you gonna take Tesla away from Elon Musk under capitalism?
I mean, we would probably do a lot more to Elon Musk, but
What you said?
yeah, I said we probably do a lot more to Elon Musk, but
We
yeah,
could do
one
a
of the
lot
things we
more
can
to
do is
Elon Musk. What you mean by that?
bro, he's a criminal. He's straight up like he's almost not human. But yeah, Tesla would be a company that would be overthrown and owned by the workers.
So
So that
okay,
way, there's no private ownership.
so you do you not consider stealing stuff from people as evil?
Not necessarily. Stealing what? Like, if I need to steal food to live, like that's not evil. That's called self-preservation. And if you
Bro,
are
you could
stealing
okay.
something,
You don't. Wait, stop. You're saying because it's self-preservation, it's not evil.
I mean, you need food to live, right? So stealing food isn't evil if you need it to survive.
So stealing food isn't evil. You're saying.
If you need it to survive, are you gonna say a little kid who takes food from a market is evil because
Why
that
is
little
that,
kid's hungry?
bro? That's bad. I'm not saying it's not the greatest form of evil, but it is bad in a way, and that would be considered evil for doing bad stuff, right?
It's evil. Much
I got a
food.
question. I got a
Like
question. I got a
people,
question. If I got hungry and I stole $50 from you because I wanted to be able to eat, is that evil?
I mean, that's yeah, in a sense, yeah. I mean, sort of, because that's you're stealing money from me.
If I'm like really starving and I break into your house, hold you out with I put the pum to your head and say I want your food, is that considered evil?
My food, like my personal property.
Yes, your personal food. I want it because I'm hungry. Is that considered evil?
Yeah, I mean that's evil. I'm talking about stealing food from a corporation which produces food, right?
And
Those are two different things.
no,
Like,
see, you want to make a distinction between them when there's not really a distinction. Both of them is taking something that don't belong to you and belongs to somebody else.
so the distinction exists because the food that I get for myself, I'm not going to go around selling that food at a like for a profit, right? I'm not expropriating the people who did the labor to grow the food and pick the food and deliver the food. I'm simply getting the outcome of
You
their
kind of
labor
are.
and
You kind of you're stealing their you're stealing their time, labor, and resources when you take the food without paying, because they had to work, and like it might be a minuscule amount that you're actually stealing from them, like directly, indirectly, but you are technically taking from them. Because
yeah, but in one
if that happens enough time, right, over time, that company will realize, yo, it's costing money to keep that establishment up, and I'm gonna close it down. And that person, the store owner, he lost his job because you wanted to steal, and you and other people wanted to steal because y'all are hungry. So you took that person's job away. Then they have to cut back on the amount of stuff that they produce. So they had to fire a couple people because they're making too much stuff. So you those couple people, they lost their job because you wanted to steal and other people wanted to steal. They have this problem currently right now in a couple of cities where they have like, oh, people are stealing stuff. So they're doing weird things like locking stuff behind glass cages and stuff like that because people want to steal. So you kind of are stealing, not directly, but in an indirect way, you are kind of are stealing from people.
Okay, so I'm going to address that point, and then I'm going to ask you a question. So, with the difference would be that I'm using this to feed myself, right? When I go buy food, and if somebody takes that away from me, they're taking my personal property, which I'm using for consumption. Now, when somebody steals food from like Walmart, right? Walmart, they don't need food to stay alive because Walmart is a corporation. It's not a person, right? Walmart as a corporation belongs to the shareholders and the individual investors, which make money off of it. So they literally are selling that for a profit. That's all that their ownership really boils down to, is that those commodities exist for their profits. But the commodities in my fridge exist for my consumption and my self-preservation. So someone stealing the food from me is more harmful than if they were to go around stealing it from corporations. You understand that?
I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it because you're okay. Let's use a smaller example, right? A farmer sells his cows to the market for a profit, right? And if I get hungry, I shoot one of his cows and take him, slaughter him, butcher him, so I could feed my family. Is that bad? Is that not stealing? Even though that's his property, he still sends it to the. He still exchanges it for monetary gain.
Well, I mean, under capitalism, that farmer, we're going to assume it's like a local farmer, who was using that to sustain himself, right? Like the profits of
No, he has
the
about
cow.
like 300 head of cattle, and he takes like a couple of them every month or so, every couple of weeks, he takes like a couple of heads of cattle to the daggone market so he could sell them. And you decide one day you're gonna take one of his cows so you could be able to feed your people. Is that you're stealing directly from that person, even though he uses that stuff so he could turn a profit? And that's just one
I
person,
think,
since Walmart's a corporation, and it doesn't matter if you steal from corporations.
that's justified.
So it's justified to steal from individuals then?
Um, it's justified to steal the products of capital from the capital owners, if you need it to survive. Yeah.
So it's justified to steal the capital from capital owners to survive, right? Okay. Do you consider money as capital?
It does in a sense. Yeah. In some ways, it is. Some like
So if I
money
still
is.
is it so wouldn't that mean you own capital if you have money in your pockets?
Yeah. No, that's not necessarily like $1 in your pocket is not capital in the same sense of like a loan or like $500,000, which you use to like uh,
So
gain
so wait, then define
more.
capital for me then. I'm a C student. Define which when you say capital, what do you mean? And what's up? Is it Jay?
Yeah, it is.
All right, what's
Nice
up?
to meet you, man.
What's up, dog? So
Subject.
so
What's up, Lars?
when you say capital, define what you mean by capital.
Well, it's a lot of things. I mean, I guess I'll just try to make it concise. It's gonna be a little bit more general, but capital is what you use to. Um, it's like a resource that can be used to divine more profit than what is initially there, what's initially present, right? It's essentially like the best way to explain it under capitalism in our current society is it's a method to transform resources, using labor into a more valuable resource or a more valuable commodity. Like, I guess an example of this would be like a factory. That is capital because you have introduction of resources like steel. People work on
So
the steel, and then the output would be like the furnace.
so that one farmer, his 300 head of cattle, are those capital?
Um,
Or would his labor
yeah,
wouldn't his labor be the capital because his labor is what you exchange for research for to exchange to make something more profitable? Because when the cow was born or the calf is not, and it's like, well, a calf would be like a less than an actual full grown like 2,000 pound cow or 1,600 pound cow, right?
Yeah. So the
Yeah, to
count.
make it simple for Lars, capital simply can be put as capital is wealth used to create more wealth, or a little bit more expounded would be capital is money or resources that can be used to create more money or resources, especially things such as like cash that's used in the investment of business or in the means of production.
I agree
So
with that.
okay, so if I use my money to you could use money to invest in yourself to make yourself better at particular things, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
What
Wouldn't that
about it?
money then become capital for you, right?
It would be capital regardless, but I don't.
So
I
so
mean, I'm not quite sure what the point of the question is. Kind of
okay,
lost me.
I think you was, I don't think you were here for the earlier part when he was saying it's okay to steal from Walmart because that's capital. Their products right there is capital. And I use the example of a farmer that has like 300 heads of cattle that he grown up himself and stuff like that. And he say it's okay to steal that because it's capital. Then I say, okay, what if you have like $50 in your pocket, right? Is it okay to steal that because that's capital that you could use to invest in yourself to make yourself better at any particular thing, which would make you even more valuable and make you even more profitable?
Yeah, I understand, and I understand where Lars was going with it, but me personally, that's not the argument that I'll make for the discussion, so I can kind of hold off a bit.
Okay, I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Large, you mind if I start asking him a couple questions? You could stay on or answer these questions too, right? Okay, Jay, how do you get from what America has now to your form of socialism or communism?
I mean, I don't really know. I can't predict the future. I think the main thing is on that two main things. I guess is what I would say is one. It comes through education, the same way the question would have been proposed during feudal systems, where we would have said, how do we go from a feudal system to a capitalist system? And I'm sure many people assumed that it would never be possible, but look at today. So we don't know the same way they didn't know. Things happen in the future. And second, I don't think the question of how does it happen carries as much weight as the problem of these are the issues that we're dealing with, and let's work towards solutions.
Okay. So this brings me to my like part of my main point, right? You say educate these people, tell them that you're being oppressed, that the capitalists are taking advantage of you, they're extracting your labor, and they're making more money than they're actually giving you, and your time is more valuable. That's basically what you're saying, right? Or some sense of that, right?
In a sense, but we don't need to moralize things on individual level. We don't need to say that capitalist is oppressing you. We can, but it's more about the idea of the systems at play and how they are not good.
Let's say you're able to talk to everybody and you're able to give them a good example of this is why this is what we believe, this is why you should believe it, this is why the people as a whole is being oppressed, and like 70% of people say I don't care, I feel like I exchange my time and service, my time and labor for a monetary gain, monetary benefit and resources that I find valuable, and I'm good with that. I don't think I should be like, I don't think because I drive the truck for the company I should own like part of the company. How do you convince someone that thinks like that to join your side?
Um, well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of hypotheticals, but I'll engage.
Okay, it's
With
not
that
even
being,
hypothetical, right? Currently, right now in America, we have like half of the country, usually the Republicans, conservative, don't agree with some of the social welfare program that we have. Give like especially take care of like some people that they feel like I shouldn't, my tax dollars and my money shouldn't go to that individual. They don't really want to help all these other people and do all this stuff, right? How do you convince someone that thinks like that to join your movement?
yeah, right. So to kind of answer the question, it's twofold, right? One, Lars and I, and look, actually, there goes another comrade, Rick, right here. We all spend our time. Sorry, one second. We all spend our time actually engaging in discussions with individuals just like that all the time. And the way that that works is by explaining to them how these systems operate, clearly defining what the goal and set purpose of these systems are, and painting them the idea of what a different society, a different set of systems and protocols and structures can look like. And in the process of doing so, it's no one's job to convince someone of anything. It's not my job to convince you of anything, but it's my job to explain and educate you on certain things. And it's up to the individual at that point to decide whether or not if it's something they would like to do.
So if you only get 30% of the people, 30% people to agree with you, y'all just say, okay, we gotta give up with this stuff, or what do you continue doing right now? Just keep trying to educate, keep trying to talk to them, keep trying to do the same thing you've been doing because even though we only got 30%, sooner or later we're gonna get the rest of the 70.
I mean, potentially, but I don't think it's all that. I don't think that's the point of necessity, right? I think when it comes down to it, I'm pretty sure 30% could lead to enough change within the nation itself.
So you're
But again,
saying,
these are all hypotheticals because I don't know the future and I don't think anyone else does.
okay, see, you say, okay, I understand you're saying that you're hypothetical. That's the one of my thing I'm trying to say. Y'all say, oh, this could happen, but y'all not actually thinking about the steps, the process it takes to go from what we have now to a capitalist socialist country. Because people say you don't go to capitalism, not capitalism, you don't go to communism. You first got to do socialism. So what if people don't want that? Like, come on now, you try to say, oh, you can't do hypotheticals, so you don't have no idea of how to get from one place to the other.
Actions.
I can give you hypothetical.
Communists do try to.
No, I'm saying I'm doing it based off what Jay told me. He says we can't do hypothetical because you don't know the future. But Rick, you say you wanted to
Yeah,
say
so
something?
I'll answer quickly before Rick or Lars goes.
Okay.
With that being the case, yeah, so it boils down to the following, right? People in our society have needs. Whether it's the unhoused people or the homeless people within the society, within your city, your region, whatever. The children, the number one reason for children failing in schools because they don't have food. All of these needs currently are existing and prevalent within society. What communists do, and as communists should be doing and are doing, is they build something called parallel systems, parallel structures that fulfill those needs. You can look at the Black Panthers, they did this exceptionally well. They created their own ambulances, they created their own medical institutions, they provided breakfast, food, housing, all of these things. So communists fulfill the need of the society because that's what it is that we strive for. And then in addition to that, we also do education and explaining things to people. That is the only way for any movement to progress. Eventually, you have catalyst points. Maybe something happens at a protest and the police and communists fight. These things are they're unpredictable. Who knows when it happens? And again, now that kind of concluded, the same way people underneath the feudal society, the peasants, the lords, all of them, would have said, well, none of us believe in this capitalist system where people trade and have their own right to private property. Property belongs to the king. The same way everyone would have believed that, and gradually over time, people inevitably became capitalists, and gradually over time, states changed to capitalism. That's exactly how the future works. Humans have always progressed and changed. I don't need to explain a blueprint of how it happens because no one knows the blueprint of human change.
So you think okay? Do you think those people that overthrow the king and stuff like that did it peacefully?
I mean, did George Washington overthrow the British peacefully?
So
I
you're trying
don't.
to get my point. Are you gonna do that? Mean if people don't want to follow along, like let's say 70% of the population don't want to follow along, are you gonna fight them? Are you gonna like if they're gonna be like battling stuff like going out there trying because y'all want to establish your form of government and people are resistant? What happens
No,
then?
so no,
I
you're
mean, I'm not
misrepresenting
sure.
Jay's position, and yeah, this is like the communist kind of propaganda, or the propaganda against communists, which like it's going to be violent and forceful, and that's not what Jay's saying, right? So Jay is saying that like you build the parallel systems, right, and then people will slowly start to hopefully see, oh, this is a community based thing. It's better than the services I'm getting from the government, and things start to slowly change. If if I'm understanding Jay, which he's correct, and he's correct to say that we don't know when or how exactly things are going to happen, but I can provide a hypothetical structure that I've been toying with and that I'm actually putting into practice now. I
Okay,
can give you real world examples.
I want to ask a question about the stuff you're talking about parallel societies, right? Talking about like fire trucks and stuff like that. Y'all want to do a parallel society thing to fire trucks. How would y'all do
So
something
so
parallel to that when if you try to do a like compete with the
so let me give you an
firefighters, you'll go
example.
to jail because you're not they don't sanction y'all to fight
So
fire.
let
So
me
if you
give you
go
an
out there
example.
trying to go do firefighting, you're gonna be like, yo, you're not supposed to be doing this. Get out of here. Hey, cops, take them away. If you're trying to
So
like,
let me give you a real world example
go ahead.
of something that I'm doing right now, right?
Mm,
So number one, right? is the kind of socialist structures that are happening right now when we're talking about economics, when we're talking about businesses, is already in play in the capitalist structure that we have, right? If you've ever heard about an ESOP company, right? These are sort of, right? I say sort of employee-owned businesses. My dad worked for an ESOP-based company. He's a millionaire. There's a chain of gas stations and ice cream parlors in the Northeast called Stewart's. They're ESOP companies. There are people that scoop ice cream there that are millionaires, okay? So that's a type of employee ownership. They just don't get to make decisions for the business. That's basically the only difference, okay? So we already have these employee ownership structures to transition into socialism under the capitalist system that we have, okay? So in a real world example, though, where we're trying to talk about building parallel systems, so this is something that I'm doing right now. I sold my house last year or a year and a half ago, and the idea was to buy land and set up a co-op on that land. It fell through, but I still have a lot of the materials for it. So what I'm doing now instead is I just bought a house. I'm going to take the solar generators that I have. I'm going to install them on my house. Bang, I have free energy. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my neighbors. I'm going to say, hey, I set up this solar system on my house for a fraction of the cost of what other people are selling it for. It's got a battery backup. You don't even need to be on the grid for this to work because it has a battery backup. You don't need to worry about a generator. And we're in Texas, so the power goes out if the wind blows too hard, right? So now I have a real world option I can show them, right? That is safe, that is effective, that is cheap, that is ultimately going to save them money, and I can help with the install. So now we're building a parallel system, right, to a corporate owned utility that people need to live.
Okay, I got a question. What if Luminous is a solar panel company? What if they come and say, "Yo, we could offer you a better deal than Rick"? Why would they go to you?
You've misunderstood.
No, he said offer a parallel thing because you want to compete with the power companies, and there's already solar companies that have similar structures to that, where they'll set up your solar panels and stuff like that in your house. But instead of you buying the solar panel, they just charge you a cheaper rate than the power companies do.
I understand. Yeah.
So they sell solar panels as a utility. Let's go ahead.
Have you heard of the Black Panthers?
Yes, I heard about the Black Panthers.
Have you ever studied into what the Black Panthers did?
I know some of the stuff the Black Panthers did was like some social for programs. Like they did some of the stuff they do was like community protection stuff like that. They patrol their communities. They're also like the free lunches thing and stuff like that. They did. There's stuff like that. Yeah.
So parallel systems is not a matter of charging less compared to a corporation. That's not what parallel systems is advocating for. What it is saying is there are needs. It's not competing, right? That's what I'm hoping to clarify. So when you have needs in the community, like people that are hungry, that can't get food, yeah, a corporation could say, I'm going to run a buy one, get one free, your local big box store, and say, you can buy whatever those Lunchables are for cheap. Yeah, sure. But that's not what a parallel system is doing. What it is saying is there are people in the society that need medical care, that need housing, that need food, that need these basic needs, and we provide them for it. That's it. There is no we charge you less or we help you pay it off. It is they have a need and we build systems and we provide those needs. There is no compensation. There is no trading of currency. There is none of that. It is just the fulfillment of needs.
So,
and if you look at the Black Panthers, then you can look and see.
So you're just gonna be working for free. So
where's the incentivization though? Where's the incentivization in order to keep that market going?
It is incentivized by the human beings that want to fulfill needs. Why are people incentivized to volunteer? Why do hundreds of thousands of people volunteer?
But many people don't volunteer. Majority, like 99%, don't volunteer.
Does that discount the people that do?
There's people. Okay,
Oh,
we'll give you the people
no,
that
but
do. There are people that do
What's the
volunteer,
point?
but
but the
the
issue,
overwhelming majority of people don't think like I'm a volunteer my time just for the benefit of the good of other people. Most people,
right,
Yes,
right.
they do.
And
What do you think people
and as
volunteer
human
for?
beings, just human nature, we actually would take the easy route. You know, we want to take the
Let's
easy
not get
route.
into the myth of the human nature because we can debunk that very quickly. But here's the thing: you just you switched it to this whole idea of human motivation, right? And why would somebody do something if they're not getting paid for it, right? Because right now, the motivation, I would argue, right, for people to do things is so that they don't go hungry, that they don't become homeless, that they don't lose medical care, right? If we're talking about doing things where we're building other structures for people to survive or get the things that they need, hunger, food, shelter, whatever, it comes down to the very fact that me helping you is going to eventually help me. If I help you have a safe place to live, that's probably going to reduce your stress. That's going to mean that you can help me with other projects later. If I can provide food for your child as they're growing up, that's probably going to give them the necessary nutrition to be able to study to do, I don't know, anything else, become a doctor, an electrician, a plumber, a whatever. Me helping you is eventually going to help me. It's just that now we don't have this like structure of like, numbers in between us.
Well, I agree. Okay, so it sounds good. It sounds good when on paper, and when to convince someone that would. I mean, if you could actually
I'm
make
sorry.
that happen.
What sounds good on paper?
I mean,
What does?
what he's saying sounds good, but it's not sustainable, or it's not
But then
realistic.
how is it happening all across the country if it's only good on paper?
I don't see that happening where I'm at.
It's not happening.
It doesn't happen where you're at, then I would highly recommend typing on your computer, socialist organization near me, mutual aid organization near me.
If I want
And I
aid, why don't I just go to the
highly
hospital? If I go to the emergency
Yeah, but
room,
let's not move the goalpost, right?
No,
You
you're
said
gonna
it
be
doesn't
competing
happen
against
where
like
you're at.
medical aid, right? That's competing against the hospital. If you go to the hospital,
You're not
they can't
competing.
refuse
But
care.
how are you competing?
If you're
Where's the
take over the
competition?
cost.
literally the idea of
What are
a
you
parallel,
fighting for?
literally the idea of a parallel thing is competing against them. If I have a coffee shop that I run for profit, right, and you have a parallel one that you're doing because for the love of the game, you're competing against me. You might not consider
Okay.
yourself competing,
A
but you are
coffee
competing.
shop doesn't fulfill. Okay, you misunderstand.
I was
So I
just
will
doing
spend.
something
I will
simple.
clarify.
Sorry,
They
yo,
don't
I
have
apologize.
coffee
I
Yes,
was just
I'll
doing something very,
clarify.
very
Right?
simple.
So I'll clarify.
They don't have
Let me
coffee
be the
shops in
case.
communist
People
societies.
volunteer today under capitalism. People volunteer all of the time, and they volunteer every day. Hundreds and millions of people volunteer. So this whole idea that it sounds good on paper that people would do it and there's no incentive fundamentally does not make any sense when it already exists. That's one. Two.
doesn't, though. It
Yo,
doesn't.
let's stay
No.
on one first. I got a question about one. What percent of the population do you believe currently right now volunteers?
Don't know. I mean, we can look it up and get an estimate.
0.01%.
Let me
0.01%. Where did
Why
you
don't
source
they
that number
volunteer?
from?
Hold on. Why don't the majority of people volunteer? Why don't you think the majority
Most
of
people do not volunteer. 90%.
Why?
Well, why? Because we're caught up in our families, our lives, our
Okay.
Yes,
responsibilities.
capitalism.
Are you sure
That's the
that we're
whole
not
point.
caught up, so we're not caught up in trying to earn money to survive.
Well, I can agree with you there, but there's
Okay.
Exactly.
Hold on.
What you're claiming?
Sorry,
Hey,
hold on.
listen.
Let me just drive this home. Let me just drive this home.
They don't let you
Hold on,
talk.
Let me just drive it home. Let me just drive this home.
They
Hold on.
pivot.
So,
Okay,
hold on.
can I
No,
talk?
I'm not pivoting. Let me drive this
talk?
home. Let me drive this
Let
home.
Rick
No,
conclude their
you-
thought, and you
you're-
can go after. Just
on.
wait.
You're
one
trying
second.
to- you're trying to-
Stop. Go ahead.
You're
I want to hear
distracting.
Rick and down in this smorgasbord you could go. Okay.
Okay, so you agreed with me, right? That people are trying to earn money in order to survive, right? They are probably too tired, too stressed, too worn out from their 1, 2, 3 jobs, right? What is the question that they always ask you? Like they ask children this, right? Or if the common question is, if you had $1 million, if you had, unlimited money, right? What would you do like for fun? There's almost nobody that retorts to that. I'm going to sit on my ass and be lazy. They always say, I'm going to volunteer at a dog kennel, or I'm going to learn how to bake, or I'm going to do this. People want to work. It's just that we have this thing that we need to get in order to survive. If you took that away and you didn't completely force people to earn their survival day in and day out, you would see more people volunteering.
Wait, quick question, Rick,
I don't
for you.
buy that.
Before
I don't buy
Smurfs
that.
answer, most people work 8 hours a day. I'll give you 2 hours in the morning to get ready, go to work, and an hour when you come home, cooling down and with commuting and all, right? So that's about like 11 hours. Let's say people sleep for about 8 to 7 hours. That's 19 hours. They have 6 hours in every day. 6 times daggone 5 is 30, and you got we'll give them 8 hours on the weekend. So you got 30. You got 46 hours. How come people don't volunteer more with those 46 hours? How come people with their free time they don't go volunteer? They just scroll. They do stuff for fun.
You just stated. So listen, that free time that you just stated.
At the other
that's
end
not
of the
taking
gun,
care of your kid. That's
It's
not
the only
feeding
way to
yourself.
do that.
That's not washing yourself. That's not cleaning your environment. Right?
Yeah, Rick, let me say this. So I really, it is so annoying to be able to have these discussions and we pull these random numbers and we go, I feel that this is what this is. So let's look at actual statistics and numbers. So the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics from 2021, and you all can go look this up, we see that 23.2% of Americans volunteered. That's about 70 million Americans. With that being the case, we don't know how many people actually volunteer because not everyone reports it. For example, I don't remember reporting it, but that's at least what we have for sure, which is about 70 million. So so whatever segment or whatever said above, which is like 0.001% of people, clearly no, it's damn near 25% of the United States, right? So people do volunteer, and they volunteer on many reasons because they do care about their community. Then on top of that, we have the studies from Harvard and Stanford alike that go over the fact that when people volunteer, they see a release of endorphins and dopamine that give them a greater outlook and lower stress levels. So clearly, when you also said something about human nature, well, human nature shows that when people are self-sacrificing, they receive a emotional and mental benefit from being self-sacrificing, which goes and proves to our communal nature. There is more evidence of human beings being communal, which is how we survived in the wilderness, than there is of human beings being individual, which is unique.
No, you're going to have to force certain people into certain.
I need you to prove it because I can prove it.
No,
so you prove it.
In order for that to
Get
work,
some evidence.
you have to force certain groups of people in certain skill sets at certain jobs to do certain jobs.
Evidence.
You're going to force them.
Wait.
That's
This I think I can help out. I think I can help Smurfsbird out right quick. Okay, you in your society, communist social society, right? Do people have to work?
Yes,
They have to work.
they're forced to work.
No, stop.
They're not forced to work.
No.
Where did you read that?
No, stop. In your idea, do people have to work? Yes or no?
Of course they have to work. The people that want to work get to work.
What if somebody doesn't want to work? Do they still get food and shelter?
Then they don't have to work. Yes,
No, they become undesirables.
They get their basic necessities met for them by the society. I don't remember you being a communist, so let's let me, the communist, answer the questions.
So they get,
With that being the case, right? So they get their basic necessities. They'll get their basic necessities: housing, food, shelter, education, medical care. All of these things accounted for. Yes.
So what incentives do a person that what is the incentives for a garbage someone that want to have to pick up trash all day? How do you incentivize people to pick up trash and take care of like waste management
at gunpoint?
Yeah, so waste management will receive a higher compensation that would meet the supply and demand of the amount of people in the society that are willing to do the job. Yes, they will receive a higher compensation. Exactly.
So they'll get paid more, right? But people's basic food needs are met. They say if I want the luxuries, I could do an easier job. I don't gotta do something that's like kind of disgusting and gross. So wouldn't that de-incentivize people to do those type of jobs?
That doesn't make much sense, but I kind of get what you're asking. One, luxuries don't exist under communism. There's no such thing as luxuries. On top of that, people get
Yeah,
their basic necessities. And if they would, like, for example, if I wanted a MacBook instead of a Windows computer as I look at my
That
Mac,
shows the
then that means that,
authoritarianness
yo,
within
I
it.
need you to have some, like, are you not civil? Do you not know how to stop
No,
talking when someone else is speaking? Like,
No,
my
basically,
goodness,
you
it
don't
is
get
so
choice
embarrassing.
in the
It
communism.
is so embarrassing. Allow me to conclude my thoughts so you can go. Like,
The
please have
communists get
some patience.
emotional every time.
Show
Every
some
time.
manners. It is not a matter of being emotional.
The communists
You
get
just
emotional every
you
time. They
clearly
can't
have
handle the
lack
truth
of
anymore.
proper uploading.
Chill,
Like, for real, clearly, it is embarrassing. As I was saying, right? So with that being the case, if you wanted to have a computer set up with 3 monitors or 2 computers, then you commit to labor to be able to buy those things.
So you
You're
said,
not going to get a free
wait.
computer with 3 monitors.
You just said luxuries don't exist under communism.
Yes, you're not going to have Gucci and Louis Vuitton. But
Isn't a
luxuries, as
second
you're
monitor?
using the word,
Isn't a second
yes,
monitor
you're
a
using the
luxury?
word subjectively. You're using the word subjectively.
So what
So
does luxury mean
luxuries,
to
as in
you?
luxury brands, do not exist.
I
What
didn't
you
say
may
luxury
consider to
brands.
be a
I say
luxury.
You said luxuries don't exist. You didn't say luxury brands don't exist.
There's all
Yeah,
kinds.
so if you consider a second monitor to be a luxury, then yes, you can purchase that with labor under
The
socialism.
state of greater comfort and extravagant living. Having multiple monitors is like greater comfort and extravagant. I'm not saying you have to have the most high end 200 something hertz monitors. It's just having an extra one. Me having my second 2 TVs right here so I could use. That's a luxury for me. And you say under
Sounds good.
communism,
So then, yes.
luxuries don't exist. So you mean
So no, I just clarified, right? So you would be able to use your labor under socialism and buy those 2 monitors.
So okay, so right. So that means since I don't gotta worry about housing, which is one of the biggest expensive, and I don't gotta worry about food and food and stuff. I could just work like a basic job. I could work at Starbucks and make enough to buy these luxury stuff that I want, right?
Starbucks doesn't exist, but yes, you could work wherever you would like
Coffee
to work.
shops don't exist, exactly.
Office jobs don't exist.
Coffee shops in communist nations don't exist.
Here, let me ask this. Rick, do you like to drink coffee?
I love coffee.
Oh, Lars, do you like coffee?
I love coffee.
So guess what's going to
Where
be
do they
underneath
live?
communism? Guess
You
what
just
is
said
going to be
there's
under?
no Starbucks.
Yeah, there's
Where do
no
they live?
Starbucks. The company Starbucks doesn't exist.
I'm
under
not. I'm
socialism.
using that as a placeholder. Okay, my bad. A place that I want to buy that sells coffee. I could just work at a
Yes.
place that sells coffee to buy the luxury stuff.
Absolutely.
Which would
So,
disincentivize
yes.
people to work jobs like waste management.
No, it's not disincentivized.
None of these guys
because
live in a
human
communist
beings-
nation.
Human
None of them.
beings.
They live here in America, and he's
Do you-
trying to like mind trick you.
Do you
into
know
thinking-
this? Do you
Where
know
do these
that?
guys live?
Board?
What countries are communist nations do they
Board,
live?
I live in Cuba. So how do you know that?
You live
Exactly.
in No, you don't, dude. You live in the United States, man.
And how do you know that, Board? Do you know me?
No, I don't. But
Bruh,
I can guarantee
your
you
accent
put it
is
to assumption.
too good for you to be living in Cuba. That's all I would say. It doesn't. I don't have a hint of Cuban
none of these
accent. Did
guys
you
live
move
in
there
a
or something?
communist nation, and they're telling you this.
Is
shit.
it impossible
This is
for a
dangerous
human being
rhetoric.
to move? Like this sounds
Did you move to
absurd.
Cuba?
Yes, I did.
Really? And by way did you travel? How did you get
On a
there?
plane.
How long
Where?
did you-
You know what a
from
plane
what-
is,
How long
right?
did you live in
From what
Cuba?
country to where did you?
For
were
a
you
few
able-
years now.
Do you speak
And
Spanish?
what is the point of the discussion?
Because
We're
he's just trying to
having
prove that you
discussion
actually
about
live in America and you don't live in
communism.
Cuba. His point is you don't.
He
You're
doesn't-
trying to say this ideas when you
And-
actually don't live in a
yes.
communist country.
Great. So now that we've covered that base, right?
They're
Guess
American
what?
college kids.
Guess what, Board?
that are-
You
that are-
asked the
that are-
question.
don't know
You
what
don't live in a
communism
communist
is,
country. This is
and
your
they're
whole
they're
point.
taunting
Like,
this
this is
dangerous
supposed to.
rhetoric.
I'll let you finish if you're going to keep talking.
No, I mean I've been trying to talk the whole time. You guys keep talking over, and y'all get emotional, and then you don't explain a solution versus just what you think as a dream utopic society. I mean, it doesn't exist. Well, I mean, there's never been one nation on this planet that has been a good example of communists, other than like I don't want to hear like Burkina Faso or like some tribe up in Canada, or even some ancient tribe in Hawaii, but like an actual credible nation that was able to be successful with these minds and goals that weren't authoritarian and didn't extract the wealth and eventually make deals with bankers, which that's what they did. And so, when did this ever exist?
Who did that, Board?
Majority of those communist nations.
What majority? Can you list a few of them?
The Soviet Union, China, all of them. They worked with the bankers, and you know it.
All of them. Every two of them. Can you list anything more than two?
Okay. Whichever ones from the Soviet bloc, from China to Vietnam to Laos to even when Cambodia was trying to become a communist country through Pol Pot.
What bankers did they work with? I'm a bit confused.
Well, they worked with many different offshoots and many different shell companies that were tied to banking organizations that were funded them, that funded them. They funded them.
Funded them to do what? I'm sorry.
To overthrow nations.
I'm sorry. You're saying that they worked with bankers as communist nations to overthrow?
No. They worked with bankers to overthrow the former governments that they took over. Yes, they were.
Can you give me one example of one banker that worked with the communists?
I mean, dude, we can go down. You can. That's what's funny about you communists. You always try to point out the specific banking system or whatever you say. Which actually exists.
When I have discussions, I think it's important that we stick to honesty. We stick to facts, and we also bring up the relevant data. So if you're saying that every communist nation worked with bankers, then give me one. Since you're the one saying it, so give me one banker.
If they didn't work with bankers, how do they get stuff from other countries?
By doing trade, but that's a whole nother question. I can answer that question just fine, but that has nothing to do with what Board is talking about.
No, you said they work with other countries, right?
To overthrow their nations.
And what currency would they trade with the other countries in?
They could trade in many different currencies. For example, the communist nations of today trade inside of the U.S. dollar as it's the global world's reserve currency.
So they got to
be. But what is that? Let's not move the goalposts.
The U.S. dollar is part of the banking system, and using that as part of the banking system. They got the communist countries got to store the U.S. dollar somewhere, right? They stored it within their banks. Is that not part of the banking system? That not working with banks?
No, that's no.
No, they had currency and they did work with the international banking system. They did.
Yeah. So board. You made a claim. Made a claim. This is your claim. I'm repeating it back to you. You said that the communists worked with banks who helped them overthrow their nations to make them communist. Can you give me one example of one communist country that worked with a bank? And when did it happen? And what bank did they work with? You said this. You said it.
The Soviet Union did it in the early 1900s. They sent Lenin to New York. He actually made a deal with Adam Schiff, who was a banker tied back to the Rothschilds, and that's one example for sure. And it's funny, Wall Street actually kind of helped that. Then all of a sudden, they worked with certain private equity firms and all these different firms that were tied to were shell companies that actually funded many other communists or groups that ended up overthrowing former governments to turn into a communist dictatorship.
Yeah, so that's just fundamentally not true, right? With that being the case, the Soviet Union completely dismantled the banking institution as it was. They introduced something called the NEP, which is after the people and after the positions of power and the balance of power within the USSR started to get all fumbly. They instituted the NEP during the war times or after to allow people to be.
What did the NEP
do? It is a new
money
economic
for them?
policy. It's a new economic policy. It allows capitalism at small scale. They did that temporarily to pacify the people. They never worked with the Bolsheviks, which were a party, which were a group, never worked with bankers to overthrow the Soviet Union. That never happened. And you brought up some random things. First of all, the Rothschilds actually were opposed to the USSR.
Not true.
You say these things. It sounds like what it really sounds like is that you're teetering on this idea the Jewish
Oh, dude, that's
anti-Semitite.
exactly their
Wait,
MO,
wait,
dude.
wait. Quick
That's
question.
your
Quick question.
communist MO.
In
That's your communist
1917, the
MO.
Bolsheviks included Lenin received funding from various sources, including the left-wing individuals and potentially even foreign governments. Specific, Olaf Ashberg, a Swedish bank director, was a leftist sympathizer who helped finance the Bolshevik. Lenin himself, while en route to Russia, outlined central Bolshevik policies in the April thesis, which included advocating for the Soviet to take power. Does that answer?
Yeah, they were funded. They were funded to take power, and they did. And then they try to call out anybody that says this as an anti-Semite, which is bullshit. But
No, if you're not an anti-Semite, that's fine. But that's usually where those points go, is that it's the Jews. The Jews are the ones that do this. Host, what is it that you were just reading? Can you repeat it or tell me where you're reading it, actually?
It was just when I put it in Google. That was one of the first thing that popped up, that AI overview. You want me to like a particular source from like the what is it, Britannica? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Type in Wall Street funding Bolshevism, the Bolsheviks.
Wall Street funding Bolsheviks.
Yeah, it'll pull up sources from there too. Adam Schiff was one of them. There's others. But yeah, they're funded by the banking system to overthrow governments, to turn them communist. And then what they do is they extract the money. They actually extract the wealth from those countries and leave them with nothing as shells. And then they do it to other countries. They want to do it around the world eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still very interested in where this is substantiated. That's all.
No, it's
It was just an AI overview of what when Google searched the web. This is like, yeah, this is what we basically got from that.
No, I know.
Do you like Elon Musk AI? Do you like Elon Musk AI better?
No, it's not any AI. I want to see the actual sources. Where does the AI reference the sources from?
Okay, this is I got a source for you. What is it?
Because the problem is it synthesizes blogs and opinions. It synthesizes many
Foreign Policy Research Institute.org. When Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky, and their fellow Bolshevik leaders launched the Communist Revolution in 1917, they viewed Russia as the weakest link in the chain of the global capitalism. Hence, someone on bankers and Bolshevik international finance in the Russian Revolution suggested that this view was correct. In his account, Malik uses archives of this is too far away, of the Russian government and often inaccessible archives of the bankers in London, Paris, and the United States, explain how Imperial Russia became the first emerging market for investment and how it collapsed in an anti-capitalist revolution. Malik sees the pre-revolutionary Russia as stuck in a contentious negotiation between Russian government and the globalist financial community over the need for investment in Russia. He details how increasing foreign investment into Russian economy shaped the landscape of national policy. When the Bolsheviks took power, they I can't read that, was too blurry. What they saw as odious debt in 1918 sparked one of the largest default in history. At the time, most of the observers of Russia did not suspect that anything of the sort could happen. Malik argued yet the speculative lending boom to the Russian Empire clouded the eyes of the foreign investors of the underlying political risk, and clouded the eyes of the Russian government to the fragile political system.
I get it. I get it, right? So that's why it's important that we read where we're getting these sources from, because one, you're reading an opinion of Malik, which sounds like he may be a geopolitical analyst, but I'm not sure. But in what you just read, what it is saying is that the debt, yes, it's from the national or whatever, the foreign policy research institute.
I think Yakov Fingen is the person that actually wrote it.
Yeah, so the problem is when you just read what you read, what it is saying, and you can read it again if you'd like, is that the money, the debt that Russia, the state, was being put under is what led to the political landscape that led to the Bolsheviks or the communists coming into power. It is not saying that other states funded the Bolsheviks and the communists. That is not what that is saying.
They did fund it.
So why do you have the host looking for your sources? You're saying it
because if he leaves the thing while he use the app, he's gotta go sign. He's not gonna be able to read from the read off of his screen while being on the
he
TikTok.
Can find it. You can screenshot it and show it to us, or you can come back and tell us where to find it.
Where he's getting his talking points from.
Okay. Let's kind of back this up to my main idea and stuff like that. My main idea is that the socialism and communism, it's either one or multiple of these categories that y'all people fall under. You're jealous evil, lazy, or stupid. And the way I try to get this is by asking you, how do you get from what we have now to your form of socialism or communism? And if you're saying, oh, I'm not gonna speculate, I don't know because it's we don't know, I can't read the future, then you're trying to then how can we get the future? You're not gonna try to think about how to get there. You're just saying I don't want to think
I
about how to
already
get
gave
there.
you the answer. I already
You
gave
said-
you
okay,
the
you
answer.
said-
You
you said
build
that gonna
parallel
come-
systems.
Yeah, so
you
you build
solve the
parallel
needs of the
system.
community, and
Those-
you educate.
Okay, parallel system. You said like what medication? They could call an ambulance and they could go to the hospital. How are you gonna beat the medical care that people could get from ambulances and hospitals and stuff like
Okay.
that?
So the problem, host, is that you have this idea that you think that communists are in competition with capitalists. This is incorrect. You said it a few times, and I will clarify again.
Literally based
When
off
you
the
are
idea
providing-
of a parallel system means you're competing with the individual.
No. Parallel means they don't cross. That means that this system is working somewhere else. It is not competing. It is not crossing with another
I got a
system.
question. What is
Like,
you said
that-
one of the
that's
parallel system that
parallel.
one of the parallel system that was given before was the solar panel things, right? Or were you not consider that a parallel system?
No, I would not consider that a parallel system.
me an
What Rick
example
is
of a
doing is
parallel
providing
system.
for his community locally. A parallel system is a food bank. A parallel system is ambulances. A parallel system is computer labs that offer you access to education. It is libraries. These are parallel systems.
Okay,
They
you're
are
saying that the
places for
government
women
don't
to
have
be able to
libraries
get their
right now?
care. I'm not sure why you're asking if we have libraries. What does that
So you
have to do
said-
with building parallel
You
systems?
said a parallel system is not competing with the other system, right? So if there's libraries right now and you build your own library,
What are they competing for, host? What are they competing for?
for people to actually go in there and check out the books through their system. They're not. It's not like they're competing to see who could become more financially better than the other person. It's just by the fact that you have two things that do a similar job. People have the choice, and when people have the choice, you're competing for them to choose your product over the other.
Okay. When people don't have access to medical care and when they don't have access to food and someone provides that to them, they're not competing with the grocery store. I'm not sure why it's a difficult concept, but you brought the libraries up. Libraries
brought
is
up the
just an
libraries.
example of some. Out of all of the points I highlighted,
Okay, you said
highlighted on
medical
that one.
care.
So I'm clarifying.
Why would someone
right?
why
I'm
would someone
clarifying.
use your ambulance versus the 911?
Because they can't afford the 911.
You don't have
That's
to be able
why.
to.
It's a need that's not
quick
fulfilled.
thing. Evil C. Your music is playing loud through the microphone.
You have to mute them. The reason they get their community mutual aid ambulance is because they can't afford an ambulance. The reason they get community mutual aid food is because they can't afford food. The whole goal of a parallel system is to provide for the needs of people that clearly not get their needs fulfilled. It is not competing. You're not selling them food or hoping that they use their ambulance. It is you need a medical emergency and you can't afford an ambulance. You call the mutual aid and we give you an ambulance for free. There's no competition. It is a fulfillment of needs.
People could call an ambulance because one of the largest types of debt is medical debt. People could call ambulance even if they can't afford it and still get on the ambulance and use it. So, okay.
Yeah, and then they're going to be in medical debt and not be able to afford and pay it off. Like, what are you trying to say?
Didn't they do the thing that medical debt won't appear in your credit history? So
doesn't change the fact that people still have to pay it.
A lot of people don't pay the medical debt, and they sometimes it goes into collection stuff like that, and they still don't pay it. So that's why
how does that disprove the point that people need ambulances?
I'm not saying that people need ambulance. I'm saying just because you have a free service don't mean people are going to use that over the one that's already established and they've proven that to be something that's good and valuable. Because
that is fundamentally not true.
Because think about this: how do you fund that ambulance? Your community ambulance?
The community funds it. The community funds it, or people do it for free.
So you mean taking donations?
The community could take donations, people could put money in, or people just work for free. The same way I do mutual aid for free.
So
I
you tell me
volunteer
that
my time for free.
you told me that I was hearing that people work too hard to volunteer on their free time. So are they gonna do this on their free time?
There are many people that have dedicated their whole lives to volunteering. There are people that volunteer when they can. It is different for each unique person.
So he's saying they people volunteer when they can. What, like, come on, what if someone
And
needs a
some
van?
people dedicate their whole lives
So who are
and
we?
don't
So
work.
so how you're gonna get people to dedicate their whole lives to volunteering for these ambulance, right? Or you're gonna say only the people when you have free time, right? What if it's like three
Who
o'clock in the
knows? It
morning?
is unique. Why are you trying to create a blueprint? There are going to be some people that will drive the ambulances because they go, I work from 5 to 12, and after that, I have free time, and I can do anything from this time, and I will be driving the ambulances. Or there can be a shift of 15 different people that have different time ranges, and they can all take the role because they all want to support their community. You want like this, well, there's going to be one person that doesn't work who then volunteers as an ambulance 24/7 for free. Like, no, each person's unique experience in life and time is different.
So you just see this is this is why I say that it's either jealous, evil, lazy, or stupid. You're not trying to come up with a plan of how this would work. You're just saying it's gonna work. Trust me. And we're supposed to say, yo, our plan right
No,
now
it's
might not be
already
perfect,
working.
but we're gonna say our plan right now might not be
No,
working, but it's better
it's
than like
already working.
you just
It's
okay.
already
So
working.
so
Just
what?
because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't work. Go look up mutual aid in your area.
So
I
you so
told you to
let's
do
use
it
no, we're
earlier.
using we just use the ambulance example, right? You said me questioning, oh, how can it work? Because people are not using mutual aid ambulances today, right? How many mutual aid ambulances do we have currently right now going on in the whole
Yes, they
country?
are. There are
In the
mutual aid ambulances
how
in
many
my
do we have in the
area.
whole country?
How would I know how many we have in the whole country? That still doesn't disprove the argument.
See, no, my thing is it could work. This communism idea, it probably could work in small scales. It probably could work
Host,
for
what is communism?
communism will
What is communism?
what is it, the proletarian have to overwork what is it, the bourgeoisie or the capitalists, and people own the means of production where, hey, we might have a boss, but we all voted for that boss, and we all have own a portion of that particular business that we work for, and it's not one person that's able to own the whole business by themselves. So everybody that's hired on owns a particular portion of that, right? Isn't that part of what is, or am I wrong?
In a sense, it's part of what it is, but it's a lot more complicated than thinking it's just this. But sure.
And another thing is, your form of communism, socialism, is different from other people's form of communism, socialism. Because every time I talk to someone, they always say the idea that the previous person gave is wrong, or they always try to come up with a new twist on it. So there's no
No,
consensus
there's
on.
only one form. There's
To
no
you,
multiple
there's only
hierarchy.
one form, but other people, I've talked to multiple communists and socialists before, and they give different ideas. Because one of the people I talked to yesterday said scientific communism or some shit like that. It was either scientific communism or scientific socialism. Scientific socialism. Do you understand that form? Or is that not?
Scientific socialism is not a form of socialism. Scientific socialism is what socialism is. So that's a bit of a misunderstanding.
When
And I
I
think the
asked
main
them what
problem
form of
is when you
socialism they
speak to,
use, they told that's what they gave
They're
me. So I'm going off what
Darwinists.
they
yeah, so
said.
the problem is when you speak to certain people,
They're
some people are
Darwinists.
new communists and they have not actually read communism and they haven't read theory. So they explain a lot of things based on what it is that they've come to understand.
They're giving up.
Whereas
These people read a couple
actually
of theories.
reading,
You know, like Blood in My Eye.
yes, a great
They
book.
were calling like 4 or 5 different books from contemporary, even some stuff in the past that they were reading and stuff like that. So you can't just say these people are new socialists because you don't even
So
know the
then
people I'm
you
talking.
misunderstood.
I
So then the
literally
problem
asked
is
them
you
what form of
misunderstood.
socialism are they talking about, and they told me that the consensus for the panel was scientific socialism.
Okay, yes, that is socialism. That's not a type of socialism.
What about anarcho socialism or anarcho communism?
Anarcho-communism is not what any communist advocates for. That is what an anarcho-communist advocates for. And it actually
Is
makes
that
no
not a form of
it
communism then?
I'm trying to answer. It actually makes no sense because what communism is anarchy itself. It is a form of anarchy at the last stage of communism, where there is no oppressive state. So that shows that the person who said anarcho-communism clearly has not read enough theory to understand
You
what
said there's no
communism
state as in
is.
government, right?
Yes.
See, this is another thing. Some people say even in communism, socialism, there will still be a government so they could keep continue on the stuff and make sure stuff isn't going to go corrupt, and they'll vote these people in and vote these people out. Just because
In
you have your,
socialism.
they
Yeah.
said
Force,
in
through brute
communism,
force,
there's you believe that your form is the form that everybody else have, or you believe that other people think differently than you?
No, this is a misunderstanding. Communism and socialism, the communism
You use
is
socialism to get to
socialism.
communism. I understand
Communism
that.
is socialism. They are not different. The only thing is that socialism is just like a child and growing up, age.
You
A
use
human
socialism to
being when
get to
they're a
communism.
child
I get
versus a
that.
human being when they're a teenager versus a human being when they're an adult. They're all still the same person. They are just different phases of the person.
Yes,
Socialism
you use socialism
is an
to get
earlier.
to communism. I've been saying that. I understand that. People, just because you say that, you're just saying some of the people that have your same ideology are wrong.
It's not that they're
Okay.
wrong. They don't understand what it is.
Excuse me. Can I talk?
Go ahead, fatty food.
I think I. Hey, I think I have a. Okay, I have a
Jishin.
lot to say because I escaped from China, so that's their theory, that's their ideology about socialism and communism. And
I'm
let me
sorry,
tell
what
you,
year?
what year?
Yeah, what year did you leave China?
Let her talk so she can.
Okay, let me talk, okay?
No, of course, I'm
Because
just
I heard
curious
that
what
a
year.
lot. You know, they implemented socialism in 1980 because they found communism doesn't work. So but they cannot tell people the truth that communism doesn't work. So they need some kind of capitalism, but they cannot tell the people. So they create this new terminology, this new term. So okay, socialism. So they try to tell people, okay, if you want to go to communism, you have to go to use the socialism, and you use the social. When we're doing socialism, and we have to open the door, we have to have money, because in 1980, everybody, okay, was so poor. There was nothing produced. Nobody wanted to work. Okay, and the country. Let me tell you. You know how many people died? Millions. Millions people died. Years.
Thank you. That is.
Yeah, so what year did you leave China again?
1990.
Yeah, so you left after Deng Xiaoping. You know who Deng Xiaoping is?
Excuse me. I left when I was 20 years old.
Yes, so you know who Deng
Okay, on
Xiaoping
the
is,
first
right?
day. Look, listen to me, young people. Okay, you guys have no clue. You guys
have
all
no idea how
brainwashed.
old I am,
teaching
right?
dangerous
With that being the
rhetoric.
case, I asked a very simple question. You know who Deng Xiaoping
Let me
is, right?
finish.
Yeah,
I know
let her
what
finish.
your
Yes.
I know what your question come from. Okay, but let me finish. Okay, all this propaganda, all this communism movement in America now, because communist China, they want to take down America. How? Because they want to turn America into a communist country.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay. With that
Let
being
me
the
tell-
case, I asked the question and you never answered, so I'll ask again.
So he's gonna
Do
try
you
to like.
know who
pick apart.
Deng Xiaoping is?
Of course I know.
Okay.
I went
Do
to
you know
college
who
when I
Mao
was in
Zedong
China.
was?
The dude
Was
that
Mao
killed,
Zedong
the dude that
and
like
Deng
unalived
Xiaoping
40
friends?
million people, right? Isn't that
Of
Mao
course I
Zedong?
know the short
Okay.
guy.
Was Mao Zedong and was Deng Xiaoping friends?
No, they were two
Okay,
different people.
great. They
But let me
weren't.
tell
Thank you. So now
Okay, let
with
me
that
tell
being
you
the
my
case, one
background,
second.
okay?
I
Before you
let you
ask me
speak.
questions.
Fatty, let me finish and I will hear you after. With that being the case, you're right. So Mao Zedong implemented socialism and communism. He did land reforms. He communalized the land so that land was not owned by a single individual person. Then we have an individual called Deng Xiaoping.
No, Mao did not do that.
Which is
Mao
then-
did not do that. Look, listen
Okay,
carefully. Mao
Fatty,
did not
Fatty,
do
I
that.
need
It
you to
was
pause,
it's Deng
Fatty. One
Xiaoping.
second. You
Okay.
can, if you feel that you're correcting something, you can correct it in a
Dude,
second.
she lived there.
Then you have
She
Deng
lived there.
Xiaoping, and Deng Xiaoping comes after Mao Zedong. Deng Xiaoping is what institutes things called the market reforms, which is socialism with Chinese
Yeah, dealing with
characteristics.
Henry
Deng
Kissinger.
Xiaoping believes that you can have markets within socialism
Made direct
to
deals with
improve
Henry
the lives
Kissinger.
of the
Look,
people.
listen. You don't have to tell me this. Okay.
China today
Come on. I don't have much
uses
time. Just ask me the
capitalism and it
question. You
does
don't have
not
to tell me
use
the statements.
socialism.
I know
She
everything
lived
already.
there.
You don't know everything clearly.
Dude, she
I
lived there,
do know
bro.
Is China
everything.
communist or is China capitalist? Which one is it?
Okay, let me tell you.
Quasi.
In the economy,
Quasi?
it's
What the fuck is that?
Don't y'all always say there is never no true form of socialism or communism? Like, don't you?
No, I don't say that.
No, I'm
because
saying
that's
don't.
not true.
Have you ever heard a communist or socialist say there's no true? We never had a true form of socialism or communism.
No, that is not true.
Have you ever heard someone that
Okay.
believe your ideology say that?
Yes, and those people do
Okay.
not
She
lived there.
read
She lived there.
theory.
Through the
See,
oppression.
this
She
is the
lived
thing.
Listen,
Wait,
I don't
quick
have
thing,
much
this is the
time.
thing. You believe that your ideology is the only way it should be, and there's people that disagree with you. So even if you try and do
No,
your own,
I don't believe it's the only way it should be. There is only one.
Yeah, yeah,
There
that's
is
you.
not multiple.
Yeah, you
Host,
believe there
can
is
you
only
mute your
one.
phone
There's
and let
other
Fatty
people
talk?
that believes different things. But I'm gonna let Fatty talk. But go ahead,
But
Fatty.
host, can you mute
Okay,
them and let her
listen.
talk? Because they're gonna talk over her.
You don't have to tell me all the
Board,
statements.
where's your
I went.
evidence?
Yo,
I
wait.
went
Hey,
to
hey,
college
hey, chill
there.
out, chill out. Yo, Fatty, go ahead.
Okay, look, listen. I went to college there, so I'm not illiterate. Okay, and I have a lot of connection with China. My friends now, my classmates now in China, they are high-end government officials, and then they want to leave, but they could not. They can't. They wish they could because all their passports are detained by the government. Okay, so first of all, whatever you tell me, I already know. Okay, you don't have to lecture me. I can lecture you. Okay, all you know.
I don't
those
care
whatever.
because China's not communist, so
Can I
I'm not
finish?
going to advocate for China. I don't care.
Okay, can I finish now? Because I don't
They
have
were
much time.
promised a
Because
lot
whatever
and
you
didn't.
you were talking, it's like like elementary school to me. You know what is communism, right? It's common share. So it
No,
looks
it's not.
good on the book. Listen to me. On the book, it sounds very good, right? Everybody getting equal share, common share. So okay, very simple. I always tell people that's how you don't have to know all the theory, all the terminology, okay?
Exactly.
Ideologies. Don't have
They
to
want.
study
That's what
any
they.
books about this
Exactly.
communism or socialism. Let me just ask you. Now, if you okay, we can have this, okay? If you and me we work together, right? So I don't have to do anything, but you work your butt off. Now we got same common share. You get $8 pay, I got $8 pay, right? Forget about your volunteer. Just say it's a pay job. You got $8 pay, I got $8 pay, but meanwhile I don't do anything. Now, how long you can do that? How long? 1 month, 1 year, 2 year?
Not sustainable.
I have
Yeah, you
no
cannot
idea
do that.
what you're talking about. What are you
I
talking about, bro?
You gave a
You
good
just said if
example.
I work $8, you don't.
I have a
That you
question.
know everything about communism and you know
No,
Okay.
Wait,
everything
now
about
you're
quick
China.
thing, quick
First
thing.
of all,
Yo, I
clearly
think I
you've
could,
proven that to be
I
wrong.
think I clear
You
this
She asked
don't
up.
you a
know
question.
anything.
Do a
She
garbage
asked you a
man and
question.
someone that works at McDonald's, would they get paid the same? I know McDonald's wouldn't exist. Let's say a burger joint. Do someone that works
No,
at they
they
don't
would
get paid the
not be
same?
paid the same. They would
Okay,
not
so
be paid the
should
same.
so that should kind of answer.
Okay.
Daddy
Let
asked.
me tell.
Daddy asked.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
long?
yeah. Okay, answer your question. I met this doctor in DC. Okay, so she said, "Oh, we should have a communism," and I say, "Doctor, if you make 200 grand a year, and someone works in McDonald's, 40 grand a year,
Yo,
now
fatty.
in communism,
Wait, quick thing, fatty.
huh?
In his version of communism, he's saying that people get paid more based on their skills. He's saying he's even though that
It's not based on skills. Why did you add that to what
okay
I
then,
said?
then why is the garbage collector getting
that's
paid more than the
capitalism.
It is based on the need of society, and
And-
people will
and
get
isn't that
paid
a skill?
differently. People will get paid differently, yes, based on what it is that they provide, based on value.
Okay.
So
But
based on
people are not
skills,
Okay,
you're just being,
okay.
you're splitting hairs now, bro.
Oh
If I-
Lord. Look, the problem is that I'm trying to tell you about communism while also talking to you about
No,
communism.
okay. All
No, no,
right.
wait,
Since you
stop,
don't know what
Okay,
it is.
I don't know what
No, no,
your
wait.
name,
Since you
sweetie.
don't know what it is, I have to
Okay,
explain at the same
I
time.
heard you.
of
I heard
talk-
you.
Fatty,
your-
I'm
I
not
heard
talking
you.
to you.
I
Fatty.
know,
Fatty, I'm not
I know.
talking
You're
to you.
you're explaining your form of communism. I've heard you,
Okay.
and you believe if not your form, it's the correct way. There's other people that believe theirs is the correct way too.
Okay. Do you see all of these communist books here? This is not my form. It is communism. That's the difference.
Bro,
That's
Jay,
what I'm
Jay,
explaining.
There's people that
Jay,
read
Jay,
these. There's
Jay,
people
let
that
me-
read
let me-
these books and get different
Let me
ideas
tell
than you
you.
get, big dog.
Earlier, he was calling out your
Let me,
sources
Jay,
earlier.
let me tell you.
But those are his
No
sources.
matter how many
So,
books you
yeah,
read,
how is that
the
valid?
reality is nothing to do with those books. They just use this book to brainwash you. Okay.
I live in a communist
man,
nation, so I know what the
control you.
reality is.
Okay, I went through the reality. Excuse me,
Yeah,
and
I
I
live
have
in the
first-hand
reality,
experience,
Fatty.
and I'm talking to you.
I live in a
And you don't
communist
want to
nation,
listen
You
to
live
me.
in Cuba, right?
Now, communism.
So I live in one. So what is your point, Fatty?
He's saying he lives in Cuba, but at the same time, Cuba is very dilapidated. It's very corrupt. It's very it's basically it is a dictatorship. Whether he wants to say it or not.
You haven't heard me
Because the
say anything.
dictators are all
Jake-
gone,
Jake lives
and you
in
might
Cuba?
as well
Wait,
just be
stop.
talking about America.
Yo, that one. What's up, that one? I think you're the newest person here, right? That
Yes,
one.
sir.
What's up? Are you a Are you one of the Reds?
I'm certainly more no, but we know that capitalism has failed. So if we don't like socialism and communism, what other solution do you have in the face?
Capitalism hasn't failed though.
Wait,
It's
wait,
brought
stop.
the-
Absolutely, it has, man.
Explain how capitalism has failed.
It hasn't.
Let him explain
It's
how
brought-
Let him explain
it's
how capitalism has
advanced
failed. Go
way
ahead, explain
further.
it. How have capitalism failed?
Because we live in global capitalism, and it contributes to the fact that 4 billion human beings don't have access to clean drinking water. That is a failure of capitalism.
You talking about? You said 4 billion.
Miss-
4
Mr.
billion human beings
Dewan.
don't. Wait. You saying 4
Don't
billion?
have access to clean drinking water.
Are you saying that's because of global capitalism or the capitalism we have in America?
Absolutely.
Because I live in America. I care about America. I don't care about like if India they have problem because they shit in their water. That's not
Yeah,
them.
well, in America,
India's a
2023,
democracy.
23,000
globalist.
people
He's a
died of
globalist.
starvation in America.
Say that
right?
again.
Globalist.
In America, 23,000 people died of starvation
You said 20.
in America.
Where you get that? Where you
Dude,
get that from?
Yeah, so you can go look it up. It's the CDC
Jay,
who
Jay,
tracks
you live in
deaths.
Cuba?
So the
It's not even
CDC
possible.
tracks
You live in
deaths.
Cuba?
Hey,
Fatty,
yeah, listen. How many in
Fatty,
Cuba?
I need
How
you to
many in Cuba,
pause.
Fatty?
Go look it up for 2023, and you can see that 23,000 Americans died of malnutrition, which is starvation.
No, malnutrition is not starvation. Okay?
You're
My
joking,
God.
right? What is
You're
malnutrition, Fatty?
joking. I see. Okay.
Fatty,
Jay,
what is
you live in
malnutrition? Please
Cuba?
explain it to me.
Okay, Jay, you live in Cuba, right?
Why are you asking that? Explain what
No,
malnutrition.
because I heard someone say you live
No,
in
no, no,
Cuba.
Fatty,
Wait,
Fatty,
stop.
You just said malnutrition isn't starvation.
Those were probably
Explain
older
it.
people.
Wait, quick.
I went through starvation, no food. Malnutrition means someone eating fast food.
They were homeless
Someone not
junkies.
take-
No, they were homeless junkies.
Quick thing.
Oh my God.
Quick thing.
No evidence.
Yeah.
While starvation and malnourished are serious global issues, there is no evidence to support a specific number of 23,000 deaths from starvation in Americas. They said Americas. Dang,
That is just fundamentally
I see
not
all
true.
fat
That is the
people in
problem.
America.
What's your
That
source
is
you
the
want me-
problem with using AI.
What's the source
Go
you want me to
to
switch
the
up, church up?
CDC's website. The
He was calling your
CDC.
sources out. Like
Go
because
to
they were authors.
2023 and
And then
go
he's got a
to
book
the
that he's gonna quote his
CDC's
sources.
tracking
CD
of
CDC
deaths
is
by
a dead
starvation.
state.
You go to the government website. Do not use
Wherever
AI.
I go,
Gosh,
wherever
AI
I
is
go,
going to
I don't see
destroy
people
our
in
future
starvation.
generations,
I
bro.
see them too
Bro,
fat.
I'm using
They don't
AI
know
on this
how
because
to.
I don't got. It's just quicker for this thing. Like if I'm doing it like research on my own, yeah. But for this particular type of conversation, it's just
It'll pull
easier
your
to use
sources.
AI.
It'll pull all your sources. Yeah, it'll pull all your sources.
No, it doesn't, Board. And where are your
All I
sources, Board?
see is
Board,
fat people
you have a
everywhere.
Board, where are your
Nobody
sources for the
skinny.
banks? You took a long time, Board. Did you find them? Oh, there he goes
Do you know
again.
what's do you know what's
It
called
is so funny
starvation?
when I talk to people
Go
who
to
have
North
no
Korea, no
evidence, no
food.
evidence
That's
at
called
all.
starvation.
CD,
Yeah, fatty.
When
Fatty.
you talk
CD,
about
wait,
Fatty, you have
wait,
no
thing.
idea what you're talking about,
CDC
Fatty.
government. I'm on the
literally
CDC government
do not want to talk to you,
thing
Fatty.
and death and mortality. It doesn't have. I'm not seeing starvation on there. For what you said, for what time period again?
It is 2023 and you can find it. You can use your AI to search for the CDC's 2023 starvation.
I
Look,
typed.
I
It
suggest
didn't say that.
everybody,
Communist
whoever
narrative, dude. It's the communist narrative.
pro-socialism or communism, please go to North Korea and stay there 1 year and then come back. Then you can talk to us because
Yeah,
we went
Fatty,
through
I would
already.
go if my government
Okay,
didn't
and
ban
you
me. If my government didn't ban
just
me
talk about
from being able
books.
to travel, I would love to travel.
Hey,
But guess
So
what?
go.
For a capitalist
they grant
nation
you a
like
visa.
America,
They could.
for America,
They-
right? America, if
you
North
request
Korea
it,
is so
they might-
bad, then why do they ban Americans from being able to go visit North Korea themselves?
what-
That's
look,
so
because
interesting.
why
because we
don't
allow
you-
people
they
choice. You
give
don't
you
get choice in
visa.
communism.
No, I don't get a choice because I can't go to North Korea. So
You
what are
just-
you
oh,
talking
you
about?
could.
People go to
Look,
North. People,
there
you
is-
can go to North Korea. What are you talking
No,
about? You didn't
people
get a
go to
visa.
North
No, you
Korea all the
cannot. It
time.
is banned to go to North Korea.
That's-
Why are you just
No.
saying things that are not true, bro?
Jake, if you don't
Go
want to go,
look it up on your
we
computer right
understand,
now.
but
Can an
look,
American citizen go to North Korea? Go look that up.
Yes.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
I put a
Yes.
source.
I can't wait.
I put a source in the chat for how many people capitalism unalives every year.
Well, okay.
It's somewhere in the 1.6,
And
and I cited.
If you
look,
put it,
listen, I
if
have
you
to
put
go.
a daggone like website, it's not gonna like a URL is not gonna show up in the chat.
According to the World
Look,
Health
I have
Organization,
to go, okay? But
according
let
to the
me.
World Health Organization, 10 million people die every year from not having
Look,
access to
I don't
basic
know where you got
necessities.
In
those
America?
numbers, Jay.
In the world.
I live in
Health
America.
Organization.
I can't be responsible for everything
Wait,
in the world.
look,
Like,
Jay,
come on now.
we don't care about the world, okay? You want to go to North
Fatty,
Korea?
you're talking to me, but I'm not going to talk to you, Fatty. You physically do
because
not know
I have
anything about what
first-hand
we're talking
experience,
about.
and you don't.
You
And
do not
know
have
you
any
cannot
experience. You
convince me.
don't even know
You
what
just-
communism, socialism, or capitalism is, Fatty.
China was promised
You
a lot
don't-
of
You're
things.
advocating
told
for
you,
China today. China
communism
today is not
common
even
share.
communist. They're not even communist today, Fatty. So I don't care.
They're
You're
I
trying to
don't
talk
care
about
what
China
you think,
today.
but
They are not
I'm
communist.
telling everybody else.
They are
Can I
not
talk to
communist,
everybody else?
Fatty. They're not.
You can
Hey,
quiet,
yo.
okay? I'm talking to everybody
She
else.
said she's about to leave, so let her finish saying what you gotta say. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead,
like
Fatty.
someone else said, in the past 100 years, was every communist country end up, I'm just reading from NRK, okay? In the past 100 years, right? More than 100 years, after Soviet Union, okay, all Eastern European countries, right? All the communist countries end up reaching to privatization and the capitalism. Okay, this is the history. Already told you, communism, socialism, whatever they try to fool you, whatever the new progressive, whatever the terminology they want to throw to you, ain't not work, ain't working.
Damn,
100
Lars.
years, you
Damn,
think you
Rick.
are
She
smarter
got
than
us,
them?
bro. She got us,
Huh?
bro. We can't say nothing. Wow, that's so crazy. You got us, Fatty. Damn, thank you.
Okay, like let's just go back.
Like, bro,
Can we
you
go back
said
to
nothing,
like?
bro.
Well, can
They get
y'all?
emotional, Fatty. Don't worry. It's just typical communist. You know how it is in China. So you know how they
Board,
are.
why are you
You know how they
talking?
are.
Where's
Okay,
your
no, I'm
evidence,
just-
Board?
Okay,
It's
so
the
let's go
truth.
back to these.
Where's your evidence, Board?
Let's go back to these competing my bad, parallel things y'all talking about, right?
Right.
No,
Why,
Bruce,
y'all?
where's the CDC? Why do we
Why,
keep
y'all? I
jumping
gotta
Bro,
over
go.
I
evidence?
just
This
looked
is
up. I just
insane.
looked up the CDC. I'm not finding that in the CDC. What did you search to find that in the CDC particularly?
Use your AI and type in deaths of starvation in 2023 in America. Look that up. The CDC has it on their website. Matter of fact, I believe there are news articles on it in 2023. It was one of the highest reported starvation deaths in America in recent years. I'm sure you can find it. On top of that board, where is your evidence? Like this is in wild discussions.
Stop.
Look up Anthony C. Sutton. Look up
Okay.
Anthony C. Sutton.
Okay. I'll
He
give
wrote
you
many
the,
books
I'll give you
about
the
it.
I'll give you the number 2300, right? All right, and you say you're gonna do these parallel things going on, right? And you say you're gonna have people in ambulance trying these ambulance, right? And if it's 3 o'clock in the morning and someone is gonna be able to get an ambulance,
Yes, if the time and if the organization's set up properly, then there should be
how
time
many?
for that.
So how
Yes.
many? So and you're able to guarantee this, and you're saying there, and you
There's
say,
no guarantee. It is volunteer based. If there are people that can volunteer at 3 a.m., then that means that it's a deliverable at 3 a.m.
so people can't volunteer at 3 a.m. Then nobody gets an ambulance for your for the communists,
At
right?
3 a.m., then unfortunately, no, because there's no one that can do it.
Okay, then.
But that's
So
the reason why under capitalism too, if nobody went to work, if everybody under capitalism decided I'm not going to be a doctor, then nobody gets a doctor. That still happens. It's just under capitalism, there's eviction notice and food, and under communism, it's actually personal freedom.
bro,
Would you
like
rather people be
in almost everywhere in America at 3 a.m. you could call ambulance and get one. Even in some far
would
rural
you
countries, they might even
be a
go ahead. What's
that
up?
job or would it be a personal choice?
What you said?
Want it to be a personal choice to go do that job, to be the doctor, to drive the paramedics, right? Or would you rather it be something that people must do as a form of slavery in order to sustain themselves? Would you rather it be a personal choice
Bro,
or
okay,
like
okay,
a
okay.
matter?
It that question don't make sense because you're saying it's gonna be a form of slavery. If under communism, who are you getting the food from? You're getting it from the farmers.
Let
So
me
you're
ask that, let me re-ask that question. Let me re-ask that question. Would you rather have a doctor service you who wants to be a doctor, who studied hard, or do you want somebody to be a doctor because they make a lot of money and they get a lot of like social credit for it?
to be honest, I want the person to be a doctor because they make a lot of money. Because those people, they want to make a lot of money, so that makes them want to be the
Bro,
best doctor.
what?
I got a question. So what
That's insane, man.
currently right now, doctors become doctors for money,
Let me
right?
give you an example of a doctor who makes a lot of money but who's really bad at his job.
If a doctor makes a lot of money and really bad at his job, he's gonna be killing people and no one's gonna go to him because he's gonna get fired by the
Exactly.
doctor.
Yes.
But if a doctor's making a
Yes,
lot of money and he's saying,
exactly.
"Yo, I want to be the best
Yeah.
so I can make this money," I want that
Exactly.
person. I want the person that says,
No,
"I want
That
to
is
strive
not
to be the
true.
best
There's
so I
a
can make
doctor.
more money
Hold
than
on,
other
hold on,
people."
Hold on. I'm gonna look him up for you. Hold on. There's a doctor, quote unquote. He's a chiropractor. It's still a doctor, right? In our culture, he was injecting people with bleach and saying that it was a cancer treatment. He was making millions of dollars doing this. He's been promoted on TV as a good doctor, all this other stuff. He's rich and he has killed people.
What's the name of
Is
the
that
doctor
the
that's
doctor
in?
you want?
What's the name of this doctor that's
find
injecting people with bleach?
Let me find him.
Well, I mean, even hypothetically, I think it's like you would say personal choice is like your whole your ultimatum, right? Like you're calling communists like slave owners essentially by saying that we're going to force people to work. But the reality is that we want a society where people are able to choose to work, and we want the doctors who are really driven by their passion for being a doctor, rather than saying, "Oh well, you're going to be treated by a guy who feels miserable doing this job, and he's only doing it to get by." So
Okay,
you can like
I got a
put food
question.
on
I
the
got a
table.
question. If under this form of communism, you're telling me that would there be more doctors or less doctors than we have now because it's gonna be easier to become a doctor, right?
Yeah, there's
There would be
actually
more doctors, the same way we look at Cuba, and there's more doctors.
Okay, if you believe that there'll be more doctors, and do you believe that the quality because there's more would go up or down? The quality of each
It would
individual
go
doctor.
up. Education would be standardized, and education would not be a matter of profit. So education would be at the pinnacle of what education could be,
And
since there's no profit.
and these doctors they get hired based on their skills, right? Or do
They would get hired whether or not they can be a doctor. Yes.
So based on their skills, right?
It's it's not a matter. It's being a doctor is more than just skills. It's your knowledge of what needs to be done to treat medicine. It's your ability to follow the procedures and practices.
That falls
What
for
is
me. I
skills?
consider that as skills. Your ability to
Sure.
treat
So then
patients.
skills.
So you're doing it
Yes.
based on skills,
They
right?
get a placement based on skills. Sure.
What about the bottom percent of doctors and skills? Do we keep them as doctors or not?
What about the bottom percent of doctors under capitalism?
They get fired because they can't cut the cake.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's always going to be a bottom percent because that's how things work, right?
No, wait, stop. For the bottom percentage of doctors, do they keep their job?
Yeah, there will always be a bottom percent. If that, the better question is if
So you're
that
not-
doctor
so you're not gonna answer
does
my
not
question then.
actually. I'm answering your question, right? First of all, if there's 100 doctors and the 90th percentile is bad, then you just delete those. Now you have 90 doctors. Then if the bottom 10 is bad, then you delete those. Then you'll have 80. Like, you will always have a bottom. So one, that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
But what you're asking is what happens to the bad doctors. And if they're a bad doctor, then yes, they would lose their job.
But what if they don't want to be anything else but a doctor?
Then you would hope that they go back and get better education, do their better tests, and do better in their ability to commit to practice.
And you want the person that, hey yo, it's not the hardest worker, but still want to be a doctor working on you, or you want the person that like, yo, I want to make the most money and I want to be the best, or you want that person working on you? Do you want the dude
This
that's
is a
ego?
str-
Do you want the
What?
dude? Do you want
What?
the? Do you want the dude that's egotistical and want to be the best at the stuff that he does and want to make the most money? Pretty much a daggone narcissist. Do you want him doing working on you, or do you want someone that's doing it because I just want to help?
You're trying to compare like one
I
doctor
want
who's
the
like
person
not,
who's best at the job.
So you're not gonna answer my question.
Like, you
Got it.
added unnecessary things. That's like me.
Bro, you
What I
do
can
the
do, I
same
want the person that's
thing.
best at the job. Like, this is what you just did. You did this. You go, well, I'm going to give you two options. One person is going to be good at the job. And what I'm also going to add is say that the reason he's good at the job is because of money. Then I'm going to say the person that's not good at the job is because he just wants to help. You already framed the question in a way in which only makes your answer seem like the correct answer. That is what we call disingenuous.
So,
The
okay, so
answer is that
basically-
we want the person that's best at the job.
So in communism, so you're telling me capitalism, communism could agree on this. If you're not good at a job, you don't work that job.
Yes.
Okay. So what about jobs that people could do, but it's just gonna be kind of hard? How do you incentivize people to do those jobs?
Higher compensation. They're paid more.
Okay, you're telling me I could work at McDonald's, but all my basic needs are taken care of. What other reason would I have to want to do that? Pick up garbage?
That you get paid more, so now you can buy more things.
wait.
Luxuries,
Jay, hold on one
as
You
you
don't
say.
see like
Jay, hold
come
on.
on,
You've asked
so
this question a couple times. Hold on. Jay, you've asked Jay this question a couple times. Listen, let me speak directly from experience, okay? I have a friend that I used to work at a plumbing company with, okay? I worked underneath with this guy underneath houses, replacing drain systems. We literally had to deal with poop. I was at a house one time, I cracked a pipe open and a turd fell right in front of me. I needed to scoop that up and clean it, right, so that we could get back to work, okay? I didn't want to do that job. I quit. My buddy wants to do that job. You know why he wants to do that job? Because he gets to be alone, nobody bothers him, and he knows what he's doing, and he makes decent money doing it. I have actually talked to him about starting a worker-owned plumbing company. I told him, man, if you want to start a business when you get your master's, I'll come work for you. And he's like, yeah, man, definitely. But I was like, I want to do it. I would want to do it worker-owned. Like, would you be up for that? He's like, yeah, man, I would be up for that. He would be fine. And I can tell you why he would be fine in this structure. It would be because he knows that under that structure, he would make just as much or more money, and his guys would be more motivated to be doing a good job. Now, this is not Jay's structure. This is how we would plan to do it under the system that we currently have. But there are people who will do the dirty jobs because, number one, they want to do it. People leave them alone, and they know how the shit works, and it keeps them from being bored.
And you're not you wouldn't consider the money that they get from working those dirty jobs a bigger incentive?
So my friend, right? He makes something like 30 to 40K a month doing these drains, right? Doing these drain replacements, right? It's a ton of money.
So
I didn't want to.
You don't consider that.
Hold on. Okay. I didn't want to do the job, so I left. Okay. I do a job right now, right? It's okay, right? It doesn't make as much money, right? But it's easy, and I make a decent amount, right?
You're kind of
The amount of money. Hold on. 30 to 40K isn't enough for me to want to do that job, right?
You don't see how you're proving my point?
I just told you, right? He does the job. It's not just for the money. It's because people leave him alone.
So, what do you think the money is the biggest factor in it? Because he could do a lot of jobs that leave him alone. He could be an electrician. He could be a daggone diesel technician.
Don't ever tell a plumber to be an electrician. They don't like each other.
I know, I'm an industrial electrician. So like he could be yeah, I'm a Sparky. He could do that and be by himself. But he chose to do that, right? He chose that particular thing in plumbing because like he could do different types of plumbing too, right? Not necessarily working with fecal matter.
So here's the thing, right? So me and Jay, right, we're at different stages, right? So I'm more of the practical now, right? How I can work within the system and implement socialism to slowly get to communism. Jay is very much about theory and numbers and like the eventualities of how we get there, right? And this is where me and Jay disagree, right? So what I'm saying is for right now, my buddy, right, running his company in a socialist way would be able to make just as much or more as he currently does and have workers that would be able to work better and be happier at their job. And they're working better because they're happier at their job.
I got a question for you. Do you think that your buddy, right, that he would hire you as part of it, that like owning the business because y'all friends, or he'll hire you to that be owning part of the business because you're just someone that he hired? Like, let's say he hires someone right off the street. Will he give him part of business too?
He hired me because I'm smarter than him.
No, so do you think he will give you part of the business because he's cool with you, or even if anybody off the street walks into his thing, if he got his own company going, he said, "Yeah, I'll give you part of my business. You could own part of my business," or you're gonna say, "I'm gonna own my business. You're my boy, so I'm gonna hook you up." But these other people, no.
Well, that's not how the structure works. At least not in the current system that we have, right? So again, right, we have ESOP companies where workers own part of the company. They get it's like a stock options plan. So the better the company does, right, the more the pay goes up. And so my dad is a millionaire because of the company structure like this, right? So because he was getting more money, right, for doing the same job that he was doing at another business, he was able to. Well, he just liked them a whole lot. He worked longer. He worked. My dad was gone traveling all the time. Anyway, the way that this would work with hiring is that you would start off with a base salary, just like you do in every single business. Once you get the time in where you're getting trained for the job, you can get trusted. Then you're going to be doing things like earning more. I guess we'll say stock, for lack of a better word, right, in this company, which leads to higher rates of pay.
So okay, right. Let's say something happens to a company and they go into debt for like a couple $100,000. Do the employees that own part of the business, do they have to pay part of that debt?
So this is what we're talking about when we run businesses, right? So your businesses, with your revenue, you get your revenue, right? Then you have your cost of doing business, salaries, materials, all this other stuff. You are, of course, putting money into an account for either material expenses, insurance, emergencies, whatever. Like, it's not that you're gonna be like saying, "Hey, you know what? We had a truck blow up. You guys need to pony over $5,000 a piece to pay for this truck." It's like, no, the business being run responsibly has the funds to buy the new truck or the credit to purchase a new truck or whatever.
So
it's just how business.
No, I'm saying if something unforeseen happened, which goes into more debt than the current business is able to cover, do the individuals that's apparently co-op and own part of the business, do they have to pay part of that debt too?
Okay, I run a co-op and it's the expenses of the business. If the expense of the business is debt, then that means when we calculate revenue minus expenses, which equals profit, the profit would be distributed in accordance to percentage of the company owned.
So you're saying the people that own part of the business don't have to pay it if it goes into extreme debt.
No, because the business is a separate
Oh,
entity.
what?
You're okay, right? If you're gonna own the means of production, right? If you own the means of production, that means you should be liable for if something happens to it. If that company goes in debt, should you not be liable for that if you own the means of production?
The business is a separate entity. That's what LLCs are. Do you understand that? Have you ever?
Yes,
Here, let me try. I'll explain it.
A business is a separate entity, right? If that business goes into extreme debt, usually the business owner try to do stuff like file certain forms of bankruptcy. I believe is chapter 11, not chapter 7, like other people file chapter 11, where they could sell part of their business so they could help restructure their debt. You understand what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, here you go. Imagine the business as a separate entity. Imagine the business as a box.
I understand.
You can have one person that owns the box. That means if the box produces one apple and you have to cut half of it for debt, you split the rest of the apple with the people that own a portion of the box. So if the business goes under, then everyone who owns the business means that it also goes under. So I don't understand. You're not asking a complicated question.
The business is a separate entity, right? Like an LLC, limited liability company. An individual still owns that company, right?
Multiple. If it's a co-op.
So multiple individuals own that company, right? And if the
LLC, it is a co-op.
And if the LLC occurs a large amount of debt, someone's gonna have to pay that, right?
Which means the only way it could have occurred a large amount of debt would mean that all of the people that owned it agreed to that debt, and all of the people that own it would pay off the debt.
Okay, not necessarily. Okay, let's say they purchase more overhead and they don't bring enough revenue. Would that not put them in debt?
So you're talking about, right? So you're talking about the business takes out a loan, right? It gets underwater, right? What happens, right? So number one, right? When that happens to a regular single owner business, when that happens, workers get fired. So there's consequences for the workers anyway. If this was to happen to a group-owned business, right? If they needed to restructure debt, they're going to restructure debt. If they need to sell off part of the business, they might sell off part of the business. But that means that they're selling off maybe equipment or a storehouse or even a client list. There's more than just, the business goes over and the workers go into debt.
Can I step in here real quick in regards to this, because you're talking
Wait,
about
1 second. I want to say this one statement, and I want to clarify this whole workers co-op and all of these things. These are ways to operate under capitalism, but they are not socialism or communism.
Correct.
Go ahead,
you were talking about extreme debt, and I would like to point out just something that I don't see in this conversation when you're talking about businesses and extreme debt. Do you know normally how? I'm also, by the way, I have a t-shirt printing company, and I used to run my own trucking business as well. So, all right. So when a company normally takes on extreme debt that they are unable to pay, do you know how that normally happens?
Go ahead, explain.
It's not because of, well, first of all, most businesses, what they do, and it's very similar to the reason why people like right now, but Elon Musk is cash poor. He's not liquid. His value only comes in the fact that his stocks, and he borrows against his stocks. Businesses do very similar things where they will take on debt as a risk, so to be able to grow or whatever, and they're to avoid coming out of pocket. It's normally taught within capitalism that it's good to take on debt. And so a lot of businesses will fall under that. And that's normally what ends up leading to the failure of a business and to being able to repay the debt because they will overextend themselves. Normally, under co-ops and any kind of like worker-owned business, they don't grow in that same kind of mentality because you only grow you grow based on how you're producing. Like right now, my t-shirt print shop, the equipment I have, everything was paid out of pocket. The right now the business is just me. The plan is to build it into a profit share model. I haven't fully figured out which way I want to do that yet, but the business itself is not in debt in any kind of way. The only expenses the business has is its monthly rent and the cost of operations of the website and just, and the internet and things like that. Those are just your monthly expenses. Those can be cut in a heartbeat if you need to.
Okay. So let me ask my question again. In y'all system, if let's say you own a business and 10 other people work for you, right? They own a part of that business too?
Right.
No,
well, there's different
socialism.
models.
No one owns businesses under socialism and communism. You can't own a business.
Then what does it mean by the proletarian stuff like that owns the means of production?
That means that you have what are I'll better explain it this way. If you have a factory that makes t-shirts like the person above, under capitalism, I own the factory. Under socialism, everyone within the factory equally owns the means of production, whether this be at a worker's level, or you can have it to where the whole state owns all of the means of production. They own all of the factories. They own all of the coffee shops.
I need to know which one you're going to use specifically when you're talking about it, so I can know which type of question to ask. Are you saying it's going to be
It's not a matter of
workers?
specifically. There are different conditions.
I can tell you the plan.
Different states have different conditions, which means that they need different solutions.
So in your idea, is it the workers that work at that factory that owns it, or the government that owns it?
Well, I can tell you the way I'm planning on.
workers.
I can tell you the way I'm planning on structuring mine, but keep in mind we are still operating within a capitalist society, right? In a capitalist economy. So therefore, there are things under the ideals of socialism that we can't necessarily do within our current economic structure. But the way I'm planning on doing things right now, the business is just myself. When I start bringing in other people, we will start doing a profit share model. And at that point, because I personally came out of pocket for all the equipment and everything else. What I will end up doing is have the business itself become its own entity, which it already is, but it will essentially buy itself from me, where I no longer personally own it, and there will then be a board that actually manages and maintains the business. And from that point forward, if you are working within that business, you have ownership just like a normal co-op. But if you ever choose to leave that business, you also give up your ownership, and that then gets redispersed among everyone else that's working there. Very similar to how a workers' co-op would work. The business itself is its own entity with its own board of directors that handles the way the operations of the business go.
So let me explain this another way. When you're starting your co-op, right? The individual that creates the LLC is the one that takes on the risk. If something happens to that business, he's gonna end up being the one that pays for it at the end. So,
that depends.
So you tell me if
that depends.
You tell me that if you own a business or LLC and it goes into $100,000 to debt collectors, you don't gotta pay them back.
No, well, what I'm saying is it depends on how it's structured. Right now, my business is an LLC, and I am currently the sole name on it.
So is it a co-op, Dad?
Not at the moment.
It's not a co-op. So then that means that's not the answer to the question.
No.
If it's a co-op, then that means that everyone owns a portion of the business.
Well,
if it's one person that's starting the LLC host, then that means it's one person's business, which means it's not a co-op host.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly.
And he said he wants to make it into a co-op where people that work their own part of it.
He wants to do that. That hasn't happened yet. That means it's not a co-op yet.
Okay, the thing is, in general, for this idea where he's talking about people are owning part of the business, if people are owning part of the business, right? They have ownership. So if for some reason, I'm not getting too specific, for if some reason that business occurs a large amount of debt, who pays that off?
Everyone that owns it.
Okay, then that's what I was asking. So all the people in the business, all the people in that owns the business will have to pay off that debt. They'll own a portion of that.
The business itself, since they all own it, pay it off.
You don't understand that some people, they don't want to take that risk. Some people say,
They wouldn't be a part of the business.
So you don't understand how that wouldn't work. So you don't understand how that would work in communism. Why some people wouldn't want communism? They don't say, "Yo, I don't want to have to."
Doesn't make any sense. Oh my god.
So look, this is just one structure under capitalism, right? That's just a brief kind of alternative from it, right? Like I said before, right? This is where like me and Jay kind of like differ in our approaches, right? Because Jay is more well, I don't know. I don't want to talk for Jay, but for me, right? I want to try and deal with the problem or with the current situation by adding kind of like aspects of socialism to people's lives through their workplace.
Yes, which is one way of praxis. It's not that I disagree, but we're having a discussion about socialism and communism, and the host doesn't know what these things are. And by explaining co-ops to the host who keeps talking about debt and ownership, one, there's no debt under socialism. That's one. So all of these ideas that the host keeps asking questions about only relate to capitalism and has nothing to do with socialism.
So, okay, there's no debt in socialism, right? Do you have money? Is there money?
Of course you have money.
Okay, you have money. Can I take out a loan in socialism?
It wouldn't be a loan. It would be sure. The whatever manages the resources will provide you resources if you are building something that solves value.
Normally, instead of a loan, it would be the members buying into it, essentially, depending on the structure. Here's a perfect example within, like, when... are you familiar with housing co-ops at all?
We're not talking about under capitalism, Dead. We are talking about in socialism.
No, I know. I'm trying to... He is not... The host is not here in regards to where we are, what we're talking about. And I'm trying to present things in a way that will...
Yeah, I understand.
So, here in Michigan, especially over in Ann Arbor, there's like several housing co-ops, right? And the way these housing co-ops work is they're like condos, right? That and when you move into this condo, it's similar to like renting an apartment, except you're not renting an apartment. You're actually you buy and your deposit.
It's like in a condo.
Kind of, sort of, right? And everyone that lives, you own that property as long as you own that space, as long as you're there. You're not paying rent that will never go back to you in any kind of way. And when you do, should you ever choose to leave, what happens is like you don't just lose your money. You get your value back that you put into it, and you move on, and someone else takes that space.
So, Dad, I appreciate you explaining that. But, Dad, you're setting the host up on the wrong track, because what you just explained is something that happens under capitalism and is not relevant whatsoever
but
to the
we're
host's question about getting loans under socialism.
Okay.
We're operating under capitalism at the most, and the host right now only understands capitalism.
Okay, no, I understand that. I understand, y'all. I understand communism. I just think it's stupid and impossible to actually happen for America. But let's
understand
in the part of communism. You tell me
no,
because every time dude, the workers own the company, right?
They don't own it. They would decide who runs it.
So
they decide who runs it and where.
Who's responsible for the company? The owners, right? The workers, right?
So what would happen is, you know how in like the
can y'all answer my question? I just answered if the owners if the workers, people that work at the company, do they own it? Yes or no?
The workers own the company and they elect their own council, and the council is in charge of the company as they've been given power by the workers. The Senate. Does that answer your question?
So the workers own the company. So yes, the workers. So you're telling me the workers own the company.
They would decide where the profits would go, and it would go back into them. like work, like as in their housing and like public service.
I'm just asking you if you're agreeing with me that the workers own the company.
They would.
Yeah.
They would. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Anyone that's
We just took one small step
So to
forward. All right.
prevent the greed of the workers taking anything off the top, they would have to have an authoritarian government.
No, they
prevent
don't.
them
Gordon.
from doing
Where's
that.
your evidence? You're back again.
No, it's the truth.
Where's your evidence?
At gunpoint.
Where's your evidence for the bank?
Okay,
You keep talking about stuff
Look up
and you have
Anthony
no
C.
evidence,
Sutton.
Ward.
Look up
Where's
the
your
book
evidence?
the book that he wrote. He explains how Wall Street ties into it and how those specific economies and specific countries
Okay,
make
give it to me. I have my computer so I can look it up.
examples.
Where is it?
Perfect
So I can look it up.
examples.
Where is it?
No. Quick.
Just look up the book he wrote.
Look, you're telling
What
me that.
book? What are
have
you
all
talking
all your
about?
books.
Wait.
He wrote Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yo, Smurfsburg, quick thing. So we established that the workers own the company and the business, right? So if the workers own the company and the business, and they want to take out, they want to buy like another area. And they want to take out a loan. They can't take out a loan.
So what are you talking about?
If they
don't
want to
own it,
expand
decide
and they
who
don't
will
have,
run
and they don't
it.
currently have enough
Expand-
capital on
the
hand
people-
let me ask my
Okay.
question. If they want to expand and they don't currently have enough capital on hand to expand, can they take out a loan?
What is their need to expand?
Why would, first of all, the government would own the major corporation unless it's many. Like I would say, like at some point, the government intervention would happen.
Yeah, they would benefit the monopolist capitalists. They would benefit them.
What the
They would. They would. Yeah, they would. Because they have to deal with. They have to trade. They have to trade. Yeah, they actually make perfect economies for a monopoly because they.
The entire country is based off of monopoly. We all know that. We all know that.
Stop.
Do you realize there can't be monopoly capitalists
No,
under
no,
monopolies?
stop,
Do you not, like, does that not make sense to you, Board?
Stop.
No. We have laws against monopolies here.
Why
but we
did we
still have
create laws, Board?
for trust busting. It was like, who was it?
No, why did we create laws against monopoly? Why did they get created?
They
Because
get created
because there will be no
want to-
competition, and then you could charge
Right.
whatever price they
Right.
want.
Right.
Okay, so
Exactly.
great. So now,
And the same thing
why
happens.
Are monopolies a natural thing that happens under capitalism?
It
Yeah,
happens
that's-
in
instead of the
communism.
government
Yes, that's
regulation
why
is-
No,
America's
Clip,
not a
Clip,
pure.
if you're a
Yes,
comrade,
that's
Clip,
why
can you
America's
pause
not
for
a
a
pure
second?
capitalist. Yes,
Okay.
monopolies
Well,
happen
so
under capitalism,
monopolies
but
are
America,
natural.
America's not a pure capitalist.
Okay, what is
Okay,
pure
then explain to me
capitalism?
why
I'm
there's
sorry.
two
Pure
companies that own
capitalism
There is pure capitalism.
It's just a
What
free
is pure
market.
capitalism?
Just free
No, but-
market, no government intervention.
The government.
Okay, that's not pure capitalism.
Yeah.
That is what you call. That is a specific type of school
There are different types
of
of
capitalism.
ideologies.
There's
Okay,
no
well-
such thing as pure capitalism. There are different schools. There are Keynesian
exact same thing with
schools.
Okay,
socialism.
America's
There are
a
different
capitalist
schools.
country
Same with
with
communism, yeah.
socialist programs, is it not?
Everything that has
Social
ever led America
programs
to
is not
progress is
socialism.
I didn't say social programs with socialism.
You said socialist programs. There's no
Yes.
such thing as socialist programs. There
So
are
wait-
social programs.
There are
And social programs are
ideas
not
influenced by
socialism.
socialism.
So was the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917? Was it in 1917? I think so. Isn't it funny how it was created right after the Federal Reserve was created in 1913?
All you're
What the
doing
fuck?
is
Federal Reserve in America
Okay,
and
stop,
Bolshevik.
stop. Yo,
It all ties into it. It all ties into it,
Smorgasbord.
guys.
Let's just. I
You
just
see,
wanna,
that's that anti-Semitism, bro. I'm
No,
telling
it's
you,
not
bro.
Yo,
It's
yo,
coming,
that's their
bro.
MO,
Smorgasbord,
dude.
I
That's
just want to
It's
focus on
coming,
this.
bro.
Yo, stop. I just want to focus on this idea right quick. Hey, yo, stop.
Dude.
I just want to focus on this idea
Dude,
right quick,
that's
right?
their MO.
has
No,
feels
no, no.
and vibes.
Stop.
Immediate MO.
I just want to ask this question, right? If these workers want to expand their company, are they allowed to?
What are they
people that they
expanding?
elected
Let
to
me
So I
answer
just-
your
no,
question.
stop,
What
stop.
are they expanding?
If these workers want to expand their companies, are they allowed to?
When you expose
What are they
the truth,
expanding?
So you're not
call
gonna
it
ex-
anti-Semite.
You don't.
I'm
you shouldn't-
answering your
Why are you
question.
trying to
Why?
answer my question with a question? If I was
Okay,
to do
but
that to
you
you,
say
you will be like,
expanding.
answer the question.
In
now.
order to answer your question, you need to provide the full amount of data to understand what is expanding. What is expanding?
Your cop out.
Let's
Your
say,
cop out, Jay.
let's say
is
some of
you
these.
use-
Let's say
you
like,
say
let's say
that
half
people
of
that
these
call out-
workers.
that-
Board, stop
Stop,
talking
stop,
when the
stop.
host is talking. I'm
Let's
trying
say,
to listen to
hey
something.
yo, stop. Let's say half of the workers here, like there's about 10 total. Half of them want to say, you know what, we want to move, but we want to like but we still want to do the same thing we do. We want to all of us want to move, and we want to move to a different particular location, so expand the company. So it take
Socialism is
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So
then
can
the
they
state
take
will
out-
provide them the
can-
grant.
so they'll provide them
The
a
state
grant.
will provide them the grant, or they can use the money that the company generates to
What if they don't
expand.
make?
Yeah, they
What if
have
they don't
to
make
work
enough?
with it.
What if they don't have enough capital on hand? The state will provide them a grant, right?
Yes, they would
they
get
have
the
to-
resources from the state if they provide a value that the state believes is worth expanding in that other region.
So they can't take. So if the state don't say, if the state's like, no, we don't want to give you the money, they're not gonna give them money.
Then they can do it on
Yes,
their
of
own.
course.
As long as they have the money.
then they
So
can
they-
do it on their own.
So
The
what
pre-existing
you mean by
company
what you mean by
size
do it on their own? So
They can use the money that
if they need a
can
if they
use the
need a
money
lo-
the
if they
business
need a
generates to
loan,
expand on their own.
If they need a loan or you want to say a grant, and a grant you're not paying it back, right? When you say grant,
Yes, there's no paying it back.
okay. If they don't want to get a grant, they can't get a loan, or if they
There
can't.
are no loans.
A loan
Loans are-
requires them to pay it back. A grant allows them to make. The
I
money
know
back
that's
from the
why
government getting
that's
it
why I'm
from it.
distinguishing between the two.
There is a difference between it. Yes.
That's why I'm
Loans-
using them
loans are-
two separately. That's when you tell me
Loan-
that there is
loans
no
are-
loans, you can't go into debt under socialism, stuff like that. So you can't get loans, right? If you don't have enough
Loans
capital,
are predatory in nature.
if you don't have enough capital,
My-
if you don't have enough capital on hand, so
Then you shouldn't expand.
So you shouldn't expand. But so what if they want to move? What they can't do nothing about
If
that.
they don't have enough money to be able
That
to
is not
generate the
the
money
answer.
they got from the
Oh,
grant, they
God.
can't expand yet.
So you don't see how. So wait, you don't see how like if people want to do certain things, they're not allowed to do it. So you don't really get that much choice.
Okay,
They're
Okay,
allowed to.
Bro,
That's exactly
if you
what's
want to
happening
buy a
right there.
mansion right now, you're not allowed to do it. Like, what type of argument is this?
That's
and
not
let
an
me
argument.
answer your question
If I wanted
again.
to
I
buy
will
a-
answer it more directly. This is the answer. If they are a hospital and they specialize in brain surgery and they generate money, millions of dollars, but it costs $5 billion to build another hospital in New York. And they say, we want to provide these brain surgery services in New York. If the state, the communist state, says that there is a clear need for brain surgery services in New York, they will provide them the resources adequate enough to build the hospital in New York. If it is just a group of individuals and they decide that they want to build their coffee shop in Georgia, then they would use the capital of their coffee shop to build it in Georgia.
What is it? So so
doesn't
basically, you're telling me they couldn't take out a loan to expand in, right?
There are no loans because
So
loans
they
are
can't.
just figured that there's a
profits,
So
and
just
profits
okay,
is
okay.
capitalism.
I'm gonna just assume you're telling me you just told me they can't take out a loan and they can't take out a loan. So you're telling me if I want to take on a risk to do something with my money, I can't do that.
Oh man.
Okay,
Where are you
okay,
getting this from? Like, where are you getting that argument from?
Because
actually.
if I wanted to buy a farm right now, I would go to the bank and fill out the form to buy a farm, and they'll give me a loan and I'll pay them back. But under socialism, if I don't already have that money to buy a farm, I can't buy that farm unless first the government deems it unless the government deems your my farm good enough, then they'll say okay, we'll allow you to do it. But if there's already people,
Yeah, well, first of all, you have to have the proper qualifications, and also they have to deem it valuable enough. They're not going to waste resources if they like 1,000 other farms somewhere else. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
you'll
about
see-
priorities. If you're coming into a market that's already overinflated and like already oversaturated, they're not going to give it to you because it's not a priority. You can take your money that you have and expand what you want to do. Yes, no one's stopping you. But if you want the government to pay for that, you're going to have to
I
do
don't
it
want the
yourself.
government. I
Probably,
don't.
or
I'm
once
just,
you're big enough.
you're not seeing my point. Under
You achieve your
capital.
dream.
You're trying to get to a point where I'm trying to tell you can't do something when I'm telling you that there's a difference to it.
No, we say that again.
You still achieve your dream as a farmer if you just go and contribute and work at a farm, right? Under
You can just
socialism,
go
you
to a
build that
farm that
ownership.
already exists. You can just work at a farm that already
Yeah.
exists.
What if I want?
Yeah.
I can't. So I can't have my own. See, this is the thing. A lot of people
Because,
don't want.
dude, you
oh
have
my
your
goodness.
own
That's
Okay, let me finish my point.
Yeah, your own
Let me
farm.
finish my point about why a lot of people is not gonna get on board with this idea y'all have. Y'all telling people if they want to do a particular thing, they can't do it unless the government, which is gonna be the people, agree that your idea is good enough and we're sign off on it. If someone want to take a risk and do something by themselves
It's how you
under
prevent-
capitalism,
Bro,
if someone
bro,
want to take a risk and do
it's
something for
their
themselves
narrative.
under capitalism, they could take on the debt, the loan, and the risk of starting
Okay,
that business, and
so-
if that business fails,
There
that's
are
on them,
hundreds
right?
of millions of communists. There are millions
There are.
and millions
Why do
and
you think so
millions
many
of
poor people
communists.
can-
No, stop.
There
I
are
don't- wait,
communists
in
all
America?
across the world.
No, I don't live.
You are
I
trying
live
to
in
say
America.
because you don't
There's
agree
millions
with
of
one
communists.
thing, because you don't understand one
They're
thing. You
globalists.
don't.
They're
That this
globalists.
means that other people won't agree with it.
In America,
You need to better
specifically.
understand communism.
I know a lot
No,
of people
stop.
that
You
have
tell me
more
that I
social
need to
ideals
better
than
understand
capitalists.
communism. You don't even understand the people that don't like communism. You think, oh, I
Yes,
gotta,
I do,
No,
because
I
I
do,
was
but
one
we
of
do.
Let
them.
me. You think if I just,
I used to be
you just
capitalist.
say if I just talk to these people, I could convince them because I fell for the communist trap too. You think just because you talk to these people, explain you're being exploited, they're be like, oh yeah, you're right. When people's gonna say, you know what,
Okay.
I'm willing to trade
Host,
my time,
I
labor, and
told you
resources
earlier,
for
it is not my
money,
job
and
to
you saying
convince
that.
Let me drop down. Let me drop
It is
down. so
not
you
my
can
job to
let
convince
Yup up.
people.
Let
I
Yup up.
told you this earlier.
Host, let this
It is
guy
no
let
one's
Yup
job.
up. He will, dude. He will mop the floor with these commies. Drop me down and let Yup up. He'll
wait.
mop
Of
the
course,
floor.
board, because you have no
All right,
evidence.
then.
So leave, board.
Yeah, you should drop Smog. That's a good idea.
Okay, America right now. I'm only talking about America. I'm not talking about the world. How many communists do you think America has? Like a percentage wise. You know, I'm not gonna ask
sure,
you
but
for
I
exact source. You could just give me a
I'm
percentage of
not
what you
sure,
think.
but I do remember
That's
that
a
there
really
was
hard
a
number to
recent
pinpoint.
survey that went over the fact that the younger generations of Gen Z, Gen X, and Millennials are ranking higher and higher for their not liking of capitalism, which is one of the points of the survey, and two, their direction or leaning towards
So
socialism and communism as
you don't
being
have
a
a
solution.
you don't have a number currently right now, then, right?
There are no
Let's say,
numbers of anyone
Okay.
with any political ideology.
Okay, I could give you
Like,
I could
you're
give you a number.
asking for things that
I
are
could give you
impossible to measure.
It's not impossible. Would you consider the
You can make a guesstimate.
Would you consider conservatives and Republicans that are against communism and socialism?
Of course they are.
And
Democrats too.
half the country is Republican or conservative.
So I just did like a literally 3-second Google research, and it says 42% of Americans have positive views on socialism.
So half the country
Yeah,
is
too.
against socialism and communism.
So there you go, half the country. Now
Okay,
what?
right? So how are you gonna get this half of the country that don't want to contribute or participate in your form of government over to your side? You say
Okay.
I don't gotta convince them. It's not my job to convince them. So if you're saying it's not your job to convince them, you're basically saying it's impossible to do.
No.
Show them the bet.
No.
Show them
Was
that
every
it's better
single
than
person
capitalism.
under the feudal systems ready for capitalism? Did they all agree with capitalism under feudal
how did
societies?
how did that
They
happen? Did
agree
that
with it
happen
because they don't
peacefully
know
or
anything
through
else.
war? Did that happen peacefully or through fighting? The transfer from from America being under a king, did that happen just, oh, you know what, America, y'all could become a democratic republic or a representative republic? Did that happen or did they have to fight? When forms of government change, there's gonna be some fighting involved. It doesn't just happen like, you know what?
So if that's
Y'all
how
could just-
history has always been,
If that's how it has
so
to
if that's
happen,
how
then so
history
be it.
has always been, why do you think it would be different in the future?
See,
Why
why
you
did you
think
say
it's gonna be
that then? I asked you this multiple times,
Well, I
and you
didn't
have
say that
yet to
because
say
we
that.
have no idea what it will be like. The
See,
Nordic
no-
nations
no one's saying it's
became
gonna be
democratic.
your whole thing is,
the
I
Nordic
don't know, I
nations
can't see
became
the
democratic
future.
socialists.
Your whole
The
thing
Nordic
is, I
nations
don't know.
became sock dem.
Your
The
whole thing is,
Nordic
I
nations
don't
are
know.
sock dem. They did
Your
not
whole-
become sock dem through revolution.
Your whole
So
thing for
you
America
cannot
is,
answer
I
what the
don't
future
know.
looks like.
Your whole thing is, I don't know, so I can't answer that question. So if you don't know and you can't
You
answer that
Your whole
don't know.
argument is that you live in a successful country that has existed for years, and you're basing an argument off a theory that has been put down by America.
exactly,
You're right now
we
living-
put our necks on the, we put our boots on the
Why
necks
do
of
they have to fight
socialists and
so much against
communists.
communism
Because
so weak?
fuck that
If
shit.
it's
I don't
so-
want to be a commie.
If it's so weak, why do they have to go fight for
It's
it
not
so many
that
times?
so
and why did
weak.
they
If
lose
we
the
don't
war?
like that
Why
shit,
do
we don't
still
like
fight?
it. It's not. It's
Why
not.
don't we like it?
It's
Why
nothing
don't we
about
like it?
weak.
Bro,
we don't like
what?
that form of government, and we don't want it over here.
Why don't they? Why doesn't the rich people like communism?
No, it's
Because
not
it will get
over
rid
here.
of the
I
rich.
didn't.
Invade
Wait, stop.
nations.
I didn't say the rich people. I gave you
Invade.
all the arguments I gave you right now was why I don't like communism and why if y'all try to bring this to America, y'all gonna have to get it through the blood. Y'all gonna have to fight for that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
That's
Like
totally
we
true. It
gonna
could
put
be.
our boots on y'all necks, big dog. Like y'all, that's just not.
Oh my God.
I
Like,
mean,
come on now.
okay, like I
You're
think
picking the fight
you're
with the
saying
wrong
something like
people.
as if this is a profound
You're the one that's
statement
escalating
to
to war.
say,
You're
right?
saying
Like
that
it's
we
I'm
not
not saying this-
profound.
I'm not
When we
saying it as
consider the fact,
I never
any
said it as
position,
a profound statement to make. I just said that a lot of y'all ignored the reality. A lot of y'all try to act like,
No one
oh,
ignores it.
you're just y'all being idealists to say, oh, all we gotta do is educate these people on their oppression, let them know that they're being taken over, not taken over, they're being oppressed and they're being what is it, financially abused and they're not getting the full value of their labor because
saying
of
like
the
that's
you're
not
black.
bourgeoisie.
How did you
You're
get
literally
rights
saying
in
like that's
America?
not true.
How did you
Listen.
get rights in America? You're
First of
black.
all,
How did you get rights in America?
I'm Haitian. I was
Socialist
born in
movement
Haiti.
gave you rights.
I'm Haitian.
Yeah, so
Socialist
you
movement
live in
gave
I'm
you
America.
Haitian. I was
Do
born
you
in
live
Haiti.
in America? Yeah,
let
so
me,
Dodd, do you live in America?
you gonna let me talk?
Yes.
I'm Haitian. I was born in Haiti. For Haiti to get their freedom, they had to fight for it. For America to free the slaves, they had to fight for it. So what are you talking
And to
about?
That's
free
not
the
what I
poor
asked.
working
I
class,
asked
they will
about
have to fight
rights,
for
right?
it.
You're Haitian and you live in America now. That means most likely you're a citizen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you vote?
Yes. I voted for Trump.
How did
So-
you get the right to vote, which came after being freed as a slave? How did that happen?
That happened in between
You're saying
1860 and
it
1865 when they
happened
had
from
the
a civil war.
the Civil War, and then after
No,
the
no,
Civil
no,
War,
no,
there
no.
was
The
a
right to
13th
vote
there was a
wasn't
13th
from the Civil
Amendment.
War.
There was a 13th Amendment which freed the
After
slaves,
the
a
Civil
14th
War.
Amendment that gave the slaves citizenship, and the 15th Amendment which gave them the rights to vote.
And they all
And you know
didn't
what
come at
happened
the
right
same
away in the
time.
South?
They
You know
didn't
what-
come at the same time.
The 13th,
And you know what
14th,
happened
15th
right
was
away
in the
after
same
those laws
period.
passed? And you know
Oh,
what happened
Lord
right
have
after those
mercy.
laws
Let's
passed?
get back to
Lord have
reason. It's
mercy.
the ideas that suck with communism. Nobody wants them except the young that don't have a penny. That's basically it.
The angry.
Wow.
It's
Great.
because
Is
it's the people that are jealous of
Do you
people that
have
have
evidence to
stuff.
prove that?
The bitter, angry.
Yeah. Do you have
people.
any evidence to back that up?
It's
There
true.
must not be
plenty.
any senior
Let's
citizen
start looking
communist.
at bank
There's
accounts.
literally
No, there
no
must not be
evidence that
senior citizen or rich communists. So
there's
please
literally
back
no
that up.
evidence that America could become communist.
That makes no sense. You can't make evidence for the future. Like that literally.
The fact
it is
that
such
half
an
the
illogical
the
question and
fact that
statement.
half the country is against that, and the dude brought up the thing
And
that said
the
it's
people that-
44%.
Can I say-
That means that
can I say
at
something?
least 50% is against that, and y'all gonna have to
Okay,
get it
in
from get it out of
1980,
years,
in
are those
1980,
people
most
gonna be
people
alive?
would have told you that a black person was never going to be president because most people in
What does
America
that have to
were
do with
against black
anything?
people. Most people in America would never vote for a black president.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
And then guess
I just
what
realized
happened
I'm
in
So
black.
now you're
2008?
telling us a different
Oh,
story.
oh
that
shit,
Guess
oh
what
shit, oh
happened in
shit, oh shit.
communism.
You guys. I realize I'm black. Oh my goodness. I should be a communist. Come
Okay,
on now.
can I say
Stop
something?
bringing up me being black to
What?
try to prove your point. I'm making a joke. I'm
No,
being
that is
facetious.
not what I said. I said in the 1960s, 70s, or 80s, most Americans would have never voted for a black argument back then.
No,
which
it's
would
not
have been,
different. It's
if most
completely different
Americans would
situations
never
and times.
most Americans will never vote for a black president, then that means a black president will never come.
Because you find a
And
topic
guess what
where somebody,
happens?
some
you-
ideas
there-
prevailed.
you don't-
You're saying communism automatically prevails. Is that your argument?
No, nothing automatically prevails. The argument is that
Absolutely,
you
right.
don't know what the future looks like and you
Yes.
can't make assertions about the future. That
And
is
neither
the
can you.
argument.
And neither can you.
Because that's
So,
reality.
Can I say something?
And you're right, neither can I. And
You
that's
see the
been my
thing.
whole
You see the
point
thing
with the
about this.
host.
You see the thing
That
about
is
this.
the
When
whole
people,
point. Neither
try
one
to-
of
at
us
least
can
when
make
people try
any
to
assertions of the future.
when people try to change these stuff, they at least have an idea of what they want to do. They at least have like, this is our plan, our
And we
blueprint
have
of what
an
we
idea.
want.
And we've given you
No,
that
no,
idea.
no,
you
many
just-
times.
I
I asked you for your blueprint from getting A to B. Every time I asked you for a blueprint from getting A to B, you said, "Oh, I don't know the future. I can't make that."
Oh my God. Did the capitalists know how capitalism was going to come in feudal societies from A to B?
Let's talk about socialism.
Like
Do you have a plan?
can't find one point in
Oh, you can't
history.
answer that?
Find one single point in history
You have
where
such a
a
convenient argument
change in
saying that it already
historical
exists.
development was planned from A to C.
The
Can you
difference-
find
So you
one
have a
single
hope.
point?
In
Is that you're hoping that this will
1770,
happen.
I
Because
think
that never
1776, the Americans came together and said, "You know what? We don't want to be under this form of the British government, and we want to fight for our rights to self-determination." And they were like, "Because y'all want to give us this thing, we're gonna do this." And then they said, "You know what?
What does this
We're
have
gonna
to do with
fight
anything?
for it." They wrote the
And
first,
then
the
did
first,
they know
the
that they were
first
going to
type of the first type of document they wrote that was the Declaration of Independence, then the Article of Confederation, and then the Constitution. They planned it.
And
They pretty
then
much
guess
planned
what
it.
they did? Guess what they did? Guess what? They then later changed the governmental state. They amended the Constitution. They amended all of our documents. They expanded west because they did not know that America on the first day versus on today would look the way that it does. It is unrealistic.
It's
Jay,
a
you can't even get a
independent
candidate, the socialist, let alone
it's
communist.
wild
You
to
can't
me that
even
you
get him
can't
on the
concede
ballot.
on this.
You can't even get a socialist candidate. Bernie can't get any votes. And you're
about the
talking
millionaire
communism.
Bernie?
Bernie is not a socialist candidate. What are you talking
I know,
about?
and he's the closest thing you'll ever get to it.
Yeah, I don't know what point you're
He
trying
was
to make.
close.
It's not.
Yeah, the point is
Comes out
that
and
you're
admits
you're
it.
way out of your league because this stuff is never going to happen. It doesn't even happen with mild socialists.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yup, you shared some great information. Like I don't know
Well,
what.
so did
So
you,
basically, you're
right?
agreeing. So basically, you're agreeing that there's no plan to get from what we have now to socialism. There's no plan.
No, there is a plan. It's mutual aid, political education, and as it shows, more and more people, as time has gone on in the decades, since 2008, actually, with the run on Wall Street, more and more people have been siding on the left for their politics. So
Yeah, it shows. You
More,
can't even get on the
more
trend
people have been
continues.
signing on the left for their politic. Yes, President Trump won in like such large numbers. If people were signing on the left for politics,
Exactly.
they would have voted for more. Come on, Trump won the popular vote too. So you're some. So Trump.
Yeah, I
so
don't
they're
think.
reali-
I don't
when
think.
people
that's-
fall into these forms of like, they did all this like progressiveness stuff that always leads to socialism and communism. When they brought this on, they realized, wait a minute, that shit ruined the economy, and we don't want to live under that. And the pendulum swung even further further to the right. Just saying, what
Okay.
do you
I'm
understand
gonna
what I'm
need
saying?
counter evidence. I'm gonna need counter evidence, but I will respond back to what you said. There
Well,
are
isn't it
something
interesting
called
how
trends,
communism was
right?
founded
If
after
the
the Federal
trend that
Reserve,
shows
and they
that the
claim
younger,
they never dealt
more
with the
and more
bankers.
of the younger generations are becoming leftists, more and more of them at an exponential rate. And if more and more people at an exponential rate are becoming leftists, in 20 years and 30 years and 40 and 100 and
Let me
300 and
remind you that
700.
young people become old people.
Wait, isn't Gen Z more
Let me
future
remind you
change.
that young
Wait,
people
wait.
become old people. And they
Isn't
change their minds.
stop. Isn't male Gen Z more conservative now?
Like, if we're going to continue to have these hypothetical discussions, I'm not going to
Yes or
continue
no?
the discussion.
Is male
I
Gen
don't
Z
know the
voters more
future, neither
conservative?
does Yup, and neither do you.
Is male
Yes,
Gen
they
Z
are.
voters more conservative?
I'm not sure, are they? Why are you
No,
asking?
because you just made the statement that more and more voters are going towards to the left. Male Gen Z
Yes,
voters
it has been
are
exponential.
becoming more conservative, and it's the females that are becoming more to the left and more to that socialist stuff, because that's some woman stuff. Socialism is some woman stuff, to be honest. Like, come on now. So like,
Yeah.
you want me?
I think that's about the end of it for me, because clearly, I mean, the knowledge
Then
and
go,
the
bro. Oh my
intellectualism about the
goodness.
discussion is
Like,
left.
damn, bro. Get
Goodbye.
off.
You don't need a.
Damn,
Yeah,
like,
goodbye.
I think I'm gonna go
Jeez.
because the knowledge and intellect. Because, bro, I just made a statement. More and more males are becoming. You just said more people are becoming socialist and progressive. I just said no. It's proven that male Gen Z are becoming more conservative than the female. The females are going to the left because that's feminine stuff. Because everyone says when you have a woman-led society, it becomes more egalitarian, right? So isn't that like some of the stuff of socialism and communism? Just because it's not.
I want to.
Go ahead.
So I would agree with you that young Gen Z men are actually becoming more attracted to the right. I think when we say left, like when we say leftist, we're talking about anti-capitalist or like not liking the system of capitalism.
You know the
So there's
overturned window?
I don't think overturned.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No,
They
What's
try
that?
to convince you that communism is better than capitalism. This is the whole argument, and that's the problem. That's the problem with their dangerous rhetoric. Is they lie and they pander and they say whatever you want to hear for it to happen, and then once it happens, then it immediately transforms into a authoritarian
Of course.
dictatorship.
Of course.
And that's what's the dangerous rhetoric that they're preaching.
You can
And
paint a rosy picture if you don't live in it, and that's what they do.
I got
Right,
a question for the
exactly.
commies. I got a question for the commies. How do you
I
get?
think
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think social media is not going more like capitalist, not socialist. It's going more capitalist and like fascistic and like more violent towards minorities in recent years. I don't think it's becoming more socialistic. I think the young men, like Gen Z men, are questioning capitalism more often, but they're going on to the right because they want reactionary solutions to it, like to blame minorities and stuff. But,
what you mean by reactionary solutions?
Expose the problems in the funding, the system, the problem in our system now, which is there's nothing wrong with that. It should be happening. It should have happened a long time ago. But under communism, communist countries, which are known factually to be more greedy and more corrupt, that's the way we're going, and that's the issue.
Oh man, no. Okay, how old are you?
Say that again.
I'm sorry.
I'm 23. I'm 23, right? And a lot of like my friends who are not communist but do care about economics, they're more and more talking about how like the system is flawed and they're having to do way too much work to get by. That's what I'm talking about with working class consciousness, is that a lot of people my age are realizing that this system is so like flawed when it comes to making money for yourself. And that's what I think Jay was talking about, and what the statistic about socialism was talking about, where people are getting more and more like distrustful of capitalism, especially
well, that's what's scary, because your system is even more distrustful. Your system is evil.
No, stop.
It is.
Even with the people coming up that singer, right? We had 4 years of some of the most progressive, some of the most left, and you're gonna say that it's not on the left, because anything on the right of socialism is far right. Okay, but I'm not talking. But when you know what I mean when I say on the left, I'm talking about not conservative, daggone communist, socialism, progressive, leftists, and liberals. That's what I mean when I say the left. And then you got the right, which is the daggone conservatives, Republicans, and there's more factions, but I forgot the other ones.
The problem is with communism, you can call it whatever you want.
I want to address what the host said. I want to respond to the host.
So wait, let me finish.
Yeah,
we had some of those policies. Wait. We had some of those policies under Biden, right? And when people got a taste of that, they ran to the right. Like, come on. And you're trying to say it's because they're blaming the immigrants. They want to find someone to blame because y'all trying to say Trump is one of those age group where they blame a particular group of people. And they're just like, no, we saw for ourselves these stuff y'all are doing. We just didn't like it. So like, and like, come on, like, and the fact that liberal people that lean to the left are having less children, that means the people on the right that has more children are going to teach their children the same ideology they have, which is going to make that the conservative ideology spread even more.
Lars, look up the history. Look up the history behind every single communist country. Not one is a good example. They all are authoritarian and a dictatorship. And if you were to fall for the guise of it being a utopic society where everyone will be treated almost as equal, is very delusional and scary. And you have to understand that this is a game. It's a game. It's a mind control.
Lars, you said it's going to happen.
How can you be so naive? What makes you so naive that you're going to believe somebody above you is going to be so gracious to give you what you deserve and not get it to themselves?
Exactly.
That's capitalism. Believing that somebody above you is going to take care of you.
No, socialism is exactly that. Some governing society that is the elite that tells you what you can have.
It's not going to save you.
No. Okay. Quick question, Lars. How do you get from what we have now to socialism? You can't just say, "Oh, we're just gonna educate them. We just gotta keep teaching them, and then tell them how they're being oppressed, tell them how they're taken advantage of, and their labor."
About the revolution,
huh?
Through violence.
No,
he says the revolution.
Actually, that's not the only way. Actually,
it's the main way. Yeah, it's the main way, if not every way.
Hey, let him speak.
Part of the capitalists gaining power when they were going against feudalism was that their economic output and the control over it was growing faster and faster, and so then the feudal society productions weren't able to keep up, and so the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie class, was gaining more and more power through that, right? That's political power. Now, for the workers to do the same thing, they have to take more and more ownership over the means of production. And the bourgeoisie has instituted state violence, aka the police and the military, in order to suppress the workers.
No,
So,
but the communist,
actually, this,
the communist governments
I'm
do.
sorry,
Wait,
I'm
wait,
sorry,
wait,
I'm
wait.
gonna
Let
keep
him finish real quick. Let him finish real quick. I want to hear. Let him finish. Go ahead.
So this idea of a revolution, right, and what you're so opposed to, this is actually us workers performing self-defense against a state that has armed police officers and military officers to suppress the claiming of ownership over which they are entitled to, because the capitalists did not work for the things that they are selling and
Oh,
the
really?
value generating. No,
Wait,
they're
wait,
not. They're
So
not.
wait,
you
stop.
self-proclaim that you are the owner, right? That sounds fair.
Laborers are
Self-proclaim.
doing it.
Okay,
Laborers create the value.
you keep telling us that we just gotta tell the people that they're being oppressed because they don't know they're being oppressed. What if people say, you know what, I'm willing to exchange my labor for this amount of money, and this idea that you came up, I don't agree with it. Like, you don't understand. Like, it's either it's impossible, or like if it starts to rise, we gonna put our boots on your neck.
Well, host, yeah, that willingness that you're talking about, that willingness to work for somebody else for a wage, that is something that the bourgeois society has conditioned into the working class. It is a willingness to accept the exploitation that is conditioned into you from the moment that you're born. Like, as a
What if
child.
I told
even.
you you've been conditioned? You've been conditioned to
Yes.
believe
then-
ideas that don't work.
If I'm conditioned,
Ideas
how
that
do
are frightening.
you keep on telling me these ideas? Because this is not the first time I had a conversation with the communists. I do this live like from time to time. And if I'm
They claim
conditioned,
that they're
how do you change my mind? How do you there's
the
like
communists,
they
the ones
always
that are
tell
trying
me-
to buy you.
No, they always tell me I
The
need to
ones that
read
are-
this book, I need to do this, I need to do that. And I'm like, I don't care about that shit. I want, like, there's like, you can't just say
The ones
if
that
you
are
read
trying to
all 10 of
convince
these
you-
books, then you'll be communist.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
okay,
but the ones that are trying to convince
Wait, go ahead.
are
Wait,
trying-
Forrest, real quick, go ahead.
the ones that are trying to convince you are trying to claim that when this communist utopia is a stateless society, and that it everyone has their own means of owning production or being part of production, but it's almost like they're claiming to be an anarchy, but it's almost contradictory of what they're even trying to say. But
I know.
Well, Smorg, what's an anarchy to you? What do you mean by anarchy?
With no form of government, but you claim
Yes.
that communism is almost no form of government.
Structureless, classless.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to that.
But
I'm gonna
it's
talk
not
to that point.
true. Yeah, exactly. That's not.
Look at
It's
that
not.
point.
It's not true. And there is a class, a government that comes in by force, and then they force every individual into a certain skill level job through basic forced assessments, and then they force them into a particular job. And if you do not work, you get put into a basically a concentration camp, if you don't want to call it that.
No, that's not what communists
Oh,
want.
wait.
They do.
You remember,
Let's
Lars,
look
you
at
remember when you
anarchy.
said that we're going to put you in facilities and stuff like that if you don't want to participate in communism
Exactly.
and socialism?
Yeah, this is a long-term care facility.
Facilities. In this argument, it's facilities.
Let him talk. He got
Here's the
to
thing, actually, we're able to undo that conditioning. So long-term care facilities aren't even really going to be needed because people are able to.
You're going to need them for me.
themselves.
Dude, propaganda through communism.
Hey, yo, y'all keep cutting him off. He's like,
problem.
he's the only one that's
No,
talking
he
for the
stopped.
commie side. My bad.
But he.
I don't address the part of anarchy because the Smorg referenced anarchy, right?
No. Communists that are trying to convince people that are like against the system, against the elite, against the whatever, are trying to convince that they are a stateless society, and it's not. It's not a stateless society. Like, believe me, like I'm not for the man. I'm not for the.
So it's not like when the revolution
I am
happens that we're going to get rid of the state.
and I
You
do
get it?
agree with capitalism because I think it has progressed us as human beings. Capitalist has progressed us further than any form of government, and communism would only regress our way of life. It would regress our progression into the future, and
Okay,
and
so
it would be
you're talking
authoritarian.
and shooting a lot of points. I got to respond to like one at a time.
No, but I'm just saying. I'm just telling you, it's a dangerous rhetoric.
A lot of things, but let me talk. Let me respond.
You believe
So-
this?
I'm not somebody rude. You're just talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the anarchy thing about this stateless society, right?
Dude, you're pivoting from.
Hey, no, let him finish. Let him finish. Don't cut him off.
Go
please.
ahead. I won't say nothing.
Okay, so this stateless society that you're referencing is not something that's going to happen overnight. it is the goal for humans to be able to democratically take care of themselves, right? Using the resources that we have available in the capital. And the state that exists today only exists for the capitalist class, which uses it to enact laws and mostly violence against the working class that are not in line with the vision that the bourgeoisie wants. So in order for the common man or woman to have that democratic say in their vision and like what they want for life to happen, like a true democracy, it needs to work for the workers of society. And so as time goes on, as people develop more and more, how do I say this, democratic ownership over where they work and what they produce in society, then society will need less and less of the state, which exists right now for the bourgeoisie. So when the workers take over it, the function of the state is going to diminish. It'll still probably be there, but it'll become less and less violent towards the working class.
And not less more. You're saying it's going to become less corrupt and less greedy, and that there won't become another bourgeoisie. I mean,
exactly.
No, that's not true. It's just a cycle. It's
based on what are you making these assertions? Based on what?
Well, this is the natural progression, because once the people start to democratically govern themselves and not have a different class govern them, then the idea is that the class antagonisms would go away.
Well, that's not the natural progression of what's been in the past, for sure. The natural progression has been actually quite the opposite.
So if you're referencing the managerial class that took power in the USSR over time, that is a problem, and that did contribute to one of the downfalls of the USSR, which was the proletarians not having democratic power that they should have. And so
why do you think that would not happen again? What convinces you that's not going to happen again?
The tools for democracy, but
wait. We don't want democracy. We don't want democracy. You know that, right?
You don't want democracy?
Do you know what you do know the difference between democracy and a republic? And I'll say to you, democracy means every time someone who's elected. Like every time we have an issue, everybody has to take a vote on it, and that way we could have majority rule and like the minority of people being oppressed. And a republic makes things go slower and more deliberate, where you have people that like not everybody's directly voting. It's just like a couple people that's directly voting for everything. So that's why I like it better, because let's just say if 50% of the population wanted to vote against something, they could do that. But in democracy, you have people they were able to challenge that, and they're able to go democracy in a constitutional republic that we have set up currently. The minority is still able to challenge certain things that could be like super harmful and super bad for the people. Then that means they have to get like super majority votes to pass certain things.
Right, and I'm for a democratic republic. I do support that idea. I think that's one of the best forms of governance. Right?
Well,
I mean, we can agree on that.
Well, okay. Well, so the communists say that they have a democratic republic. They have a democracy where they vote for a certain leader, but that is always rigged, especially in a government like that. It is always rigged. It is always.
Can you explain, like, in detail or elaborate?
Well, okay, for instance, like everybody claims that communists have like, oh, we have a regional leader that we elect, and it's almost like they're saying that they live in a basic same society that we live in today here in America, that we vote for this leader, and we all vote for who we think is going to be the best for our well-being. And then the problem is that leader that you communists say you voted for, you didn't. It was forced upon you. You had to vote for him. And so that's the problem. It's a forced thing.
What do you mean by their force?
They hide it under the guise because for international reputation, they hide it under that guise that they have votes.
Who forces them to work for that, though? If the worker revolution is successful, then who's the ones that are trying to make him, like, who are force people to vote for one particular candidate?
The people that are forced that don't want to go into the facilities.
The one that's in power, the government that is in power, that would vote would be claiming that after you guys take power through violence, when you take power, then you have rigged votes because you're the ultimate leader, because you have to have a form of government to do the jobs that we need to be done in society. But it would
Right.
Communism cannot tolerate other ideas, or else it is
Working class would
threatened
be
and
one
it dissolves. And that's why they need to have this hand fist approach to, how they govern. They can't allow other ideas. They can't allow other forms of government. Once communists take power, that's the only thing that can prevail. And that's not
It's
good.
dangerous. It's scary.
And
It prevents. It helps us, not go back in society. Like we have that here
No, it'll
in
force us
America
back.
with. And do you think America can elect
wait,
itself
quick
back
thing.
into
Lars,
feudalism?
remember what time you said about between capitalism and daggone feudalism? Capitalism was able to produce more and outcompete feudalism, right? Have socialism ever outcompete and outproduce capitalism?
No.
Actually, I mean, the USSR did industrialize very quickly, but the economic system of socialism is not known to be necessarily dependent on revolutionizing the technology to produce as capitalism is. So you could maybe say in theory capitalism is better at producing a bunch of stuff.
You said one of the ways you told me that capitalism was able to overtake feudalism is through outproducing them. Can your ideology or have that ever outproduced capitalism? Because if y'all try to outproduce us, we'll start putting. Go ahead.
Well, it wasn't just that it could outproduce; it was also the ownership, right? The bourgeoisie class was the people who owned those things, and as they got stronger, right, they had more power and they could overthrow the feudal class. So, what the workers need to do is to realize their exploitation, work together to claim ownership of the means of production, and that way there can be a more democratic rule of the proletarians, and
they'll just create another elite class. They'll create another elite class that'll take power by brute force. It'll be an authoritarian government. So
wait. There's another way you could screw this idea over, right? Do you know how many Pew Research study, right? 49% of small businesses have 1 to 4 employees and stuff like that. There's a lot of small businesses, right? Are you gonna take over those small businesses too?
Like during the revolution,
Be exploited.
Because are the people that work at the small business
are
they being
exploited?
exploited?
Yeah, they're going to extract wealth from it. Yeah, they're going to
have employee ownership. Like who's owning that? Like when you say these small businesses, right? If it's one owner and let's say 3 employees, what we would do is try to democratize the ownership of that.
So you told me that this dude worked hard for this thing all his life, and you're gonna take away his stuff from him because he has 3 people working for him
And democratize it.
Well, it's not necessarily that we're taking it away from him, right? He would still have some ownership there.
He would have some.
There.
So you took my bad. You're not taking the thing from him. You're taking 80% of it away from him.
They're claiming to take over the infrastructure.
And the person who just walked in the door, he gets 20% or 30%.
Yes. So you're claiming to take over the existing infrastructure and then claim that every worker in every position are going to agree to a certain wage or a certain kickback as ownership, or you think that they're going to be able to do that through taking the existing infrastructure? Is that what you're saying? Or do they build an actual business themselves? So say they built it from the ground up, the workers, your concept of the workers that built this business. How are they? So you're saying that there's different levels of skill that requires to run that business. And so so in that business, if they did it from the ground up as the workers, which one, as far as the one running the numbers, the one that's actually managing the company versus, and it depends on the type of industry also. There's got to be many different industries, I would think. So in that case, when they figure out the ones that are managing, the ones that are doing the production aspect of whatever the commodity is, there's got to be commodities too, which are worth something. So
let me respond. So these leaders, right, the people who are crunching numbers, or the ones with the most skill, let's say, or the overseers, the supervisors, the managerial class, right? What do we do when we recognize that these people in these businesses are basically the more crucial employees.
Well,
They pay them more, right?
yeah, they pay them
Wait,
more
my bad.
because
You'll
they have many
compensate them better.
projects. They have different. Yeah, there's
No,
different-
that's not allowed. That's not allowed.
No,
Yeah,
they
you know,
say,
you can compensate them better. They have more value.
so see, that's the
Well,
thing.
I thought
In the
everybody
current system,
gets
we do
paid by
that.
the hours they work, not what the skills they bring.
In the current system we have, we do that right now. If you're more valuable,
No,
you get
no,
a business. If you're not as
No,
valuable
hold on.
as productive,
That's not how the
you
pay-
get you work for the business.
No, the payment system in America works as an hourly wage that you agree to, or a salary, right? And even if you're a CEO, you can get like some bonuses and like excess contracts, right? But it's not that you get paid your value; it's that you get paid a portion of your value.
No, you
And
get paid.
that is-
For
That's not a decided portion. That's a decided portion.
Do the individual agrees to work for that that amount of money?
Yes, some do.
So if,
Yeah.
Well, it
if
depends
I,
on the
if,
amount of money.
if they agree to work for, ain't they saying by agreeing to that, that's their value? If I agree to work for $30 an hour, am I not saying that my time, based on my knowledge and experience and ability, is worth $30 an hour?
No, that's not where it comes from. Your value comes from the price of the product after the effort that you put to transform it.
See, that's the thing.
Or it-
No, this is what you don't
It's a
understand.
peaceful
You don't it's like y'all miss the overhead. Yes, these people are making people are making profit and stuff like that, but there's also overhead. There's stuff that they got to be paid for in the business that you will never hear about.
Yes.
As me as an industrial
Those
electrician,
are
there's stuff
business
that
first.
like there's like people that make calls that need to get
It's
paid.
overhead into cost. That's called material cost.
No,
That's
no,
called
no.
material
I'm
cost.
talking about
Okay.
people that make calls to ask this dude, hey, I see you trying to look for someone to come do some electrical work for you. This is the price we're offering. I'm not just talking about material
Well,
costs. I'm
okay,
talking about
look
like,
at it like-
people, different. There's different jobs that goes in like how much? What
You
percentage
got
of the
HR, you got finance. They're not touching the product.
all- also
what
workers,
percentage
so
of the
they're all
what percentage
also-
of the money do you think the boss gets at the end of the day?
There's got to be a differentiation. There's a differentiation there. So there's a hierarchy, and there is also basically there's forms of different pay for certain skill sets. But they claim so. I'm just saying, like you had brought an example of, let's just say 3 workers founded a company or started a company that through the true means of the working class and through the communist ideology, if they started that. One of those workers isn't going to be working as hard because he's going to be maybe sitting there at the cash register, taking people's money to exchange for product, right? Then you have the people that are actually pulling the product, going out and doing the harder work, and it's more stress, more labor. So how are they going to divide that up? And if that's the case, it's very similar. It's got to be very similar to kind of a capitalist society. But
No, see, that's the thing. Smorgasbord. I agree with. I'm not
in a
talking.
way.
But I have heard from a lot of people say if you have a better
In a
skill, you
way,
get paid more. That's what they told
They're
me.
going to fight. There's got to be there's got to be a hierarchy, because if there's not a hierarchy there's going to be constant squabbles and confrontation. There's going to be constant problems with the business itself.
Wait,
And
Lars,
so-
Not necessarily. That's not
Lars, quick
guarantee
thing,
that there's some
Lars, quick thing, right?
viable-
You
Yeah,
believe-
I'm going to address the point. I'm going to address what you
It's
said.
commodities, dude.
No,
Y'all,
I think
y'all
I'm
make them.
gonna try to think. I think this is one of your points I make. Right? Y'all say even like similar to capitalism, if you have a better skill set, you'll get compensated a lot better, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's say someone like someone that have like a better skill set than someone else, right? And they don't work the same job, but one job is like needed more, and not a lot of people could do it, right? Do they own the same amount of that company?
No.
Do they own the same amount? Then no, because they would have more value.
So you tell me that the workers own the company, but some workers will own more of the company.
Value. You just said the value. You just stated the value.
No,
right?
no.
Of
I'm
that
asking. I'm asking real quick. You say the owners own the company, the workers own the company, but some workers own more of the company.
Oops.
Yes.
And you
So
don't see how
potentially
that-
you could have one person own most of the company, right?
If one person owns most of the company,
Yes.
like in what way? Like what example?
Let's say you have 5 people, right? And one of them got to do the managerial work. He would own more than the other 4 people that just do like let's use a restaurant to be easy. The people that's just busted and serving tables, and he'll own more of the company than them, right?
He's saying every task is equal, and it's not. Every task is not equal, even in a
No,
communist society.
That's a straw man.
They
Straw man my
change.
position.
They change. Some people say that every job ain't equal though. There's some people that believe in communist ideas say that every job is not equal. It's like each according to his each according to his ability, saying that if you produce more, you get more. Because there's everybody get a baseline, but if you produce more, you get more. If you have a skill that's more valuable, you get compensated better. But when it comes to ownership of the daggone particular company, how's that a straw man though? You said that was a straw man. What? So what you mean?
No, Smorg said a straw man that he said communists say that all tasks have equal value, and that is a straw man.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that y'all say that each task don't have equal value, and if someone work harder, they'll get compensated a little bit more. Do they also own a little bit more of the company, or do they still own an equal amount?
Well, I would say that
all we're trying to say, dude, is like you really got to do your research on like what is really what you believe in, and like if you really believe the communist, you've got to really do your research on them.
Yeah,
dude.
it's the details that are missing here.
so
And they're gonna lie and tell you all this shit, dude. Like it's a utopia.
I want to ask the question how to answer it, right? I want to think of the right way to put this because I don't want to.
Quick thing. Surian, you're a commie?
I work in an industrial environment, and I just wanted to say that we rotate leadership positions, and often people get promoted into managerial positions. So sometimes when you progress through your job, you become those higher levels. And in a situation where you would own a portion of a company, that's how they do it. That it is a business model that exists.
No. Quick. You're on the communist side, right? Or are you not? I'm just trying to get that right quick.
You're so intent on making a particular argument, brother. No one's going to want to take you on that.
I just want to ask.
No. The problem is the
You want to set up your straw man. No one wants to argue.
It's not a straw man. It's a realistic scenario, right? This is what you would have to
Let other people
resolve.
say their opinion. You say yours.
Well,
It's not an opinion. How do you resolve that conflict? It's a conflict, right?
Okay, stop. Let's get
That's
back to
a straw man argument.
let's get back to Laura. She don't want. She doesn't.
That's how bums argue with girls.
No, you're the commie that doesn't understand the whole.
You're telling me that it's a straw man that's saying if someone has more ability, a better ability.
It's a straw man when you tell someone else their position.
No, I'm saying that this is what people have told me that say that they're communists. I'm trying to see if he. I'm trying to ask if he agrees with this ability. I'm trying to ask if he agrees with this idea that other people have stated. Because I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue something that he doesn't agree with. How's that a straw man
put
argument?
someone into a box of your own creation.
It's asked him if this is what his idea is saying. I'm just trying to get clarification.
It's not a strong argument. You're making something up.
I'm not.
You know how to argue against it.
Okay, then whatever. Hey, Dagon Lars, go ahead. Explain to me your ideology again about the particular thing I was asking.
Okay, so
this guy
class goes into power, right? When you vote your like elected supervisor who is most appropriately treating the working class. It needs to be non-infinite. It needs to be like finite, right? It needs to be a finite amount of time that this person is acting as the manager, acting as the higher up, right? And the value that they create as a manager is going to be higher than the value that these workers may do, right? Because let's say without him, like nobody knows what to do, right? So like nobody knows what to do without him basically like helping, and so he would have more say, but his leadership, like his position in leadership, would depend on how the working class like feels about him, how the proletarians feel, which he himself would be a proletarian as well. Keep in mind, because he's a worker, he's adding value. It's just, let's say, not physical value. Let's say it's like a skill, right? In order to address that and make it sure it's not a problem for the society of communism, we need to democratize it, make it finite, have ways to hold them accountable, right? We would have councils for this. It wouldn't just be necessarily one person. We would want to create a system of accountability, which in America, we do have a lot of the tools for that with the branches of government, right? With the judicial, legislative, and the executive branch. All we need to do is take what we've learned from the government system and apply it on smaller and smaller levels. If that makes sense.
I kind of hear what you're talking about, but the thing is, people, you gotta understand,
You're
people
talking
don't want to do this. It's like people don't want to
like the lower.
people don't want to say, hey, hey, I'm gonna work hard, and no matter how hard I work, I gotta wait my turn to try to become the boss and get promoted. Because, and then when I am the boss and promoted, oh, I only could do that for a certain amount of time. And during the time I'm a boss and I'm promoted, do I get paid more? You said I get paid more. Do I get more ownership of the company, or does my ownership stays the same?
Well, you have more of a voice, right? Because your voice is more respected. So when it comes to leadership, yes, you will have more say, more ownership, right? Ownership, not in the sense of like
But
I don't know, you can just walk.
but if my ideas if my ideas are better, but 5 people disagree and they want to try to do something that's is gonna be detrimental. In your idea, wouldn't those 5 people able to overthrow me and put someone that they like better in charge? Might not necessarily be more effective, but because they like him and they want to do a particular idea that might just be detrimental, wouldn't they be able to do that and the business will suffer?
So to answer that, the managerial class is helping the proletarians achieve profit, right? Under socialism, where
Profit. I thought profit wasn't allowed.
right? Huh?
I thought profit wasn't allowed.
The ideas of socialism have changed. They remixed it a couple times.
Yeah, they tell you whatever it is. Communism is what they tell you it is. It's not. There's and it could be many forms. They try to it's manipulation, mind control is what it is.
It's like, come on, stick to one story. Either
No.
there's profit or no profit.
Stop. Y'all heard different forms of communism. The form of the communism Lars talking about is not necessarily the same one that y'all heard earlier. When I was talking about with dude, he's trying to say, oh, my form is the only form. It is communism. Other people have different ideas of communism that they agree with and disagree with.
Well, I get that, but they always turn authoritarian no matter what they tell you. They always do. Will they never turn authoritarian? It will.
Process. What I'm describing is it goes along that process, right? I'm talking about the revolution after the revolution, right? The managerial class. What is the working class?
The violent toppling of the former government is what you're implying. That's the only.
I don't even have to say it's going to be violent because I don't know the future. Maybe it might be.
It will be. It will be. But the thing is, you got to understand when it does that, when they do that, if that ever happens, God forbid, that they will put in a much more authoritarian. They will dictate everything that you do in your life. They will have every input in every aspect of your life. And does that not frighten you?
Oh, the opposite could happen too, Smorgasbord. It could be capitalism wins, and communism will never see the light of day ever in this country.
Oh, I could agree. It could be like a full-on just surveillance society where it's
exactly. It could go the other way.
I agree. I just feel like the communism aspect of it that they're trying to explain is just a ploy to that exact same thing that that exact same form of government you were just talking about. So it's a ploy. It's a sales pitch, and so that's the problem. They have to understand that it's just a sales pitch, and then it gets somebody in there that takes power. And then they ultimately run the show how they want to, and then it digresses from there.
Scientific analysis of history and how history has only been driven through class struggles, right? And we are no different. We exist in a period of history with class struggles present. And the course of history will be that we will revolutionize these class antagonisms, and things will change. And there's likely going to be even another contradiction after that with the managerial class, right? There's no utopia ahead of us, right? There's no utopia. And communists.
They said there's no utopia?
It's dystopia.
It's dystopia. They said there's no utopia in front of us, or there is a utopia in front of us.
That's what he said.
No, let me say. I didn't hear him.
I'm trying to just control you guys. That's not what's happening here. All that I'm doing, right? When I'm talking about the revolution with the managerial class and how to make this democracy for the proletarians work, right? And how the majority of people can essentially put into practice things that are best for us, all of us, right? Like everybody having a home, everybody having food and water. How can we achieve that? We need to be smarter about the way in which we distribute our resources. And the most ethical way to do it is through communism, where we make sure nobody gets left behind as a species.
Lars, you
Why-
believe
wait, see,
everybody
that's the
deserves
thing.
a home,
We
everybody
don't-
deserves food,
Yeah, that's what
everybody
I'm
deserves
saying.
health care?
We don't agree with that.
You believe
There's
that?
a large percentage of people that believe if you work hard for something, you could get it. But if you don't want to work hard or put in the effort, if you don't have the ability, that's on you.
Are you okay with like? So what you're basically saying is like, nah, man, like, good luck. Life's up to you. Like, have a good time out there.
Yes!
Like, good luck.
I mean,
That's
it is.
literally what I'm saying.
You have to go out and get it. Like you yourself have a skill set, Lars. You yourself have a skill set that
Why
that
not-
that,
What
that
about people? Those people just get like thrown like good luck at life. Like, why do those people not receive the good luck treatment? How come you're going to act like you care about those people and say, yeah, they should get all their basic needs met because they're severely disabled and they can't achieve those the ways of getting those needs.
See,
Right?
no.
So-
This is the thing.
So,
I believe there's
okay,
certain
so-
groups in society that we should help them out and we should take care of them because they need the help. I'm talking about for the individuals that are like able to put in 8 hours of work on a daily basis, but they don't want to. They don't want to go to like a quarry or a mine and grind. They rather work at I'm working at McDonald's, but I'm a bitch and complain about not getting paid enough because I work at McDonald's. Like if you work at McDonald's and you say I don't want to do hard manual labor because it's gonna break my body and stuff like that, then you're gonna get paid according to your skills.
Okay, wait. So you said it's okay to help those people out, right?
You said what?
And
No,
why is it
we have programs that help those people out.
Yeah, the
And-
vulnerable people, the vulnerable people in society.
And these
we
are
should help those out.
minority.
We
Right.
should
We
help
have
those vulnerable.
Minorities.
Only
Why
the
do we do that?
vulnerable in society. We should help them out. We have social
Why
programs.
do that? Because
Why do we do
we're
it? Why do we do
humane.
it?
We're humane. We do that to because we're humane to have a program like that. You apply for it. You go out and then you apply for that assistance, the government aid. But the thing is if you're a well-meaning,
and because it's available.
well, okay, so
And because it's available, right? So we're humane and we know it's possible to give these people help, right? So why would we not, as a society, want to extend that to literally everybody when we have the capability and we are
You
humane?
think all resources are free, or do you need to work to get resources? Do you think they all just come for free? Or somebody has to create the resource for you to have it?
right.
All of society relies on labor, right? So we recognize that labor will happen. The idea is just to make it to where people can perform voluntary labor and not make all labor in society involuntary, because that's inhumane. That itself is a form of oppression.
Wait, stop.
That's the problem.
Oh, this is a gym.
In no way, in any form of government, labor will never be voluntary.
It will never be voluntary.
Because if you
forced.
you're forced to work no matter what. Socialism, communism, and capitalism. Because if you start saying, hey yo, you could just not work and we'll give you food, water, shelter. A lot of people would stop working. There's some people that are homeless.
Stop working.
There's some people that
Okay,
are
I want to
homeless.
address that. Wait, I want to address that.
Quick thing. There's some people that are homeless not because they they can't work. There's some people that are homeless because they choose to be homeless.
Right. And see, the thing is Lars, with the system that you're explaining, in order for it to really exist, it would have to happen through force.
Okay, you guys are throwing a lot of points my way. I want to make this a productive conversation and address it point by point. So, no, dude, you're adding another point. Let me just finish the. Let me just address the.
Let Lars finish. Or where you say right quick.
Okay, so this idea that the homeless people don't want to work, right? You know what? I'll grant you. I'll grant you. So let's say even some of them, or let's say all of them, didn't want to work, right? The whole 1 million people in America that are homeless, right? We can just say, let's say all of them don't want to work. Well, guess what? There are 16 million vacant houses, right? And we have the machinery and technology to make even more houses if we wanted to, with not that much trouble, since there are people who are willing to build the house out there, right?
Why do you think they're willing to build the house?
Where would be the innovation and like the
No,
where
wait,
would be
wait,
the innovation?
wait. Let Lars talk. Why you said that there's people y'all always talking about there's people willing to build the house. Why do you think they're willing to build the house or wanting to build the house?
Well, there could be a number of reasons. The top
Money.
two would be because, okay, yeah, the first one would be compensation, and after compensation would likely be passion, right?
Bro, you're not
gonna find that many.
I like to use this example. The people that pick up the garbage outside, they're not picking up garbage because they're passionate about it. They're picking up garbage because they get paid and they get compensated for that to a way that they believe that they like.
You know, there are people that go around cleaning stuff up, right? And like, you know, there are also people that go around building houses like voluntarily.
Yeah,
You know that's volunteer, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about on a mass scale. You can't like yes. There's one of you two that like volunteer to build a house and stuff like that, right?
They're not doing it
on
24/7.
On a large scale. You like we have like what 6 or 300 million? I forgot what's the number. 300 million people in America.
350 million here in America.
Okay, so you're gonna appeal to the mass.
I just don't think that idea works on a mass scale.
I want to talk on that.
Go ahead.
I do want to talk on that. So you're right. The mass of people do not necessarily have that altruistic tendency to like give a shit about helping other people out, right? Or like doing something that helps some other person, even if it's like difficult. Now, here's the thing, though. We understand that human nature is not something that's always just set in stone, right? Like philosophies evolve, cultures evolve, people and their beliefs evolve. It used to be the case that we were okay with slavery, and now almost everybody in America understands that it's wrong, it's bad, it's inhumane, and it should never be used again. Right?
I gotta stop you right there. That's
Right?
not
Just
true.
say yes or no.
That's not true.
That's not true. Because think about it.
Most people. Wait, most people. You said most
half
people.
the country's okay with slavery. Let me explain like this.
Let me explain like this.
You know that you understand why they want the illegal immigrants coming here so they could work. Like they say, oh, who's gonna pick our vegetables if we get rid of the illegal immigrants? They want cheap labor because they want the products to be cheap and affordable. So these people are
Well, they
totally
view that as
okay with
capitalism.
slavery.
Well, no. What you're describing is capitalism, where
what
these
the-
immigrants
that's
come
what
into
the
the
left
job.
People on the left want.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I'm not a Democrat. Okay, I'm not a
I'm not
Democrat.
saying you are.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
A lot of those Democrats will say that, and I think it's sick when a lot of the Democrats say that. Right? I have a deep disdain for the way that Democrats have treated minorities historically, and I think that people don't see that as slavery. So they're more okay with it, right? But the majority of people in the country, if you go up to them and ask them, is slavery okay? They're gonna be like, hell no, right? And that's because we as a society, like our culture, our philosophy has evolved. And we are now understanding that like more and more, like what are human rights? Like what are the basic rights that every man, woman, child deserves?
In a
The way they evolve, did they evolve peacefully? From you said, let's bring up the slavery thing. Did slavery stop because people just said, you know what, slavery is bad and we shouldn't do it, or did they have to fight for it?
They had to fight for it. They had to fight for it for sure.
See, that's the thing. Y'all want to do this drastic change. When you want to do drastic change like that, y'all gonna have to fight for it.
And then it's going to be authoritarian.
Wait, are you against that? Are you against? Wait, let me just ask you: are you against change for the overall good if it comes with like a fight? Do you just want us to stay?
I don't believe it's for the
What do you think
overall
slaves are done? Wait.
This is what I think about.
Let
Let me explain what I think about communism.
Communism.
Go ahead.
Just answer the question. Do you think that it's a good thing that slavery ended? Is it a good thing that it ended?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you're glad that it was done, even if it came through violence, right?
Yes.
You're glad that it
Yes.
was abolished. Me too. Now, I think that there is a more sophisticated, large-scale exploitation happening to the minority class of, or not the minority, the majority of people called the proletarians, right? And they are being exploited by the capitalist class.
But okay, so
In the same way, I understand in the same way, I understand in the same way,
Let him finish.
I understand in the same way that it seems scary that it might require violence to do a revolution, but I'm glad that slavery was abolished even though it was done through violence. I'm very glad that happened. And I'm going to be glad when it happens again with capitalism. I'm going to be
See,
glad.
that's the thing. We're the side you're gonna have to fight. Like you think that people are just gonna roll over and let y'all bring in this daggone. I'm hearing this a lot.
A lot of feedback.
You got an echo big time. Menace, you do. You got
Me?
the echo, buddy.
Is it me that echo?
Yeah, I think you have another mic
Well,
on.
no, I think Lars is bringing in the echo.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Hey, yo, Lars,
I think it
I
was
know,
me. It was
Lars,
probably me.
Lars,
It is.
can I invite that person you're added in, or because like it would just be a lot easier if we do it like that.
Okay, can I ask one thing? Like, so Lars, the point is what you're saying is it's more ethical. The communist society is more ethical, right? But who chooses that? Who chooses who gets what? There's going to come down to a decision made regardless. So who chooses these forms of jobs, and who chooses who gets which home, and so the only way what you're talking about is as we're evolving to step away from racial slavery, which is a totally different concept, totally different type of different scenario. Now we're talking about you're talking about a form of government or a form of market, which is capitalist versus communist. Okay?
Slavery was also an economic issue. It wasn't just racial.
Well,
So don't act like it was 100% racial, because there was a large economic component that the South benefited from.
Okay, but I'm saying what you're trying to explain doesn't coordinate with what you're trying to point out with communism and capitalism. It doesn't. You're saying that we've evolved past the point of slavery, which was racial slavery, but then now you're saying we've evolved to now stepping away from capitalism to communism. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, both.
Okay.
Both are
Okay, so
in the economy. Both are exploitation in the economy. And we're just, we did away with all other forms of class exploitation, right, with economic exploitation. And we are now getting to the point where we're going to overthrow capitalism.
So, okay, so
when you said by
when
overthrow
that happens,
capitalism, that means half the country got to fight, right?
That's violence.
And it's half the country. It's not like you're gonna.
It's not going to be half the country. It's not going to be half the country.
You
How do you know that? What makes you say that? How do you know it's
Let
going
me
to be half the
explain it. Let me
country?
explain it. The reason I believe it's gonna be half the country is because
It's not going to be half the country.
as
It'll
the
be a
ti-
small few.
No, I'm saying they're gonna have to fight at least half the country to get what they want. And the reason is because from taking numbers from Gen Z is going further to the right. And if they're like, if you want to talk about like let's use podcasters like Hassan and Destiny that tend to have these liberal leftist and far leftist communist ideas are not getting enough.
Destiny is a capitalist. Destiny is a capitalist.
Well, so, okay,
Destiny is a capitalist. Do not go to Destiny for leftist politics.
Okay, my bad. The people that have the podcast that have these communist ideas, they don't get the enough followers as people that have other more right-leaning podcasts nowadays. The Gen Z and the younger generation are becoming more right-leaning, because the people on the left
that Gen Z is going to become more socialist. Then, if the majority of Gen Z is socialist, that means America's going to become it.
No, they're becoming more right-leaning.
That don't support it are going to be dead.
No, Gen Z is going to be right. Gen Z is becoming more conservative and leaning to the right.
Gen Z is. I know a lot of Gen Z that's mostly agrees with more socialist ideas.
I know, but the
I know
graph
that
said that
naturally
Gen
means that
Z
we're gonna have
men.
a more-
Specifically for Gen Z
That's
men.
because of older.
No,
Gen Z
specifically
men,
for
yeah.
Gen Z men, they tend to lean more to the
older,
right.
like generations. From more.
I don't think that trend's going to
Gen
continue.
Z is not-
I don't think
Gen
the
Z is not
trend
the older
is going to continue. The trend is going to flip. The trend will stop, and it will go towards the communists.
Older generations put
The trend
ultra-conservative
flipped. It
on
used to
younger
be.
generations.
We used to
That's
be
how that
going.
works.
America used to be going to the left. It flipped. It started going back to the right because people on the left are
It
not
can go
having
back
kids.
to the left then. If you just said that, it's worse, that
People
means
on
they
the
can switch
left
again.
are not having kids and not able to teach
Wait,
their
when did
ideas
people
to their
go to the
children.
left? When did people go to the left?
Good.
I'm going to talk to host.
People
I want to talk to
on the
host.
Left,
Wait, let me talk to host. Wait. So you said people were going more to the left. At what time period are you referencing? From when to when?
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm only
when?
gonna refer to the time period when I was alive. Would be like currently right now. In the 90s, people are going toward the left, and under Bush, like people voted for Bush. But then after Bush,
Don't
people
forget
start
that
going more to
Republicans
the left.
No, but okay. Let me say something with the Bush when you would bring it up. But Bush was he's part of he wants
establishment.
communism, believe it or not. Bush wants to bring in a one world communist government. So Bush is part of the New World Order, okay?
Yeah,
Dude, just chill. I mean, conspiracy thing.
No,
Bush, are you saying Bush is a commie?
What
Come
the
on.
people want and what they identify as. What's the
No, Bush is a globalist. Not a
globalist.
He might not be a
Yeah, he's
communist.
not a commie. He's not a commie.
Okay,
That's
but the
the
thing,
way
but
they
if you
bring
look
it
at
in
the
with
trends, if you look at the trends, Gen Z women are going to the left. Gen Z men
There's
are
more
going to the
women than
right.
men in the world.
Say that again.
There's more women than men in the world.
Yeah,
So
but who's gonna
statistically,
actually
that means
who's
more
gonna actually be
people
doing
in
the
country are
fighting?
moving towards the left.
Let me just.
Who's gonna be
Look,
actually
I
doing
also
the
said
fighting?
Who would
this
actually be
before.
doing
Hold on, the men
voting,
will
unless
start
you're saying
to.
you want to take away the voting rights of them, then clearly on the wrong side.
Wait, say that again.
Wait, say that again.
Lars, you gotta mute, man.
Hey, Lars. Hey, Lars, the person that's in there. You want me to just come on like on a separate thing?
Ha had said something. I think he was trying to say something.
Yeah. Just so the effect of capitalism is that naturally, at some point, people are just naturally, because it has to constantly grow and get more oppressive over time. So naturally, it might not be today, obviously, and but it inevitably, because of how much exploitation has to happen, people will naturally want to overthrow it at some point in the future.
Mm-hmm. That's not true. That's not true. I'll tell you why.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's
Early
exactly true. Because
In the early
I told you.
1900s, capitalism would disseminate people. They
Capitalism
had
has
no rules,
already
no
shown
controls,
evidence
and
of
to disseminate them.
overproducing than needs.
And now we have a capitalism that is not as bad as in the 1900s.
Okay, you're comparing that from 100 years ago.
Yes,
still
and
bad.
so
It's still bad today.
explaining that capitalism doesn't go just one way. It goes whichever way society needs it to go.
No, it is just as bad.
It
It's
believes
just-
in endless
what has
growth
happened
on a
is
finite
that
planet.
what's happened is that it changed the target people, right? If you notice throughout the history of capitalism, it's always had to find vulnerable people to exploit, right? So at first it was black people and Indian, and then it was Irish.
Stop.
That was actually the monarchies.
Wasn't the black? Didn't they have slaves in Africa too?
So yes, they did. But
So they're explaining.
still,
The Africans were explaining the black slaves too. It's just people get conquered by other people. It doesn't have anything to do with race.
Okay,
Slavery
so
existed
hold on.
in America.
You want to use an argument for the world when you want to, but then sometimes I hear you say, I'm talking strictly for America. So where does your line switch from that?
Okay. Well, let's.
He's talking about the past, bro. He's talking about like stuff that's happening.
Okay, but
slavery happened every.
You're a globalist.
Okay, do you want to?
You switch your globalist position.
I'm a globalist.
No, you
No,
switch
I
it.
said.
Yeah, you just
Okay,
had
my
a
bad.
globalist
Okay, my bad. I'll keep it on America. I'll keep it on America then for you. My bad. Sorry about that. I was trying to give an example.
You can go
No,
globalist.
what he's trying to say.
Hold on.
What he's trying to say is like, where are you coming? You're coming off of as if this is would be a non-global just for America. You're talking about this America shit. What he's trying to portray is global, and so that's the issue. Is the only way that the communists want globalism. They're the imperialists, believe it or not. They are the imperialists.
No, they're not. How can you?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Then, okay, if y'all not imperialists, why don't you go to a communist country and you choose to live in America? You could leave America and go live in communist. There's a couple right now.
A
Why do you
communist
stay
country
here?
can exist by itself,
Because
but I'm not. I would say that it would be better
Because I'm poor.
if the entire world was on board with it. You're saying world peace, it wouldn't be a good thing.
World peace would not exist.
World work?
No,
It
that
would
world
exist by force.
What happened is
Yeah,
that
you're gonna have to fight a few people to.
Why are
bring
you
back
convinced that's world peace?
World peace.
That's what boggles my mind.
world
want
peace
World
by
War
everyone,
III.
every country working together and not going to war all the
Every
time?
country working together.
That's not possible. You okay?
No.
What?
Yeah,
It's not
what are you
possible.
saying? Obviously, you're just gonna say, "Oh, it's not possible," and then just forget.
what
What do you do
Like,
about
you're gonna
what do you
need
do about the
something like
Muslims and
that.
what do you do about the Muslims and the Christians and the Jews? What if they think
You're-
my
okay, so
religion
you're
is
not
right, your religion
expecting
is
me to
right?
answer a single- no, You're expecting me to answer a
Darwinist.
question that I
No,
don't
no.
believe
Are you
able
gonna
to
get
answer
rid of
well.
religion?
Yes.
No, I would not get rid of religion.
Conflict,
Then you're
You
gonna
cannot
get
get
conflict.
religion.
crime, bad people. It's all going to go away. It evaporates.
Either you can do forceful relocation of them so they cannot fight each other, which
Forced
would honestly
relocation.
probably not be
Are you guys for real?
bro?
Relocation, dude.
Can I just get like 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't think it's a fair statement to say that communists are going to have to be responsible for like ending religious wars because that's insane. We can't control people's minds. it's not that easy, right? But we can set up defenses. We can set up defenses to prevent that, right? We have defenses.
What I meant is
And we can have all the natural methods of preventing war.
No, he said because it's gonna be global peace, right? I said one reason that we'll never have global peace is just on the idea of religion. You have ideas that religion that contradict each other, which can cause people to fight each other.
But it doesn't mean get rid of it.
No, they will. It's the only way. That's the only way.
It doesn't have to be
but it is
utopia.
important. But it's really important for a lot of people. I know in America it isn't, but there are people that do care about religion a lot more than you think. They die for it.
Right, of course, and that's what.
And that is I will say that's a problem.
No.
But I
Communism
wouldn't say
is
that we
anti-religion.
People that want other people's
Well, let me
land.
tell you, why do people fight religious wars?
They-
Like,
yeah,
what are they fighting over? What do they fight over?
India and
What?
Pakistan, it's over land.
Nobody is fighting religious wars today. The wars today is extremism.
it's all
What did they fight
Use
about?
it
What
as
did
a-
religious
no,
wars
use
fight
it
for?
as
Have you heard of a group called ISIS?
Yeah, and do you know why? Do you know how that group was formed? Is because of the terrorist attacks that the United States was doing in these.
I'm
countries.
not trying to
Terrorist
say
attacks.
why or why not.
Talking about the war
Yes,
on the war on terrorism.
Google. Yes, it was Go Google how ISIS was created.
The war on terror was a complete disaster.
Yeah, the war
Oh, yeah.
machine. The war machine
It's
created.
the war.
Yeah,
It's the
I
imperialism.
I feel like
of the
everybody's
United
on.
States.
Everybody agrees that the war on terrorism was a disaster.
these
We all agree on
communists-
that.
Look,
You have to agree with
these
that, and you
communists,
also
what they're
kind of have to
talking
put
about.
that to a point of failing capitalism.
But
That
you
was-
need to understand.
that's not
how
necessarily
these groups are
capitalism, though.
created.
No,
It
okay,
is.
so
It's
when
The American,
imperialism.
we know the American
So hang
government
on.
created the Taliban and then ended up having to fight
So-
the Taliban. A lot of time, America be going in these other countries, starting these regime change wars, and then the people
so-
that they
so
put in
you-
power rejects them and try to fight them. I'm saying America should leave everybody alone, and we should stick to ourselves. If you got money, we got stuff. If you got stuff, we got
If we
money.
did that, capitalism
You
would
just said,
crumble.
so hang on.
It wouldn't
You said
work.
you said that since a capitalist country went to war with other countries and failed, it's not a blame on capitalism. But when we go back to communist countries, when they go to war, you blame the communist system
That's
for
not what I
failing and
said.
not the war situation. No, but that's usually the argument that people strive for.
No, that's a
That's
great
not
idea.
the
Exactly
argument
what
I
I
made.
was saying.
I'm
It's like
saying
they're
we
like,
should-
well, what
we
communists can't
shouldn't
stop
do regime-
religious wars.
We shouldn't do regime change wars because we shouldn't be getting involved in other countries trying to determine
Okay,
who's the
but that's
government.
what America funds. That's what America
what
does.
the
To
system
a-
is.
the-
It's done that, yes.
Yeah,
Democrats
and
and
I-
other
countries
communists
have done that.
And I understand America does that, and I don't think
They do not
America
believe in
should do
democracy.
that. I don't.
Capitalism needs globalization because they
We don't-
literally have gotten rid of communist countries.
We don't need
Why- if they didn't need
globalization.
it,
We
why
just
would they get
need
rid of
free
other countries?
trade. We don't. The reason
But
we got
no, free trade by forcing them
Not
at
even
gunpoint because that's what they
Bruh,
do. That's what they do.
I
in the
don't
Middle
believe
East.
you're trying to get me to argue a point that I don't stand for. I don't think we should be getting
Well,
involved in other
yeah,
countries.
that happens to me all the time, dude.
Bro,
It sucks.
bro.
I know, but I'm just saying that's what they do.
That's
This is
we
America-
should, and we shouldn't do that. I'm agreeing
America
with you. We
goes to other
shouldn't do
countries,
that.
Vietnam,
No,
South
no,
Korea, those
And we
the
shouldn't do that. I'm
They
literally
do.
agreeing.
They were doing the
They
same
do
thing.
it. They do it. You
So how
can't
are you
just say.
defending? So that's capitalism. That's capitalism.
Hold
You
on,
can
hold
be
on, hold on.
disagreeing with one point and not throwing everything away, right?
Bro.
No,
Okay,
hold on.
Prime example. The Soviet Union invaded all of the Eastern Soviet bloc of Eastern Europe right after World War II, or I'm sorry, during World War II, and then they just kept it after that. Okay, so they are imperialistic, and they would do the exact same thing, right? Okay,
During
So-
a war is an invasion during a war is different from the
No, they start the war.
United States did from the 50s to the
They both start the war.
They're
the Soviet
fun-
Union picked the war with Japan
Okay,
before
so
World
they
War
both
I.
start the war. Okay,
Russia-
so
Wait, stop. We're arguing something that
Soviet Union
almost
did not
everybody
pick a war
here
with Japan.
agrees
That's
upon.
actually a lie. That's propaganda.
We kind of agree that we shouldn't be going into these foreign countries. Y'all say we
No,
need it to
we
survive.
agree.
Y'all say
Well, I think-
capitalism needs to do war to survive. We're saying we could do that without going to war. We don't need to do that, and we disagree with going to war to support
No, but
capitalism.
the oil companies depend on
We
it.
do.
No,
That's
and
the
we
guy
don't
that
want-
Every single time. Look at the
Why,
graph.
we're not the
Every
oil
single
companies.
time-
We don't agree with that.
No.
Like, what are you talking
Every
about?
single time, no, you're agreeing with capitalism, which is a direct line
that
to this.
Bro, capitalism it does
No,
not mean
so
a form of war.
it
Going
is
to war
this.
over
That's
oil.
how it
That-
works because
That's
every
how they
single part of the war is
rationalize.
profitable for
That's
them.
the ideology
Hey, yo,
that
stop.
communists
Hey, yo, I
Oil
gotta let Lars
companies
in because
profit
of
from
the way
wars.
his audio is working right now. I'm gonna let Lars in
Look-
and then hawk to a logic right quick.
okay, so
I just wanted to add that that like the Soviet Union did not start the war with Japan. There was already a war with Japan before the formation, and I just wanted to clarify that.
My God, I did realize that.
There's something
I
called
didn't really
Ukraine
say that.
too.
So So
Wait,
when you're
why,
saying
why did they take over? My bad. Why did they go into Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan? I think Uzbekistan also. Then wasn't those also used to be part of USSR?
Why did America go
Afghanistan,
into South America,
Azerbaijan, all
and the
that,
Middle
yeah.
East?
So I'm just trying to say you can't blame war on capitalism because you don't want us to blame
But you
war
blame war
on
on communism?
socialism. We're not
you
blaming war
put-
on socialism. We're blaming that
Okay,
you have
so
a
now so now you're saying no, both countries can work if the right people are leading it.
No, that's not. I'm saying because people don't want socialism.
No,
You keep
if the right people aren't leading it, the right things aren't going to get done.
No, but
people
listen to
don't
this.
want
Okay.
socialism. That's what I'm saying.
No, but people
they
do
do.
because they have elected communist and socialist countries in other countries. That has been elected for. And
In
wars break
America,
out because of
let me be
that.
more specific. In America, people don't
And
want
there are-
that shit here.
Yeah, there's a president. What's his name? I'm gonna draw a blank on it. But there is a socialist president elect, Bernie Sanders, bro. And a lot of people do support him.
President
That is
elect?
socialist.
Yeah.
And you
Bernie
people
Sanders is
do
not
want
socialist.
that.
He's
And
not
if he
socialist.
ran for president, he would
He's
have gotten beaten by Trump in 2016.
Because he has more money. Because who has more
Well,
money?
it's always something,
Bro, the
right?
Democrats
Because you have
gave
more
like
votes.
$1 billion to the
Hold on,
campaign, and
because
Trump gave like 800,000. They had more money, and they still lost. Go ahead, daggone.
You couldn't even beat
Hatua
Hillary.
Logic. Go ahead, Hatua.
yeah. So when you're saying that we don't have to, we can just have capitalism but not do these wars. You're missing that it is a sin. That's why we're doing that. Do you think that like the United States doesn't know like we're just going into wars on accident? Like no, it's intentional that we do these things and get rid
If
of
it's
it.
a
That's
war
why we
against
spent-
communism, it's a
we spent
war
50
with
years
like funding
fighting
capitalism.
You cannot
No, but
fight
it's
the
the exact
economic
opposite,
system.
though. You got to understand, and it's worse because the problem is with the communists, they want a one world government to make the decisions for every human being. So,
Okay,
so we may have
Then why
different
does
views
America try to go
from-
and instill democratic capitalist countries in communist countries?
We don't
Forcibly.
support that, big dog. We're not
Well,
not
it
for
still
that.
happens.
No,
Okay,
but
it
it's
happens.
still-
We're
they're
against
doing
it.
Wait, hang on. So you're saying that people are against
They're
something, but it
pivoting
still
away
happens. But then
from
you're
their
saying that
ideology
communism can't
to,
happen
like,
because the people are against
Capitalism
it.
is an economic
I just
system,
said we can't
okay?
blame the wars
Yes.
that happen under capitalism
Yeah, that's-
because of capitalism. I also said we can't blame the wars that happen under socialism because of socialism. I just said that.
but the
You're
wars
trying.
are
I'm saying the
happening.
problem with
They're
socialism is people don't want that. So if you want that over there, go ahead, do it over there. We don't want that
Bro.
in America. Most people don't want that in America.
But people here want that too.
We
Not
went-
the
we
majority.
went-
No,
hold on.
You just said so. No,
The
hang
only
on.
reason you
fought
want it
the
is because
Korean
you're going to
War,
get something out of it. That's the only
Vietnam
reason.
War.
That's
How many wars
capitalism
did we
too.
fight?
That's
Well,
money.
it's going to be
Taking money
chains.
from it.
It's going to be chains that they're
Okay,
going to
hang
get
on.
out of
I'm
it.
losing a point. You're trying to lose. You're saying that
They're gonna
under
get chains
capitalism,
if they get
wars
that.
happen and you don't want it, but it still happens. You're saying communism can't happen because it's people don't want it, but it's not going to happen. You're using logic on one way and not the other way around.
No, but
No,
you're
no,
already
no,
happen
stop,
if
stop,
people
stop,
don't
stop.
want it.
I said you
Stuff can
can't
happen if
blame.
people don't want it, and you're
I can,
no.
okay, yeah.
You're
I
saying
said
that
people,
argument.
I'm saying people don't want
You're
war.
argument.
People don't want to. People wait. I'm saying right now that you can't blame the war on daggone socialism. You can't blame the wars on capitalism.
So
I
you support
also
the war? Do you
said-
support wars?
okay.
Do
What-
people believe? Do people support wars from
What
other
it comes
countries?
down to
From
is the
America?
citizens of those nations. Really, okay. What this is really the argument is about is the rights of the individuals in those nations of communist countries and capitalist countries. And in capitalist countries, it's proven that each citizen has much more rights in wherever they want
Once
to go.
socialist
than they
ideals
do
are
in a
forcibly
socialist
implemented
society.
on the country.
It's factual. It's factual.
You-
And that's
Bro.
dangerous
social
rhetoric
ideas-
you guys are spreading that don't understand that you think you do, and you think we could live in this utopia, but it won't. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, man. And capitalism is an economic system, and it has progressed humanity further than any other.
And now
economic
it is
system.
leading to our extinction with climate change and nuclear
Oh,
war.
that's
Climate
the communist
change.
MO, dude. That's their.
Oh, no, that was a landmine. That was a landmine.
We've
Now
had
they're so
nuclear
set
war.
off.
That's the subversion, dude. That's the subversion of the communists. So yeah, okay.
Bro, stop.
that's-
Do
more
you know?
rights.
Do you know why? Do you like? Wait. Do you know that climate change is a
Subversion,
natural
dude.
process of
Mind
the world?
Yeah, and I'm not, and you can't deny that we're rapidly doing it
Do you know-
faster.
do you
We're
know-
making
do
it
you
happen
know be-
faster. I
do you
do
know-
agree it happens faster. I know how ice ages work, dude. You
Dude,
cannot
No,
use the
I'm
ice
talking
age
about-
argument.
do you know they used to
I
call
know
it
how
global
that
cool? You know they used to have a problem with
Yes, we
global
used to
cooling,
call it
right?
global warming. Now it's climate change because
No.
Yes,
It used to
that's
be
what
called
climate
global
change does.
cooling because the temperatures was dropping.
Global cooling.
Now it's called
Now
global
it's
warming because the
changed.
temperatures are rising.
No, now it's climate change because we realize it can happen both ways.
Climate
But
change.
the oil
dude,
companies got y'all to change that because they didn't like how that sound.
climate change is a hoax.
Exactly, because it looks bad on them because it's capitalist and they need to sell something even if it's killing them.
No, the thing is the climate change is for control. It reins everybody in.
So you're denying climate change.
You can't convince them that climate change is
because I live in Northeast. I live in New England. I live in New England.
I
used
think
to have
that- I
snow
think
all the
that
time. Where is the
climate
snow? I did not
change-
have any snow this winter. There was no snow this winter. There used to be a lot of snow. What happened? That's climate change.
Do you not?
The climate has changed.
Okay, are you familiar with geoengineering?
So you're saying geoengineering is okay. So which one do you use instead? Which is
conspiracy theorist. This is insane.
No, it's
Wait, Lars, let Lars talk. Hey, yo, Ski. Lars got some audio. Let Lars talk. He got audio issues. Go ahead, Lars. Go ahead.
Do you think you have the power to control weather, Smorg? Like, that's an insane thing. That'd be like
it's easier to just let nature happen naturally.
Do you know what
cloud?
Do you know what cloud seeding is?
Cloud seeding is?
Yeah, like they have cloud seeding technology where they could cause rains. They use it, I believe,
So
in
you're
what
saying-
what there was a Middle Eastern country they use it and it caused the flood because of cloud seeding technology.
So yes,
Bioengineering is so dangerous, dude. It's easier to just let nature be natural and not destroy it. That's such an easier process. And you're saying that instead of using capitalist ideologies to solve a problem that it created.
Do you know who's
It's
the
not a
biggest
good, valid
polluter in the
argument.
world? China, and they're communist.
China is
India.
switching over to nuclear engineering and more AI technology, and also
Yeah, but they're the
electric
biggest
energy.
polluter.
China
The biggest
and India
polluter.
is the biggest
Because they're a
polluter.
big country. There's 1 billion people there. What
And
do
there you go.
expect?
There you
But
go.
China's not communist, though, are they? They're not communist. They have
They are a
capital-
communist
They
society.
run under a capitalist idea because of America.
They
Yeah.
have capitalist economy. They have a communist government.
right.
So you can't call them communism.
It is.
It's just that they're
At one
capitalist.
form, it exists. It was worse.
you
It was
just
worse
proved
off. It
yourself
was more
wrong.
barbaric for
All
sure.
right. Basically, you say you can't call anything communist. That's basically your
But
point.
you literally just said you just agreed that it has a capitalist economy.
Yes,
and a
yes, because
so you can't
nobody
call
can
China communist.
survive. Basically, nobody can survive as a country without being capitalist.
Communism,
Because of other capitalist
Exactly, because
countries.
communism doesn't work. So they need capitalists. They need some form of capitalism.
communist state only exists when the economic policies of communism align with it, right? If you have a capitalist economy, you don't have communism
No,
because
but
then
so many people would starve in your economy.
People are already starving in like middle. There are.
It would be
global
way
hunger
worse, dude.
is
It would be
because of
way
America,
worse.
because of capitalism.
No,
We
you
have
to
the
understand,
production.
it
We
would
have the
be
ability
way
to produce
worse.
the food to solve it, but we don't because they don't sell
Okay,
it.
let's do this. Let's do this. I'm familiar with Yup, and he is he seems to be familiar with multiple different economic systems. And one thing, we haven't even let him talk most of the time, but what are your thoughts as far as like which form of economic system has progressed society further, and which one would, based on which one has, which one as far as based on how communist is in their ideological form, but it ends up turning authoritarian. Which one would progress humanity further? I mean,
Well, the name, the rule, and the way you can only win as a country is to be more productive. The rule of that's the number one rule. You have to be
So
productive.
you can't. But
Let
you
him-
can't
let him
just
talk,
agree
let him
based
talk.
on
And
it.
if you don't play by the rules of productivity, you fall behind. If you fall behind, you fall behind in technology, in military, in every aspect of life. You fall behind. And so you can't adopt a system. You can't adopt a system.
You can't
that's what-
adopt a system that wants to help each other. All
No,
progress
but
at
let
the
me
same time.
finish.
Yeah,
You
let him
can't
finish.
adopt a system that will threaten your system, right? By adopting communism, you're adopting a system that will make you inferior to all other capitalist societies. And that's
Get rid of
why
the other capitalist
that's your
societies.
Achilles heel. You can never be communism because you will be by default underneath capitalism. Everybody else will be
hypocrite.
superior to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're saying that communism is a direct threat to capitalism because it's worse than it?
No, I'm saying everybody who leads, who wants to lead a country in communism knows they cannot be communism purely
Because of capitalism.
because they will lose productivity, and productivity is the name of the game.
exactly. Well said. Well said.
I got a question for
Communism can be productive too.
I got a question for Clip. What percentage of America do you think want to be communist?
I've answered this question before. Gen Z has a 43% leading in socialist ideas.
Is that the men or the
Wait,
women?
In general, that's Gen Z.
So in general,
43%.
40
I'm not
so 40
separating
so
them from
50
groups. I'm saying the people.
So 50% is against it then.
Around 60, yeah.
So the majority of people are
And you know what?
against
The thing is, the people in older generations push these conservative ideas, and we've literally circled back to this because this is what happened when we first started. Older generations preach more conservative ideas from like the 50s.
Guys, you're
60s, all
naive
that.
though. You're naive. You gotta understand, like you're young and you're naive. You don't understand every aspect of life like you think you do. And then the problem.
Okay, but you claiming that you know more than me is just
I'm
trying
not
to
saying that. I'm
validate.
not saying
no,
that.
you're
I'm
saying,
just
yo, you're
saying
naive. Like we've had this conversation this entire time, and we had these conversations. So now you're coming out of it.
It's dangerous, dude.
No,
wait.
Let's
Dangerous.
work through this idea for clips, right? You think there's a lot of people want to be communists, right? What about the people that don't want to live under a communist government? What do you do with them? You just force them to do that?
What do you do with people? What do you do with people that don't want war in a country that is still producing war?
Terrible.
You don't do anything.
What do you? No. What do you do?
You don't do it.
What do you
The
do?
people that don't.
you like.
When people that don't want war in America, we don't do nothing to them.
So you're saying that you want more violence because you're saying that now the people
I never
that
said
do.
I never said
because
putting words in my mouth now.
you're implying that violence is gonna happen if socialist like ideas come with later generations, like Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, Gen Z.
I never
They're
said
gonna have to take over the government.
You just your question asked me what were your question you were trying to ask me? I'll answer it again. You said what do I do with the people that don't want war? You don't do my bad. You don't do anything to the people that don't want war. They will go to war anyways. When the country didn't want war, but they still go to war. So they don't do anything to them.
Okay,
So
now
answer my question. Now answer my question.
No, I know
that don't want communism, what do you do to them?
Exactly what you just said about what you do with war. And
so if the people don't want if the people don't want
switch the words.
No, if the people don't
switch
want
the words.
Quick thing, if the people don't want communism, that means the people that's working at the job don't want to overthrow their bosses, don't want to take the means of production for themselves, right? So you said you're not going to force them to do it, right? What you said?
They can still they're going to do it. You just said that you just ignore the people that don't want war and do it anyway.
So they're not going to help you take over the businesses.
So where's the moral though? Where's the moral? Like you're saying this is all about morals and more ethical.
Where did morals come from?
No. So okay, God, exactly.
I don't believe in God.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Wait. The revolutionary one. What's up?
What? God, okay. So first and foremost, you're talking about in a capitalist country, if there's communists, what do you do with them? Right? If you're a communist and you want to try to achieve communism even somewhat, the apparatus of the state will simply subdue and suppress any action that you try to take, right? Like police, lawyers. That's
no, it has
true.
happened before.
That's true. Look,
if you want to have a communist country, a thing where you believe that, hey, we could start this business and all of us own a portion of this business, you could go ahead and start your business like that.
I mean, that's still capitalist by nature, right? Capitalism is really just a relation of the workers to the product that they're producing, or even just the economic system. Like, it's still capitalist regardless, just because you have you could
create a business where you have shared ownership of it.
Do you know what got us out of the Gilded Age? Socialist ideals, not capitalist. Socialist ideals.
This is my thing.
We would still be working long ass hours, and children would still be in chimneys.
This is my thing. We're not a pure capitalist country. I'm willing to admit that. We have some social programs. America have the best balance. America have the best balance of having some social programs to help people that need to have some socialist policies, but not being a socialist thing. We have the best balance.
Not being authoritarian, not as authoritarian as any.
So every single time capitalists makes a mistake, socialist ideas are the ones that come to fix it. So you can't say that socialism is bad when
there are social systems that are for like aid and for.
That's the whole point.
Good question. What's the main issue
wants to help people, and people that believe in capitalism don't.
What if people don't want your help though?
We have that already.
But the people that don't want help are people that are living in like one-story houses that are working like minimum wage jobs or already rich. Either they are too poor to see that they are they are minimum wage that are working just above the poor class.
I'm sure he's American.
I was born in Haiti. But I have American citizenship. What's up?
Slightly middle class people do not need socialism because they're doing just good enough.
Haiti is currently a capitalist country. Look how terrible capitalism is doing for the Haitian people.
Bro, do you know the problem with Haiti? Bro, stop. Do you understand the problems with Haiti? Do you
They stem from
understand the
capitalism.
problems dating back
They
with Haiti
stem
with the
from
French and the
capitalism.
double debt?
Yes, they
Do you
stem from
understand
capitalism
how
and
after Haiti
privatization.
beat France, France came back a couple years later and said, "We'll take this shit over unless y'all pay us a debt."
Do you not know that the
Capitalism?
reason that is rooted in capitalism? That is rooted
Yeah.
in
Everything is rooted in
Capitalism.
capitalism.
You're
It's,
defending
it's
it.
ridiculous.
Okay.
Y'all
You
even know
remember how you
capitalism
remember
is.
how you
Y'all
remember how they
folks
clips you told me don't talk about globalist ideas. Let's talk about the American form of capitalism. Haiti, yeah, I'll admit it. Haiti got its problem. It had a lot of corruption, and it wasn't because of capitalism that it had corruption.
Why
It's
are
because
so many
that
people
evil people
homeless?
got in charge.
Exactly.
Okay. Now,
Greedy people
now,
here
bro,
get in
now,
charge
bro,
too, and you know what?
the
Capitalism
reason-
allows that.
No, let me
Capitalism
let me-
allows
Every
that
government
climate
system
change.
allows evil people to come. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Get real.
But see,
Exactly.
Capitalism allows
let's put
evil
it like this.
people
Let's put it like this. I think I would say that Trump, he might be a narcissist. He might be like have some
He is
anti-social.
doing horrible.
He has some
He is
anti-social.
marching up this place.
Oh, actually, he's changed. You watch, boys. You watch here in the next year. See how, dude, the numbers show nothing.
He deported a kid with cancer.
Let me finish. Let me finish it.
bro,
Let me
Dude,
finish my
you're-
point. Let me
now
finish my
you're
point real
putting out
quick.
CNN
Let me
points,
finish my
dude.
point. Trump, he might be a narcissist. You people might consider him evil, but there are people
Yeah,
that say,
concentration
"Yo,"
camp.
there's people that say, "Yo, I like the stuff that he's doing better than the other people, and I'm willing to give him my vote because I trust him more." And
Because they're
he didn't
ignorant
deport
of
the
the
kid's
fact that-
cancer.
Okay,
He deported the kid's
dude.
parents, and the parents decided, I don't want my child to stay in America if I can't stay in America. So
Kamala Harris was endorsed by Dick Cheney, dude. Anybody that Dick Cheney endorses, I do not want anything to do with.
And you don't
Bro,
want to, and so
what?
but you're okay with
Y'all
some of
are
this during your
brain rot.
conviction.
Dude, Dick Cheney is the part of the war machine, bro. And like,
Dick Cheney. So is
And
Trump.
that means he's
So-
still
no.
capitalist.
You guys understand? Trump goes up against the elitist. Believe it or not, you think that?
This guy is. Oh my God.
No.
He goes against it because he wants to
that stands
be
in
that.
the way of
This
them
is-
and
this is-
globalism.
Hey,
Trump
clip
is like
song,
80
clip
something
song.
years old. He's not competing in the business world no more. This dude
Wait,
is like
hey, good
this dude
question,
is like
good
about
question.
like and like come on now. He's super
Can
daggone
y'all
old.
lay
He
out some
is
claims?
trying to reform the system.
Can
believe it or
y'all
not.
lay out some claims so we can address
He
it?
has
I'm so
crashed
confused
this
as to where this
country's
conversation-
economy, reputation.
No, he
and
has
open-
not, dude. Our
Wait,
numbers
stop.
do not
I got
show
a question. I got one question.
Look at the job market.
Whose presidency did we go into
Look
a
at the prices.
recession? Did we go into a recession under Biden or Trump?
Biden was during COVID, which it
Were
Oh,
we
that's
in
their
a
boy, dude.
recession
COVID
under
is their boy.
Biden? Yes or no? All
yes,
right,
but you
then.
can't. You have to put that in context. You have to put
We
that
didn't
in
actually.
context.
We didn't actually go into a recession. Believe it or not. What happened was
No, we had a
didn't go
recession.
into
By
a
the definition of recession,
But
two
you know,
two consecutive quarters of negative GDP, we was in a recession.
Okay, but you can't ignore COVID like it didn't have a major impact on the entire world.
Okay, now
Okay,
we're giving, so you're gonna give that on Biden
you can't
excuses
ignore
now.
other
Now we
factors.
can- now-
you
now
can't
you can-
ignore outside
So
factors
you
that had a major impact.
do you consider Trump's first economy good?
I was like a child during his first economy, so
Yes,
I.
dude, so you
You're
gotta
still a
understand,
child.
man. Dude, you gotta understand. There's so many, brother. You're young, man, and I'm not saying I know more than you, but I'm just saying this belief of communism as being the true outlet is just not realistic, man. It's bullshit. It's not. The utopic society will never exist, and it would be dystopian. It would.
Why are you so
I got a question.
against a world that wants to help each other?
I have a question.
No, that's a genuine question.
Yeah, go help
I can answer that
everybody.
question. I can answer the
That's a
question.
genuine question.
If I work
Why
8
don't you want
hours
to get housing for free and let them work it off?
no,
But minutes, hang on, minutes.
stop. You said wait. You telling people to get housing for free and they don't have to work?
No.
No, but
They
he's
get
trying to
free
say
housing,
moral
free
thing
education,
for
free
helping
healthcare,
people.
and they get a job because over
They
in
no, they
capitalism,
so they do they have to work?
You need a place. No,
Do they
in
have
capitalism,
to?
you need in America. You need a place of residency to get a job.
In
but if you can't afford a
capitalism
job,
and communism, do you have to work if you want the free
you
housing?
yeah, everyone has to work. Everyone would have to work. Yeah.
No. So
but
you tell
would
me
get the house to start you off.
Stop. You tell me in communism, if you want the free housing and the food, you have to work, right?
You have to work in capitalism too. Yes.
So okay,
You
right.
still have to do that in capitalism.
But
too.
what if you
We get paid
in,
different, though. We get
communism, if you
paid
don't want to
for
work, what do you
skills,
get to do? What do? You could just not
in
work.
communism?
Yeah, in communism, if you don't
communism?
want to work, you just not work.
I would. Well, first of all, you're taking it as they would already have the same values as capitalists. I would say that they would have
No.
an education more.
Stop.
Right,
Stop.
if they
In
would-
communism,
if you
if
get
you
a
don't
job-
want to work, can you just not work?
yeah, no.
So you have to. So if you don't get,
No,
if
no,
you don't,
you are. No, under communism, you
What
are allowed
kind
to
of
not work.
question is this?
Because work is not a mandate for moral
Instead of
values.
laughing at me for a stupid question like this, what point do you want to get at?
No, I'm just trying. I'm just trying.
No. This
I
is
just
a
want to
question.
understand
There
your.
has to be a reason
I'm actually
behind it.
answering your question. I want to understand your ideas about
That's a
communism.
wrong question. I can't.
Because
that's a
I don't
question
think
that's
you have the
not-
same ideas as other people that came out here before.
No. Clip, wait, slow down. Clip, wait, guys. S'mores, wait. I want to ask Clip a question because I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't think Clip really believes that. I think maybe he might not understand, but like you don't have to work under communism because nobody's going to come up to you and force you, right? No one's going to come up to you and put a pew up to your head and say, "Hey, man, get to work," or else. No, they won't. Wait,
stop. Let's go based off.
Yes, they're going to give you a house, right?
No. Let's go based off. Clip. Do you want to go based off that idea of Lars, right?
That if okay, so
you don't. They're not.
he's
Gonna,
saying,
he said you're not going to force you to work if you don't want to.
Can I say? Can I put it?
Don't stutter that much.
Can you just follow me here, right? Okay. Gun to your head, as in the threat of death forcing you to do something that you might not want to do. Okay. In capitalism, you need to have a job. You need to have good education to get a good job. You need to have a good job to get a good house. You need a good house.
No one's forcing you at gunpoint.
Let him talk. Let him finish.
Okay. You need, where was I? You need a job to get a good house. You need education to get a job. You need a job to get a house. You need a car to go places. You need money for that. Is that not, and you need all of that to afford food. You still have to pay taxes. Is that not a metaphorical gun to your head? If you don't do this, you will die.
You can live at mom's.
Okay, no.
You can live at mom's.
I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. Yes, you're forced to work to survive. To survive and live a decent life, you have to work in capitalism.
I'm saying,
or you can leach off mom.
People would already be working.
There's other people that you could leech off of.
No, stop. So in communism, if you don't work, do you still get the free housing and the food?
The more incentive is,
yes.
if you get that, you will be able to get a job. You will be.
Stop.
When people don't want to work,
stop. Just answer the question. In communism, if you don't work, do you still get free housing and food?
Enough people would already be following the incentive. This is the question.
Answer the question. I try to answer your question directly as much as I can. Did I not?
No, I know. I'm sorry, but
So
you're
just
asking me a
answer the
question. I actually
question.
want to give a more in-depth question. This is not just a yes or no question.
Well,
No,
Yes, it
are
is.
you gonna say that you're already predisposed
I'll
to
say
one?
yes. I will say yes. I'll answer the question.
I'm
I'll
not
answer the
supposed to
question.
want yes or no. I can go both ways. I am willing to change my opinion if you give me a good reason.
That's what I'm trying to
But I'm
get.
not-
Let me give you a reason.
That's a fallacy.
And
Either
answer.
one
I want
way.
to answer. Let me give you a reason.
Go
Clip.
ahead, Lars,
Let me give you a reason.
Go ahead, Lars.
Okay, so this is addressed to everybody, including Clip. The answer would be no, you don't have to. All right. And when you say, okay, so even the people who don't work, they deserve housing and like food to live and like healthcare if like they are in like an emergency, right? The answer would still be yes. Even those people deserve the basic necessities. Here's why. Because we have the technology.
We have the technology.
Right?
No, that is a fallacy.
Stop.
Things don't just happen by themselves.
Let
But
Lars
things
finish.
do
People will work.
Let
We
Lars
have AI
finish.
now.
It's not people are forced to
Lars
work.
have
It's not that
audio
people are
issues. You gotta let him finish.
It's not that people are forced to work. It's that we understand people will work, and so for the ones who don't want to, they'll be set, and naturally they will want to work. Right? That's the idea. Humans don't just sit around and do nothing all day.
Yes, they do.
Right? What are you talking about? What are you talking
People
about?
that
You don't work.
aren't in health conditions. People in health conditions and are fat don't work. Those are the people that don't work. And you know why they're fat? Because of capitalism and all the really bad health regulations we have. And as for disabilities, because they aren't given the ability to work. And yes, they all deserve housing still. And the fat people have the excuse that they're in a system that is perpetuating obesity.
Clip, are you telling me that if I could work 20 hours a week versus...
Quick thing. I got something to disprove that right now. Currently, Gen Z is having a problem with things called NEETs. NEET stands for not in education, employment, or training. These are people that's not in education, employment, or training, and currently right now.
And you need an education to get a job.
You're
and
not
so
listening.
people want a job, they're not given a job.
Let me finish. So we already have people that are like trying to stop and not trying to work because they don't have to. Even right now in capitalism, right? So you're telling me if you just gave them free stuff, they're gonna start to want to work? And you can't say you need education because there's a lot of jobs where you could just go on without education.
No, the reason you're not working anymore is because of
not even minimum wage jobs. There is jobs that pay you like $18 to $22 an hour, but you have to work.
That's still really hard manual labor. That's just really hard. That's
what's wrong with manual labor?
That's the options they get.
What's wrong with manual labor?
Jobs or
You're already proving why your system wouldn't work.
So
you're already saying that you
so
would
you
work.
tell me, so you tell me, so no one does.
That
So
we
you
have
tell
the
me,
technology to automate so many things now. We can automate so many
there's
things.
a lot of things.
AI,
There's a lot of things we can't automate.
AI, and we have robots. We have technology. We can expand on that.
You want to talk about building? You want to talk about building houses? For the concrete blocks required to build a house are made out of block plant. They will use like the current way right now. They have like 6 at a time block machine and 3 at a time block machines, right? If you work there, you're probably gonna be working 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and you're probably gonna get somewhere from $18 to $24 an hour. And that some people are gonna consider that good compensation, and that'll give you the resources and stuff so people could buy blocks to build houses.
How much money they make?
If you tell me like between $18 and $22, $18 and $24, all the block plant supervisor. So that's why I know
they work 12 hours a day and they still live in what, like, 1-story houses,
Bruh,
and they have.
If you do stop, just do $20. Just do $20 an hour, right? For 40 hours a week is daggone what? 20 times 40 is 800. Stop. That's also with 20 hours of overtime because it's 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. 20 hours of overtime. That means 20 with times and a half
pre-tax?
is gonna be 30, right? So 30 times. I'm doing pre-tax. I'll multiply by point.
You have
like
to remember
20%.
how much taxing they're
I'll
going to get.
I'll get to the tax, right? So that's 20 hours of overtime at $30 an hour. That's $600. So for that week they made $1,400, right? For the month, 14, 28, 56, $5,600. Let's take about just be crazy and take 20% off of that, right? For tax purposes.
That's not even that crazy. That's honestly kind of undercutting it.
Okay, let's do 30% for tax purposes. So about $1,500. They're still getting from 56 to about $4,000 a month after taxes.
So now they have to pay for health insurance.
And I'm doing high
taxes.
So
now they have to pay for health insurance, food, rent.
Okay, for health insurance, we start with $4,000 for health insurance. Let's like first we'll do a single male by himself, and we'll take out $200 per paycheck per every 2 pay period. That's gonna be about $4,400 a month. And you say let's say he has a house, right? And like this when I was working there, it was about housing was about
they have to pay for water.
I was at an apartment, $1,500 for apartment. That brings it down from 48 to 33. Rent for water about 100, electricity about 200, internet about 100, so that's $400. That's we're at 33, that's 29. That's $29,000. For insurance for a car about $300. That's 26. Hey, like come on now, you're gonna get compensated pretty daggone well.
You're saying a guy.
Let me explain one thing. So Cliff said that you have fat people here that are bitching about the society that's making them fat.
We can get back to that.
No,
I want to get back. I want to say one more thing about
okay. So what you're meaning is, are you going to force those fat people?
No, can we get back? I want to say something about the thing we were just talking about with him. I would circle back to that.
Okay, we will. But the thing is what I'm saying is everybody's talking all these conversations that we're having is not about communism and capitalism. It's like it's kind of irrelevant. But what we're talking about is what you believe, and what you're saying is that you are for more authoritarian style government. Is that what you basically are saying? That
the way you're portraying it, the amount of people that don't want this and the benefits I believe this brings is that they are purposely doing a self-harm type thing where they believe one thing but they don't realize it due to proper education, ignorance, and propaganda. And you cannot say propaganda because it does exist. And I'm saying I do not think authoritarian is a long-term solution. I'm thinking it's a short-term solution because of how many people that don't want this now.
Oh, okay. So that makes it better. So the problem is what you think is it needs to be taken over violently, and then it needs to be held violently, and then eventually you'll evolve out of that. Like you think that the reins of control, they'll just give that out. No. There's no way. It's proven. Every form of government that takes laws away and citizens' rights away.
I'm not taking laws away.
We're reducing the class. Smorgasbord. Wait, I want a smorgasbord.
Okay.
So the revolution what it does, right? It reduces the class antagonisms present in our reality, right? We want to reduce class antagonisms, right?
Guys.
And as we do that, we will move more and more towards a more peaceful society, right, than what we have now.
Towards authoritarian government.
We don't know.
Authoritarian how? What do you mean by authoritarian?
The people that went through it and how it developed led to tyranny. Yes, I'll admit. But I'm saying is once it finally becomes like actually a good country, we get relinquish it.
After
it's
they
the people that run it, not like.
Wait, no.
I got a quick question.
Please not be defending
How do we get people to do the
authoritarian.
backbreaking jobs? And their communism, how do we get people to do the backbreaking jobs and the job that like very grueling on your
We
body?
just had the incentive conversation. We've already had the incentive conversation, right? People will do the job because they either want to out of passion or they will be
Bro,
compensated
you
for
think
it.
people want to work at a block plant?
Okay,
You think people have the passion to work at a block
Can I say
plant?
something?
Block plants will be automated, my guy.
Bro, it can't be automated.
Nothing. No,
Those,
everything's
not every
automated.
job can be automated because that job is like because the machine makes the block, the machine stacks the block, the machine takes the block to the other side, the machine also stacks them and then pushes them onto the conveyor belt where a person on a forklift picks them up and stacks them outside into the field, right? And then the people that drive to go pick them up and the forklift operator got work together to stack those blocks. But let's say if a block messes up and something like that, there's like too many variables for the block to like mess up for the like robot to actually.
No one's saying everything can be automated. I'm saying a lot can be, not that.
Okay.
Anyway, you saying a block plant person that builds a house in capitalism, if they wanted to buy a house that they built, they would still have to pay for it. Under communism, they build a house and everyone there can live in it. And then they will be able to have.
Who's gonna? You're gonna have to. Stop. How do you think about that person to work in the daggone block plant now? You tell him that he gets a house automatic, right? Or you're doing? Are you doing something different than Lars?
He gets a house. He gets an education. He gets healthcare. He gets food. He gets better transportation.
Many unalivings. This is what they're talking about.
No. We're gonna give the benefit of the doubt for some of this stuff, right? We're gonna give the benefit of the doubt. There's not a lot, right? Let's start right here.
The benefit of the doubt.
You talking about? Do you want to work at a block? Do you want to work at a block plant?
If I was given the right incentive, as in I get a good,
probably a trust fund kid,
good pay, good house, good education, I would work at a block plant.
I get you trust fund kid. You talking? Let's say that you're getting about $4,000 a month for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. Would you work at a block plant?
If under communism, the amount of money I was making would still be kind of irrelevant if I didn't have to spend taxes on the healthcare, education, and all that other stuff that I would still have to pay off.
They are pro.
Stop. Would you work at a block plant?
A block plant?
I know people. Wait, host. I know people at a factory. I work at a factory. Okay, I work at a Carrier in Indiana. Right, it's a factory, and it's one of the largest manufacturers for furnaces in the country. Right. Now, let me hear me out. I know people who say that they don't mind the job at all. Right, that they wish it was more interesting. Right, that they wish that they had more democratic ownership over it. Like if they had some more say in the policies that are done and like the product that's made, right? And even I don't necessarily despise the job. I just hate the capitalistic parts of the job that make it way more miserable than it has to be.
The amount of profit is not decided on the people that produce the profit in capitalism. The people that are not doing the back-breaking labor are the ones that are deciding where the money that those people worked for.
Guys, but you guys just admitted that you are for dictatorships, dude. Like, where is your like that?
And you voted for Trump, which is becoming a dictator.
Stop. We could talk about Trump later, but I want to focus on this. I want to focus on this, right? You're telling me that Lars, you would work at a block, not Lars, but Clips, you said you would work at a block plant.
The thing is,
he's not going to answer your question.
See, you don't even want to work. You don't even want to work at that, but you think, these other people want to work at that.
There are people that want to work at it.
The only people that want to work at that is because they're getting compensated good. If you say that, if you say we're gonna give you a house, we're gonna give you and you're gonna give you all this stuff, but we're gonna have to tax you. We're gonna have to tax you a lot to take because we gotta pay for everybody else's stuff. Then we're like, yo, you're gonna tax me heavily to pay for other people's stuff, and I still have to do this backbreaking stuff. You know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna do what everybody else
Well,
is
when they,
doing.
well, hold on, wait.
You don't
Host,
understand.
wait.
Come on,
You're
you think
forgetting one
people
thing.
have
Host,
a
you're forgetting
passion?
one thing.
You think people have a passion for picking up trash? People don't pick up
no. The thing is, dude,
people don't pick up trash. People don't do these hard jobs because they're passionate and they're doing it for the love of the game.
Compensation exists under communism. Compensation exists under
We're
communism.
going around
in capitalism.
So
in capitalism,
the problem, look,
let me say this.
We're going around in circles here. The problem is your economic system always will require an authoritarian government to run it, and it will always have to run off of some form of a capitalistic market. So I'm saying what you're preaching here is dangerous rhetoric, and it will, dude. If you think it's bad now in a capitalist society, you think it wouldn't be worse in a communist society? Dude, you're delusional, brother.
You're a doomer. You're a doomer. All right, you believe life is just meant to suck.
Why are you just
right?
continuing
So
to the most nihilistic?
your rhetoric is harmful to our mental health.
Stop.
Really,
For some reason, y'all think that people would work just because they love the job. People would work because the compensation, and you saying, yeah, we're gonna pay you well, we're gonna pay you good, but we're gonna heavily tax you.
Okay.
A lot of people's not gonna be doing this backbreaking stuff if their money gonna take away the people that's not working.
I work at a factory, and I'm telling you, I work at a factory, and there are people that don't mind working there.
Yeah, they don't mind working there. It's not their passion.
You gotta have some kind of mod.
Okay,
there.
can I say this? Can I say something? The difference is, though, the taxes in capitalism, the taxes that you are being taxed is going towards a bomb in the Middle East that costs like thousands of millions of dollars. In communism, it will go to better transportation, better housing.
You don't think it wouldn't go to another war machine?
Everything. It would go towards things that you would see actually.
Wait. Let me. No. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Communism, the stuff will go to the stuff you love, right? The people are working the back-breaking jobs. You think they're gonna continue working the back-breaking job, and they can have if they'll be taken care of and have an easier time? You think people are picking up trash because they're doing it for the love of the game?
No, they're not. No. And that's the problem. They think this is a sales pitch, bro. It's a giant sales pitch, man. It's subversion.
You're basically telling me, hey, y'all keep doing those backbreaking jobs. Y'all keep doing those harsh jobs. We'll take the easy jobs and we'll take the chilling jobs because
okay, but why are you backing off the taxes?
No, they're not going to.
You are completely ignoring.
The guy
you're just ignoring what I'm saying. No, you're just ignoring what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. The problem is here comes Ash, dude. The housewife, the communist housewife.
So you're just switching straight to sexism. So how can I ever
stop. So the issue is through your economic system, it requires an authoritarian government, which you just admitted, and
I just said I would want to switch it back to democracy once everyone gets it back. You're saying that I want to be
switching back and forth. Nice.
No, well, democracy. The problem is
I'm switching back and forth. I was like this since the get-go.
Authoritarian as well.
I've openly said that. You can't say I'm switching around now. Yup. Dude, I've already said this.
You can't be switching systems on the fly.
I haven't been switching systems. I have not said.
Communism,
hey, y'all going too back and forth now. I got a thing, right? You think that people are just gonna be working these hard, grueling jobs just for the love of the game?
It's not for the love of the game. I'm just saying that you're ignoring the fact that I'm saying where their taxes and where their money's going. They're gonna have the incentive, so it's not for the love of the game. It's because they can.
You think that one of the incentives for them to say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna tax you heavily, so we could give Joe Schmo over there a house. He's not working yet, but sooner or later he's gonna get to work. So we're gonna tax you. We're taxing you extra hard because of that." So you think that's how people do it?
Okay. In capitalism, the taxes go towards welfare and a lot of wars. Stop. I'm saying the taxes
in communism, they're gonna get taxed a lot more, right? Or wrong?
Yes, in capitalism.
Okay,
yes,
and then they're gonna see their taxes going to someone that's not working, and then they're gonna say, "I gotta do this backbreaking job." What's my like? Why would I want to do this backbreaking job and continue to support? Because I would love the job. People are not doing these jobs because they love them. They're doing it because they have to. I'll admit, it's not always voluntary. No one's picking up trash every day for the love of the game.
You're trying to get me to get rid of an essential job and act like that's a victory for you.
No, that's not what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to establish that. You think that people, one of y'all communists think that people
you're trying to tell me, you're trying to get me to disprove the reason why we need a functional job and a job we need.
I'm trying to tell you that
because you're capitalist, we need that.
No, I'm trying to say You're disincentivizing people to do these hard jobs.
No, we're incentivizing them. I'm saying that in
You just
capitalism,
said that
it's less
they're gonna get
incentivized.
taxed. They're gonna get. No, it's not, because people do these hard jobs now. You tell me that they're gonna be more incentivized because they're getting some of their tax money is going to someone down the street,
Okay, you know
so
what?
they
Okay,
can
hang
have
on.
health insurance, so they can have a house.
Can I ask someone? Can I ask
They're not
someone?
directly.
Can I
seeing
ask someone that works in a factory right now? Lars, would you work under that system? Would Lars? Is Lars here?
What's the question?
Hello?
If you were working in your factory and you got free education, free healthcare, free housing, and better transportation and better just all around well-being in your city for working at a factory, would you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Would you ever change? Would you ever change jobs?
Hey,
There's different
wait.
different jobs.
Would you ever change jobs?
You're acting like once he switches job, no one's ever going to replace him.
People still get paid.
let's ask Tom.
People still
What's up,
people
Ash?
still get paid. People still get paid.
Yeah, they're still
in
gonna get paid.
communism. Like,
Well-
why? I don't understand. Is that the disconnect that's happening?
No, it's not that. You said, we
the
understand
thing
people get paid. I'll give y'all it, right. But you're disincentivizing people to do these hard jobs because
we are more.
Let me finish my point, Clip. Let me finish my point, Clip. You're not listening. You're not listening. Let me finish my point, real quick.
You're not listening to me.
Let me finish my point. Why I'm saying you're de-incentivize people because you're saying, hey, everybody gets housing and food, right? And you don't gotta do these hard jobs to get housing and food. Wouldn't they just do an easier job to get all those stuff that they're considered luxuries?
What?
Like, okay, you tell me I got to go pick up trash every day, and under communism, most of my money comes to me. But you said I got to go pick up trash every day, and but we're gonna take a good portion of your money so to give someone else the house. I would say, yo, the people that are picking up trash are not just doing it because they like to pick up trash.
People that are picking up trash,
they're doing it because they're getting compensated heavily. And you tell me that they could get a house house and food without having to do that. They're gonna say, I can just work at McDonald's and I'll be good.
Oh, okay. So can I answer that?
Go ahead.
You're implying that middle-aged people are going to be walking around picking up trash in a communist society. When I'm saying free education would mean better education, because it's being paid for. So more education means older people can get more better jobs, and teenagers that also would like to have money and go around and do things that they would want to do. They can work the minimum wage jobs like restaurants. They can work picking up
What do
trash.
you mean minimum wage?
Picking up trash is not a minimum wage job.
Not minimum wage job, okay, but the jobs like that you're implying, like
What are you talking about?
customer service.
You
like
tell
all
me,
that stuff.
you saying the teenagers would do that job? Why wouldn't the teenagers just work at McDonald's instead of picking up trash?
They can do exactly. Teenagers can do that instead of adults.
Yes, you don't see.
And then that means
who's gonna be picking up you don't understand no one's gonna be picking up trash if you can say, hey, we're
the
gonna give you
teenagers
food.
will.
No, they won't. They can work at McDonald's too.
Okay, there's not. So you're saying every single teenager is only gonna be working at McDonald's,
bro? I'm saying
every single teenager is only gonna do one job.
There's no reason to do these.
Every single teenager is only gonna do one job. You're saying that they can't do other jobs.
I'm saying. Let me say what
No, that's what you are though, because you're saying they are gonna pick up trash. They're gonna go work at McDonald's. Where's the difference?
My goodness.
They're just doing a job.
Well, to be honest, I would say teenagers would probably work in like less intensive, like McDonald's.
That picking up trash is not intensive.
No.
Whoa,
McDonald's is intensive.
You ever seen the people just hanging out the back of a garbage truck?
People want jobs. I know teenagers want jobs.
You ever seen the people that's hanging off the back of garbage trucks?
It's hard.
You ever seen you ever seen those people that are hanging off the back of a garbage truck?
Yeah.
That's the easy job to you, just chilling.
Adults, more like 20-year-olds can do that. You think
people have a passion just that stinks? Yeah. Like,
okay.
You think people have passion for that?
So hang on. You think they're doing that for the rest of their life?
Question.
Go ahead,
Can I
Josh.
ask a question?
What's up?
What's your bio mean?
What's my bio mean? I'll say it.
Yeah.
I believe socialism and communism fall either one or multiple of these four categories. They're either jealous, evil, lazy, or stupid.
No, your bio. Your
My
bio for your profile.
What you talking about?
Anti-socialist, communist, conservative, counter-revolution.
Yeah, because I believe y'all trying to start this fucking socialist revolution.
You said farmer? You said farmer?
What?
You said farmer?
What's that mean, though? Like, what? I don't...
You know farmers rely on socialism.
God damn, Clip. Hang on a second. What does this mean?
What does what mean? My bio? That what he
Your
just read?
bio, yeah. Yeah, what does it mean?
That means when y'all socialists and communists try to do this shit, we're gonna put our foot on y'all necks. Because the majority of y'all think y'all could convince the majority y'all think y'all could convince the country to do that when the majority of people are against these ideologies? We putting our foot on y'all neck, we crushing y'all movement.
Oops. Why do you want to work for rich people that are gonna go buy like 4 yachts with your labor?
Why do you want to work for someone to get a house that doesn't do nothing?
Because I'm also going to be getting a house, and they're also going to have more opportunities to get a job too.
What if they don't get a job?
Okay.
So you're okay with
one person.
So you think people are gonna be more incentivized to work if they get free stuff?
Of course he does.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, yes, of course. Of course that happens. You know,
it's a different kind of brain.
See, this is the problem y'all don't understand. If y'all want to be realists, y'all could be socialists, but y'all can't be realists. You think people are gonna say, "Yo, I could quit my job picking up trash because my family's gonna be good." So why would I continue picking up trash?
Or maybe work half a week, right?
I'll just get a part-time job.
Yeah, but people would like work less. Like people
yes,
would work
of course,
less hours.
I would work less.
What would incentivize them to work more?
No, you're saying everyone's lazy. So you're saying the people that are switching from capitalism.
I can use my time going to museums. Okay.
Chill, bro. Like you have every time I try to talk, Clip, you start talking right over me.
Bro, you literally came in here and said jack shit and got like 20 stars.
I got invited up by the host.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was a hammer and sickle in there, so I thought she was a commie.
It is a hammer and sickle. I am a communist.
Yeah, so I want to get the commies on here.
Okay, well, I'm one, and I think you got something wrong there when you said, "Why would I work so somebody else can have a house?" What are you talking about? You're literally doing you're working so somebody else can have a house right now, a mansion. Like there's billionaires with chefs and stuff. You're doing that right now.
But under
just so you know,
what they said,
so paying for bombs going to murder children.
Bro, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I mentioned that.
So you don't care about murder of children? What the fuck?
Do you? If you care so much, why have you did anything about it?
Well, how am I supposed to do?
At least I won't lie. At least I won't lie and act like I care about everybody. I'm willing to say I don't give a fuck because you're not willing to say you don't give a fuck. You gotta say, "Oh, I care," but yet you do not a damn thing.
That's on the other side of the fucking world. What do you want me to do?
Exactly my point. What am I supposed to do?
Why are you assuming people? Why do you want to go into a mindset saying people can't work together? And why do people not want to work together?
I'm trying to explain to you that you think people are just gonna do these jobs that are kind of fucked up just because they've been doing them already. They did it under a capitalist because capitalists incentivize you to work. It's kind of sometimes mandatory.
Capitalism forces you to work.
Bro,
If you don't, you will starve to death.
Okay, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. Capitalism forces you to work. And socialism, if you don't work, you still get a house of food. So that's de-incentivizing you to work.
That's the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum. Housing and food. That is a human right, and I will not step down on that. That's a human right. People deserve that.
If people could get that, do you think they'll work just as hard as they do now?
Probably. I cannot give you an answer on that because that's not being real. You ask me
people are not going to pick up trash because they want to or because they like, I enjoy picking up trash. They're doing it because they're incentivized because they get paid better. If you tell me like, yo, you get to pick up that trash, we're gonna take about half your pay to give it to someone over here so he can have a house. He's not working yet, but he's gonna start soon.
Would your mom let you live all your life in her house? Would she let you live in her house? I mean, is she a communist?
That is not the way that it works. That is.
Why do you keep going back to
stop? Let's go ahead, Ash, with the hammer and sickle.
So that's just not how it works. Like, it's not you work really hard and then someone like takes the value of your labor. Like, when you're talking about it in that way, you're describing capitalism. People would be more productive because they would own their own labor. In its entirety, instead of like in capitalism, how we are now like alienated from our labor. Like we're just part of like the production, right? Whereas in communism, like you are owning your labor. It is a system of great abundance.
No, it isn't.
What's up? Okay.
You can't just not.
I got a question. Let me ask you a couple questions about that, right? Let me ask you a couple questions about that, right? So you tell me people are gonna work because they own the means of production, or do they automatically get a house and food, right?
If they see the benefits that their
Cliff, I'm
job
talking
is
to Ash right
creating,
quick.
maybe.
Ash, do people automatically get housing and food?
Yes, of course, it's a human right.
They,
The reason
do
that
they
people
have to
don't
work for it?
have housing, no, you don't have to like work for things that you just have a right to have, like in the system. The reason that people don't have these things right now is because they're commodified. So one of the things that communism wants to do is they want to decommodify housing and decommodify food because the scarcity that we see with these things are artificial. We already have enough food. We already have enough housing. The reason people don't have them is because of money, because of profit.
Okay. I hear all that, right? So y'all basically stealing other people's labor and resources and time because
Exactly.
you need someone
How
who's
do
gonna be
you-
building the houses then.
No.
Why do we go to war for
They're
oil
built.
all the
Bro,
time?
yo,
Already
let's
built.
just
So let's
bro,
go to a society where the houses are not there, right? Let's put
Okay.
communism in a place where there's no,
No.
houses.
Let's keep it right. Let's keep it right here, real quick, right? Like everybody has a house, right? So the electrician, he has to go work and fix people's houses, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Who pays him? The people's house he fix?
Yeah, he would own his own labor. He would be his own boss.
So that means the person got to pay for the house, right?
It would be an apartment.
What do you mean it would be an apartment?
I believe.
Okay,
Okay,
if there is damage to the house, the people that maintain the house got to go work for free, right?
The
Because
people
they're
who
entitled
maintain the house have
because
to
they're entitled to that
what?
labor, right?
Nobody works for free. No.
So so that means that the people that don't work, the people that don't work, right? That have the house and food, there's something happens to their house. Someone need to come fix it, right?
Sure, we can have the state do it. We'll have subsidies.
So you tell me the state is paying for them to fix the house.
Sure, why not?
Why not?
I think that's
Let's
good
do
for the
it.
whole of society. I think for the population to have safe, livable homes, I think is good for the entirety of
Right,
society.
and who does the state get the money from?
That-
Since that guy's
that-
not working, right? The guy who is not staying at home is not working.
I mean,
Where
the
does state-
majority of people would work. Like in the
Yeah.
USSR,
Oh,
for
okay.
instance,
What
we
is
saw
that?
100%.
If you give people housing and
We
food,
saw
what incentivizes do they work?
100% employment rate. Not
So-
They didn't want to work. Then communism collapses. Is that the idea?
what? What'd you say?
If people didn't want to work, then communism collapses. Is that how it works?
I mean, people always do labor no matter what.
No.
Stop. Do you think people
Yeah,
want to
there's
work some of these jobs
there's
that people work
like-
currently right now?
There's no like humans without labor.
Do you think people want to work some of the jobs that people work right now?
What jobs? What do you mean?
Like, let's say, you think people
You were
want to
trying
pick
to
up trash?
trying to get rid of necessity jobs. You use
No,
it as an
I'm just-
argument. Why? That
no,
doesn't
I'm
make
just-
any sense. You've used this against me too. You're trying to use
you don't
you're
understand.
trying to
You
use
don't
a job
understand
that's
that
needed.
this
So
job
if
is
we have-
nasty, bruh. You understand that
Sure,
these dirty
if we
No,
jobs.
but you're trying to take a
Bro, let
job that
me-
is needed and say, "Oh, but you have to do this, so now it's bad." That
if we
still
have
I
a
didn't
job
say it.
that
I didn't
nobody
say it's
wants
bad.
to
That's the way you're
do,
portraying it.
if we
That's the way
have
you're
a
portraying it.
job
goodness.
and nobody wants to do it, we just incentivize it more.
How?
That's all we do.
How?
We can give them more money.
And are they able to
really
get
not that big of a deal.
Are they able to get a bigger? Are they able to get a mansion?
A man? Why would someone need a mansion? I don't understand.
That's excessive.
So what would they do with that more money?
I don't know.
You can still
See,
have
so
like
if I
a
get-
nice
if I get
TV,
more
a
money,
nice
I
You
house,
still
a nice
have
bed.
things.
You tell
You
me if
still
I
have
get
nice
more
things.
money, I couldn't get a mansion, but that's supposed to incentivize me to get more to work this job for more money.
Because so that's a capitalist way of thinking. By the way, that's not socialist.
So
why would we want to buy a mansion? We don't need it.
You can't
It's
reprogram
called
human
living
thinking.
inside your means. Now you're thinking greedy. Now you just want to be greedy.
So you
living
saying- wait,
inside,
stop,
living
stop,
your
stop.
means. Now everyone needs a mansion. You don't need a fucking mansion.
You just said so everybody has to live inside their means under communism, right?
Yes.
You can have stuff like you
No.
can
You
can have a
Am
nice
I-
TV.
Can you
things
can
that
have,
you
like, nice
want.
You are you only allowed to live inside your means, or can you get extravagant things?
I mean, we're talking about housing specifically, or you're talking about anything?
Can I get a mansion?
That's no. I would say no. If you want yes or no, no. Yes or no answer. If you
So
said that's
if
what you
I
always wanted to
can't-
give you,
I
yes or no.
can't get a mansion, right? That a luxury thing. So what
Okay, the thing
incentivizes
is,
do I have to
that means
work
you know
that
how
hard
much money-
job?
No, the thing is though, you're implying that means we would be giving you so much money that we would be taking money away from other people. You still get paid a fair, like, reasonable amount. We're not going to pay you like $100,000 a month for you to buy a mansion for working in like a brick making factory.
My bad.
That's
Not necessarily a mansion, but a big ass
house.
That's the thing is
like,
I mean,
a big ass house. No, that's still excessive. You don't need that. If you're like a 2-person family,
who decides whether you need it?
The
Who decides that?
communities decide.
So you say the community decides what we need?
Yeah,
That's
as a
terrible.
community,
So
you
wonderful.
would
Are you basically
decide
telling me that
equitably.
you saying I can't buy whatever I want?
Is not a very good idea. It's
Not
dangerous.
housing, right? Because housing is something that we like completely decommodified, right?
if we wanted to be qualified, we'd have to do apartment blocks.
Housing is the
It's nationalized.
Housing is the biggest expense that we currently have
You
now,
can
right?
trade your house. You can trade your house. Like in Cuba, people like they trade houses with each other all the time.
But
you
I
can
can't
do
get me
something
a
like that
big.
if
I
you
can't get
wanted
me
to.
a big ass house with a fucking long ass driveway, right?
Bro, you sound like a kid.
I mean, maybe you can have a really long driveway.
I
but
want
I don't
no,
know.
I want
what
the
if
big ass
I don't
house
want a
too.
house in North
But
Dakota? I
why
want
do you
one in
need
by
the
the
big
beach.
house? Like,
I
do
didn't
you
say- I
feel
didn't
that
say I
you
need.
deserve?
If I work
Okay, so you
hard
just
and I
want
get
it.
more, you told me that.
So do you feel
You
that
told me
you're
that if I work,
entitled to that more than other people are?
no, this is what you told me. You told me if I do this job with picking up trash, a hard going job, y'all said that y'all compensate me more, right? And then when I try to
Yeah,
buy a
you
bigger
could buy
house,
more
y'all
stuff.
told me I'm not allowed. So
Yeah,
what is the
not
purpose?
houses, right?
What is the purpose?
Why are you
of
going
me
straight
work-
to a house?
What is the purpose of me
There's
getting
other
that?
But
stuff
if
you
half
can
of you
buy.
agree that a minimum wage worker that works at McDonald's shouldn't own a man. You want a minimum wage worker to own a mansion?
What do
then?
you mean? Why do you keep saying minimum wage?
Okay, fine. McDonald's worker.
We're
Minimum.
back to this
McDonald's worker
conversation.
would own a
Oh
mansion.
my!
With the way you're
No.
thinking right
Let's
now,
just
you would think a
wait, stop,
McDonald's
stop,
worker,
stop,
since
stop.
no one else wants to
Let's
do
just
it,
focus
they get
on
a
the example.
mansion.
Let's just focus on the example I give. You tell me
That
that
was a terrible example.
y'all
A person that picks up trash deserves a mansion.
This is what you told me. Let me stop. You told me
that's what
if-
you're implying.
You told me
Hey,
if
bro,
I work
that'd
a
be
job
awesome,
that
bro.
nobody else want to do, that you'll compensate me more, right?
Yeah, that you
But
can
I can't.
reasonable-
compensate more. Hang
but
on,
you told me
Cliff.
that I could. But you didn't tell me that I can't get what I want with the money that you compensate me more with, right?
Because housing is something that we nationalized, right? We decided that that was a right for everyone, and that
15
we're
million
going to do that.
unsold housing
Cliff,
so what if
Cliff, shut, stop.
What if I wanted to pay someone to build that house for me?
Goddamn.
What if I wanted to pay for someone that build me that house?
What?
What if I wanted to pay someone and I made the blueprints for them to build me a house, and that's gonna be a big ass mansion?
Bro, this
How would
sounds
you
like
afford
the
that?
HOA.
With
Okay,
what job? What
not
job
a
are you
big
looking
ass
for?
mansion, but one with like 4 bedrooms.
4 bedrooms? Okay. Do you
I
have
think
the money
that's
for it?
reasonable. I think having
No,
a
just for
4-bedroom
myself.
house is reasonable.
You said 2, and I want,
Somebody
and I know
is-
I already have. I'm not getting rid of my first house though. I just want a second house just to have it.
No,
No,
don't
you
say
can't
that.
have
Don't
two
say that.
houses.
No. Having
So you
one
tell
house
me
that you're gonna
that
go for
I
the summer.
could work harder, but I can't
You
buy
don't
things with
get
my
everything
money.
you want, okay? That's the thing. You don't get everything you want. I know that's a spoiled
Oh,
rich
no
kid right
kidding.
there.
No
You don't
kidding.
get everything you want in the world, pal.
You tell me,
But there's
what-
things you get
Can I
what
get
you
the things
need.
that I work for?
You get the things you deserve and need. Not that you don't want like you don't deserve 3 houses that you want to go
Yeah,
vacation.
and
What
you
if I'm
decide
able
who
to-
deserves it.
What if I'm able? What if I save up my money and I'm able to get those things though? I still can't get them.
That's excessive. No, you don't need that. You can get.
What
you
if
can get
I
like
want? What if I want to spend money on excessive things? I can't do that.
that money is more useful elsewhere, bro.
And who decides
So
what's
you tell
excessive
me
now?
my money
No,
is more
you're
useful
just
elsewhere? Are you gonna
selfish.
just take my money?
Listen, if you think that you're going to start money hoarding and become some type of multimillionaire, no, you're not going to do that. We're not going to let you climb up to the ranks because that's how you get billionaires and all that shit. That's not going to happen.
I love it.
So you,
And yes,
so,
if you think you're going to get
so-
rich, we will go and snatch you up
We
out of
will
wherever
go.
you are, put you on house arrest. That's what the Chinese people are doing. Okay, they go and
Exactly.
they
It sounds
snatch billionaires
wonderful.
up out of
Sign
their
me up.
luxury
I
hotel
I want to
rooms.
do that.
and
they
y'all
are
see
like
why I put
putting them on
jealous,
house
evil,
arrest,
lazy, or
putting them
stupid,
in
right?
jail and killing them. So
So
you're
you tell me,
greedy.
you tell me
You're not doing that.
You tell me that you incentivize me to work hard. You incentivize me to do a job that nobody want to do, and you're gonna pay me more for doing that. But I can't buy things with it. I can't buy stuff of excess with
You
it. 'Cause I
can
get
buy
excess money.
stuff. You
We're
can
saying
buy
you can't own
stuff.
3 mansions. That's what you're implying. You're
How many
saying
cars
you
can I
can't
own?
cars, how many people are in
I
your
don't
family that can
care.
drive?
I don't care how many cars you own. I don't give a shit.
How much acres can I? How much acres of land can I own?
No, no land.
No,
I
I would
can't
say
own
more than
land.
apartment blocks. You
No.
can have a nice like you can have a nice
You can buy
what's it
someone's
called? A
land.
penthouse.
You
can have
got quite a
So you
system.
tell me I
The
can't get a big,
land
I
gets
can't have multiple
leased.
houses. You tell me I can't buy land. So what
The land
incentive
is
do I
leased.
have to
So
go
you're
work that
saying that
hard
we
Do you
job?
have? I have a question. I have a question. Do you have any of these things right now? Do you
Yeah,
have like multiple mansions and
I
like
just have
hella
one house right
cars or
now.
no?
Why aren't you saving your money? Why
I
aren't you
have one
saving your
house
money?
Right. So how come? No, no, no. How come you don't have that right now?
because
Yeah,
I'm trying to
where's
save
all
my
your
money
money?
to
I thought
get
you could
that.
save your money.
I got
How
plans
much
What's
money you got right
stopping
now?
you
How
from?
much money?
What's
How long
stopping
you been
you
working?
from getting these things?
because
What's
I'm
stopping you,
saving
bro?
my money
Time
so I
and
can get
effort.
those things.
You
Time
think
and
you're gonna
effort.
own?
Everybody
You think
should
in
be.
your lifetime you're
What's
gonna
it?
get like $5 billion mansions in
Nah,
your
I didn't
lifetime?
say $5 billion mansion, but I could get a
You're
second
gonna get like
house.
$4 million mansions. How
I
much
bet
money
we
do you
get
think
a
you're gonna get in
second
your lifetime?
house.
You know the average American only makes like less than like $2 million in like their lifetime, right?
Okay, cool. But we would get a second house
You're not
though.
getting there. You're not getting there, bro.
I didn't. One, I'm
He's
not
trying
talking
to
about.
get wherever he wants to
One, I
go.
didn't say a $5 million mansion. I just said
Do
a
you have
bigger
a
house,
Do you have a
another
loan
house.
on your house? Do you have a
Yes,
loan on your house?
yes, and I will try to rent
So
it
you
out.
don't own. Okay, so you
I
don't
don't
own
own my
it. You
house
don't own your
outright.
home.
No, I don't own my house
You don't own.
outright.
Okay, so
No.
you don't own your house. You technically don't own the land either, right?
Yeah.
The
Okay.
state can
Correct. You're
come and
correct.
No one can
take it
come kick
away
you out of
at
your house right
any
now.
time. The state can come take it away at any time for eminent domain. You have to pay property taxes. They
That's
can
how it
But
works.
if
literally
the
seize
state
your
comes and take it from
property.
eminent
But
domain, they
you
gotta
don't.
pay me still.
But you don't own.
Yeah,
But
but
you
you
don't
become
own your
homeless.
house. Is
But you
my
become
No,
point.
homeless.
No,
if the state comes
you
take
can buy something else.
land for
No,
eminent
my
domain,
point is
they
that
could come.
like
They have to pay. They have to compensate me for the value of the land and the value of the
If you
house.
can't
Yeah, they
afford
do
a
have to
house,
do
you
that.
don't
He
get a
is
house.
right.
In communism, if
my
you
And
get
then
a house,
point.
then I'll use the money that the
My
state give me for the
That's a
house
good point.
and get another
That is
house.
true.
Cause I'm able to afford to get another house. Come on now. So
but my
if
point
I
in
save up my
saying
money,
this.
if I save up my money and I want to buy a second house, you're gonna say I'm not allowed to do that?
Okay, so what happens if you break an arm and
My
need like health
point,
insurance?
my
I have health
point, my
insurance. I have
point
some
in
good ass health
saying
insurance
What if
too.
they
that.
don't cover it? What if
They
it doesn't cover it one day?
Anyway,
they're gonna cover it. I got good
my
ass health
oh
insurance.
my god,
What if they change one day?
Then I'll go get a different
my
health
point,
insurance.
What if that one doesn't exist? Sorry, Ash, continue.
my
Bro,
point in saying that is that your home would not be taken from you in communism. That was my whole
Because
point.
you
You
wouldn't
don't
have a
have
home.
to pay.
Because
You
we're
don't
giving
have
you a
to
home.
wait,
He
wait,
pay
doesn't own it
property.
technically.
you
You
just said you're
don't.
gonna
No,
get a
no,
second
no, no, no.
house.
Getting one.
He
Huh?
doesn't own the house.
You
In
No one,
communism, you
Gosh,
no
would.
one
you guys
owns
are
the house.
killing
There's no
me.
private
wait,
property.
stop. Y'all can't be talking. Y'all can't. I want to hear what you're saying. Go ahead, Ash.
Thank you. I appreciate you. No, so like the land would be leased to you, right? I think in China it's like 77 years, and then they just automatically like release it to like you and your family, and your home is your personal property, so nobody can take it from you, right? So that's kind of the difference there, right? Where like most people who quote unquote own their home in the US actually don't and probably never will.
But then there's those that do own their homes.
Yeah, and how much money do they make, and
Bank
how unfair
owns
is
your
it?
home.
No, listen. I agree
Bank
with
can
you.
still
Like,
come
that
take your house, dude.
whole entire like minimum wage. That made no sense. I didn't understand that argument about the trash man owning the home. But like, you have to understand.
Wait.
in
China has a
communism-
form of eminent domain called requisition, though.
Oh
They
my
could
God.
still take your home in China.
Sure.
But under
They have
what
to
conditions?
pay you
And you
a
have to
pass
pay.
for it.
You have to pay for your home. in
Okay,
China.
but you know what? You have both established that they have a capitalist economy and democracy. Yup, you have admitted that and you have said that.
She's the one that I was just
So
saying that because she's the one that brought up
So
China and
that's
said
not
that you would own your
communist,
home in
that's
China.
capitalist.
And
So
that's
that's a
the
communist
best we've
problem.
got right now. China. They
Okay.
have capitalism in their economy.
Okay. So you tell me I can't own a home in
Everything that's wrong with it is
Wait.
capitalist.
So why can't I buy things that of excess in communism?
It's not
Because the
things that
excess you're
excess is
describing is a
land.
mansion
You
and
can have
5
it like
cars.
Pokemon cards, as many Pokemon cards as you want. You can have whatever you want in
Things that don't
communism,
Okay, I got a
right?
question. I got a question.
As
That's a
long as
commodity.
no one is exploited in the production or selling of this, and it's not commodified, right? And it's accessible to everyone.
So do farmers get to own their land?
No.
Nobody owns land in
Collectively.
communism.
Okay,
They don't. No, they don't.
the majority of farms are family-owned farms in America. The
The
majority.
majority of people
not
working on
anymore.
farms don't own the farm. farms. The majority of people out working on farms don't even have citizenship, right? So like,
no, that's not true. Only 4% of legal immigrants are working the daggone agriculture. Only 4%.
Yeah, but that's the opposite statistic. You want what percentage of people working on farms?
No, you said illegal immigrants are working on. You're trying to say illegal immigrants work on our farm. It's only 4% of that do that. Majority of them are not doing that, and majority of farms are family-owned farms where they're able to operate that.
Sure, but they hire workers. They hire Majority of farms are hiring workers, and also the majority of farmers don't own their farms. They're millions of dollars in debt. If you know any farmers, they're up to their eyeballs in fucking debt. They owe on the tractors. They owe on the equipment. They owe on the land. They don't own shit. And most of the people, and most of the land, and most of the land is rented. You can't own. You don't own shit now. Why are you acting like you're going to own shit?
Can I own the farm? Yes or no?
I don't understand.
You know what? No, because
so you admit we can't own things in capitalism, right?
No, because you own the farm collectively, right?
No. If I own the farm, if I only work it by myself, I get to own the whole farm, right? If I work the farm by myself,
why would
you
get all
the
the
financial strain of paying for all the tractors and all that shit by yourself, bro?
Wait,
why would you even want to do that?
Because it's my choice.
Yeah, you just can't run a farm alone. You could try.
So you're saying
let's say I run the farm with just me and my brother.
Aren't people's choice?
You're saying I run the farm with me and my brother.
Collectively own it.
So just two people, right?
Job to me, so I don't think anyone else is going to do that ever in my life. I don't think I don't think it's a desirable job to me. So no one else is going to do that.
What are you talking about?
That's the logic you've applied to me about the bricklayers and the trash workers. That's the logic you applied to me.
No,
I don't think it's a desirable job. No one else is going to do it.
That's not what I was trying to say.
But that's what you said to me.
No, what I was saying to you is,
are you a farmer? Are you a farmer right now?
Can I answer him or nah? I'm not a farmer right now, but I plan to be one. I want to own a couple hundred acres of land and just have that shit. What's up?
You know how expensive tractors and all the farm stuff is?
You don't necessarily need a tractor
and
for
you know
the
what
type of ranching I want to do.
And you know what pays for most farmers? The government, which is a socialist, more influenced idea. Because under capitalism, you would have to pay all of that out of pocket.
So did you remember when I said earlier, America has the best form? They have a capitalist government with certain social programs or socialist programs.
And then when I come in and I say that I want to expand on that to a more major degree, you think that's bad when everything that you've seen that has socialist influences is good.
No, not necessarily, not everything.
Yeah, I agree with socialism. Not communism, though. Communism is way too far.
I don't believe in communism because it's a far right idea. I more believe in a socialist idea. I've never said
what is this shit? Agree. The communism is not a far right idea. What the fuck is this shit? This is the second time I've heard this week. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement. It's a ridiculous fucking statement.
I love it when communists don't agree.
Reds, chill.
There is a distinction between socialism and communism. Socialism is a stage in between capitalism and communism.
Yeah, you guys are not as crazy.
Stay there. That is true. Look at the first book that described communism.
I got a question. Let's get back on the farm thing. You tell me in communism I can't own the farm if I work it by myself.
Why don't we just look at how farms actually work in communist countries? We could look at a bunch of different models and see if you like it, right? Like
so I just got a question. Can I own the farm? Can I own the farm?
Generally, they're collectives because the region that does the farming.
If I work the farm by myself,
are you letting me finish a sentence, bro? Can I explain to you how it actually is? Because why? I don't want to play pretend with you.
Be a yes or no answer.
You're not a farmer. You've never been a farmer. You're probably never going to be a farmer. I don't want to play pretend with you. But if you want to talk about farming, we can talk about farming actually works. Okay, let's talk about farming actually works under communism. Do you want to talk about how it actually works? Do you want to talk about how it actually works under communism, or do you want to play pretend? Which one do you want to do?
I'm just asking a question.
You cannot ask a yes or no question for these things. You cannot ask a yes or no question because there is more in-depth questions. There's an in-depth answer.
So there's no yes or no to my question? The question?
There is a yes or no question, but you're demanding one.
The answer to your question is the way that it works is how the people set it up. That's how it works, right? Because it works, you democratically organize an economy. So depending on the country, depending on the place, depending on the group of communists, depending on the region, it's going to be set up differently. And I can explain to you a couple different ways that it did get set up, or you could just ask me to pull something out of my ass and we could play pretend for the next half an hour. I don't want to play pretend.
So you're not going to answer my question and then... So if you don't want to answer...
He's giving you an answer.
No, he's not going to answer my question.
No, because you want a yes or no answer, and
I just asked, can I own the fucking farm?
I didn't. I answered your question. I answered your question. How it gets set up depends on the people who set it up, right? So it depends on it would be democratically organized by the people in your community, whether or not you'd get to own it individually or own it collectively.
The
or
community
however the fuck it
voted
works
you
out.
to own the farm, you can own the farm. If the community decides that you're the best possible person to run the farm and own it, you can own the farm. If the people decide you to. You cannot just buy one and then buy. That's capitalism. If you buy a farm and then hire workers, that's capitalism. If the best people that are suited for a job get the job, that's communism.
The thing is, if you let private people own farms, you know how it works? Bill Gates owns half the farmland like he does in this country.
Because that means money has a vote and not people. Because people can just, more money people has, the more influence they have.
So y'all not, okay. How in what country do you want the farm ownership? How you want to do? What country you want to plan it after?
I like the way Cuba does it. When you look at the way Cuba's done farming, they've done wonders for the Caribbean, especially the past 30 years.
How have Cuba done farming? Explain Cuba's farming to us.
Okay. They have these collective farms that are urban farms near the city that feeds people in the city directly rather than shipping it in from the countryside. They have it. They're organic. They're organized by the community, and they do it like collective, like volunteer style working. And then there's some that are like some permanent paid workers, but when there's a lot of work, there's like harvests that come in, and then they do that and they ship it directly to the city, fresh as shit. There's also a thing in China where they had in the 80s, they called it the vegetable basket, where they made it so that they had like a whole huge state planning thing to try to get enough farms in so that within 3 kilometers of you, no matter where you are in China, you be near a fresh vegetable market. And they like to this day it works fucking amazing. Like the food
Okay, now how does it work in
but
America?
Cuba has 80%.
Now explain to how it works in America.
In America, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, people buy futures, right? Grain futures. They buy like corn futures, wheat futures, soy futures, etc. And then those futures market purchases go towards a banking system that lends money to farmers, that indebts them, and then they pass regulations at the highest level to make it so that every single year, to match a regulation to be able to sell your product, you have to buy new equipment, and then a second you think you get out of debt, you end up getting put back into debt, which is usually why most farmers are in debt, is because they have this like regulation creep. The regulations are written that way because the lobbyists that work for companies like Tyson or companies like John Deere make it so that like they have like no say in how the regulations actually get built, and so you're forced into the corner of buying all sorts of bullshit to be able to even set up a farm.
And I'm not gonna lie, even with the bullshit where you try to explain the way that American farm work, that still sounds better than you could get a farm, but you can't own the farm. Well, if you tell me I could buy a farm,
you're never going to own a farm. Nobody in America owns a farm. The thing you're talking about is imaginary.
Bro, chill out.
He literally just
it's literally imaginary. You don't know any actual fucking farmers.
I'm talking about farmers who sell
commodities on the commodities market.
I just said my father's-in-law.
Does he sell commodities on the commodities market?
Farm? There's plenty of farmers.
He's a rancher. Not
Does
necessarily
he sell commodities on the
he sells like cattle and stuff like that.
So that's not a farmer. We're talking about like.
My bad, rancher. If you want me to be Pacific rancher,
because
I want a couple hundred acres with like a couple hundred, like 50 cows.
Here's the thing: America's arable land is like 85% just corn and soy. So if you are talking about corn and soy and like a handful of other like major crops like alfalfa,
I just said cows.
There's like these giant farms. Yeah, cows is mostly domestic stuff. I don't know that much about ranching. I'll tell you, I'm from the Midwest. But like when it comes to the commodities market, the only thing on the commodities
we're not
market
talking about
is,
the commodities market. Let's talk about the cows.
Well, we're talking about the economy. We're talking about the
no.
economy.
You're telling me that I'm never gonna own a farm, this and that, right? And I said I want to be a rancher, and my father-in-law's a rancher, and I'm gonna get trained by him how to be a rancher, right? And you're telling me that never.
Is he gonna give you the land? Is he gonna give you the land?
I'll be able to purchase it from him. I already talked to him
about it.
Does
he own the land?
Yeah, he's gonna be able to sell it to me. Yeah.
Does he own it outright, or does the bank own it?
He owns it outright. Yeah.
Okay, so that you probably will be because you get it gifted to you. That's the only way it's going to happen.
So you tell me, but in communism, I can't own a farm though. You see why that disincentivizes people.
Why are you still so stuck on this? Are you qualified and educated to own a farm?
You can.
I just said I was gonna get trained from my dad on father-in-law.
So if you were trained, and then you were elected,
you said collectively, right? What if 100 acres? I could do that by myself. Can I not? What's wrong with me doing
Wow,
that?
you can,
Can
100
you
acres
do
by
it
yourself.
by yourself?
You're gonna be
Bro,
working
my
to yourself to
father-in-law
death.
currently do it
You
with
know
him
what?
and his dad, and
Sure.
it's over a couple
Do
thousand
it by
Okay,
acres.
but you said
yourself
rancher.
then.
That's not farmer.
My bad. A
That's
couple,
not like
Yeah,
they're
farming's
ranching
totally
a couple
different.
thousand
farmer is
acres
different.
by
A
themselves.
farmer is
Way
different.
different.
Okay,
My bad.
1,000
I
acres
want to
of
be the rancher
ranching.
though. I want to be the rancher though. Yes, a
Okay,
rancher.
so a rancher.
Okay, so you
the
want to
amount
be
of
a
land you're saying you
rancher.
own.
I don't care. Be a rancher.
So I get
The
to own
amount
the
of land
land,
you're saying
right?
you
A couple
own
thousand
is.
acres.
You know, no, you know
No,
what's
I mean, but
wild?
you're not
nobody
tending to every
actually
square inch of
owns
the
No,
land,
field,
is the
here's
thing.
the fucking
Like,
stupid thing. You don't need to own the land to be a rancher. You just need to own the cattle, right?
Why can't,
Like
no,
that's the
why can't
fucking
I
thing
own the
that doesn't
land
even
though?
make sense.
Because the land is what they eat off of. They eat
Well,
the grass.
because the government already does, and they just let you use it.
What?
Under communism, the government already does, and they just let you use it. In communism, you
yeah, I
just
mean,
told you to
like
buy because you already own
most
it.
ranchers don't like own their own land. Like most of them lease land from other people, or they like let whatever their livestock is, like
So what?
cows or whatever, will just
Okay, I
like be
got.
on someone else's property for a season or some shit.
Let me
Who
ask you a
just let
question
them
from the
make-
very beginning of the thing that I used to ask a couple people. How do you get from what we have now in America to communism and socialism?
Revolution.
Facts.
So you mean you're gonna be eating a lot of lies?
How else? How else? Okay,
You're gonna be fighting
put
us.
yourself in our shoes for a minute. How would you go about changing it to? If you could actually physically do that, put yourselves in our situation. How could you do that? Answer yourself. You answer your own question. If
So
you
you're
had
gonna
to
have
do
to
it,
fight for it, right?
if you had to answer the question, if you had to answer the question you just asked us,
Well,
in our
I mean, it's
perspective,
So
not
you're
a
gonna have to.
choice.
You're gonna fight for it, right?
Right.
Well, it's
is
not
that
a
the conclusion you're coming
choice.
to too?
That's the part you're missing. It's not a choice, right? So revolution is something that happens because it has to, right? Like the material conditions have declined so much, and like the contradictions have piled up and gotten so much bigger and more antagonistic that
That's
there's
what
no
exists
other
without a revolution.
choice
I got
except for a
okay.
clip. I swear to God, I know we're on the same side, but every single
I know.
time
I'm
I
so sorry.
talk, you talk.
I'm sorry.
What percent of the population do you think agrees with? Hey, we gotta fight for the commodities and stuff. Blah blah blah. What percentage do you think agrees with that ideology?
I don't know. I don't know where people are going to be, right? Because like people are like radicalized by their material conditions. We just don't know which way individuals will radicalize. We don't know if they're going to go to fascism or if they're going to go to communism. But those are the only two options.
Those are the only. So we can't beat a democracy.
Those are the
Communism
options.
is democracy. It's
Not a democracy.
democratic. It's more democratic. Do you
Constitutional
think?
republic.
Do you think that the U.S. has democracy?
Constitutional republic. My bad.
Okay, but do you think that there's democracy in the U.S.?
No, it's constitutional republic.
So
we
is
vote
Vietnam.
for we vote for representatives.
So is Vietnam. Vietnam is also a constitutional republic.
I don't
that
know
was
shit about Vietnam,
communist.
big dog. I live in America.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, how are you going to talk about this at all? It's like this is the thing. Like,
No,
how can you say? How
y'all
can you say
ideas-
shit? Like, if
I'm
you don't
just trying-
know,
I'm trying to
if
explain
you
to
don't
you, I
know
can say
shit
this
about
over-
communism,
I know it's
then
for
why are you
I know
talking
it's for
about it on the
stupid,
internet?
lazy, evil, and jealous people. But y'all, and
Right.
y'all never could
But- but-
explain
but-
why how
but
you
you're
get
too-
from what
but you're
we
too-
have now.
but you're
to
too
communism.
lazy to
evil?
do any research. No,
Why do
tell,
I do?
tell
Why
me,
do I do
tell
need
me,
research? Why do I need to do research? Why do I need to do research for
Holy
communism?
fuck! Holy fuck!
Why do,
you're gonna
no,
have
no,
a-
no.
you're gonna
Why
come up
do
here and
I
have a
need
debate.
to
You've
research
done no
communism? Why do I need to research communism? I
I mean,
already
that's
know it's
fine.
failed.
Don't
I already know it's
research
stupid.
communism.
But
That's fine.
here's
No,
the
that's
thing
fine.
though. Like, why would you talk about anything on the internet that you hadn't done any research?
Bro, I know enough of communism to know it's stupid, and all the people that I talk to about it, they just give stupid ideas for communism. And then when you start your
That's
question, they
fine.
say, "Oh,
That's
you gotta read these 10 books. If you don't read Blood in My Eyes, you don't understand communism. And if you don't read Karl Marx, you don't know communism. Oh, that communism right there, that's not real communism. The one you read in the history book,
That's
you can't
fine.
trust that."
Host, that's
Well,
totally
you haven't read
fine.
any history
That's
books on it
wait.
either.
That's totally fine. Okay, don't research communism. Don't do it then. Can you define capitalism for me? Have you researched capitalism since that's what you support, or
I live
no?
it.
I know the form of government and economic system we have now. I
Describe
could
it.
do that for you.
No, can you tell me what capitalism is since you
All right,
support
Sean.
it?
I could look it up for you. I don't know the
Tell me the
definition off the top of my
benefits.
head.
Say it.
I don't know the
No, no.
definition. I'm saying I don't know the definition off the
We
top
don't
of my
know the
head.
definition of the thing you're defending.
Okay, I know it's like
course I
this.
get
If you could exchange your resources for labor, for time and labor or money, you could exchange that for money, for monetary gains. And if you work hard, if you put an effort, you could get more money and use that money to expand and stuff and get more stuff. And you could convert the stuff that you get with the money to make more money.
The problem with that is the people with
I
the
mean,
most
we
money.
can define it.
The problem with is the people with the most money will
define capitalism
influence. Dude, I'm sorry, I'm not getting ignored. The people with the most money will bring as many people down so they do not get a job and they are broke. Like capitalism relies on homelessness for a dependent on job.
that's
and
the
housing.
silliest
It's
thing ever.
no, it's because you have low skill and low labor value.
Oh,
If
so,
you
okay,
had
so
high labor
do you know what
value
the
and
numbers
better
are?
skills, then
Sexism
you would be
and
able to get a
homophobia
better
and
job and you'll be able to make
No,
more
hold- no,
money.
hold on,
But because you
hold
have
on.
low
This is
skill and low
country since day one.
low labor,
This is-
and you're not
Dude.
willing to work as hard,
just
so you
basic-
get paid less. That's your problem. You don't want
Can
to
you
work
explain how?
hard.
Can
You don't want
explain
to work
how
hard.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. Can you explain how inflation relates to the unemployment rate? Do you understand how that works?
We have like a 4
Do you know why the
something inflation rate, unemployment rate right now, right? And
Right,
we have
4%,
even when the
right?
inflation rate was about
Okay.
like
There are 100
9%,
million people
the inflation, the unemployment rate was about like around 4 or 5%, right?
There's 100 million people
Okay.
unemployed.
You do realize that they're inverse to each other. So when the inflation gets too high, the Federal Reserve, right, cuts back on the amount of money that it lends to businesses, specifically so those businesses fire people, and so there's not enough jobs to go around. There's never going to be 100% employment. We're never going to have that because they actively avoid it with Federal Reserve policy. And so when you tell people
you have to compete in life.
Okay, so you're telling me that like you want a system where like 1 in 20 people are just gonna like end up homeless or whatever?
If they work hard, they won't be
position?
homeless.
So you're defending
No, because there's not enough jobs, right? There's not enough jobs.
Bro,
to
there's
go
not
around.
enough jobs.
No, there's not.
It sounds like you're not
That's
trying
what
to
I
find
just.
a work.
You just
You don't
agreed
want
with.
to work
No,
hard.
you
then.
just agreed with me. No,
You don't
bro,
wanna
you
work
just
hard.
agreed with me.
Unemployment
No,
is
you
a
just agreed with me.
snapshot.
Children
You
are
said
working
unemployment.
enough,
Employed and
obviously.
unemployed
If there's
all the time.
4% unemployment, if there's 4% unemployment, then there's 4% of people who will not be able to find a job
Who
because there's
don't
not
want to
enough jobs.
work. They don't want to work.
That's not.
There's
That's
jobs
not how
out
the
there.
fucking thing works.
There's jobs
If
out
you
there.
don't want to
I
work,
was a
you do
I was
realize.
a block plant
okay.
supervisor, and we get people
Do you
on
know
there
the
for one
difference?
day.
Do you know the
They'll probably
difference?
work there for a week, and then they'll quit because they couldn't cut the cake.
Do you know the
y'all are
difference
lazy,
between-
and y'all have
Do you know the
low
difference
labor
between
value.
unemployment?
You're
Do
lazy
you know the
and you
difference
have
between
low labor
unemployment?
value.
So they
You're
deserve to
lazy and
die?
you have low labor
Do you know the
value.
difference?
If you have
So they
better
deserve
labor
to die?
value
the
and
difference?
you're more in the job
You
market
already
wanted
agreed. No, you already
then
agreed with
then-
me, bro.
That there's an unemployment rate. Yes,
you
there's
admitted
an
that some
unemployment
people-
rate.
Yes, so
because those
that's the
people don't
who
have the
want
skills.
jobs.
They don't have skills enough to get the job they
You know
want.
That's not the
Why
reason it
not? Because they
exists,
can't
though.
afford the
I
education
explained the
to
reason it
go to.
exists.
Sigma grind
The
said
unemployment
yes,
rate-
my dog. You don't have
No,
the
if more
skills.
people-
You don't have.
no,
You're
here's the thing.
lazy and you don't want to
That's-
work as
that's
hard.
so
You don't want to
stupid.
pay
Oh my
the
God,
hours
this
to
is
get
so
to
stupid.
work hard. It's because y'all lazy.
Let me talk uninterrupted for 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds, please. The unemployment rate, if more people get jobs, if you grind your ass off and you get a job, and then more people get employed, if the unemployment rate drops below 4%, then the Federal Reserve will cut back on the money supply until more people get fired so that more people are unemployed. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. It doesn't matter how much you grind. There's going to be some people who are left off of that fucking row, and they're going to end up homeless. That's
No,
how
you
it
don't have to be
works.
homeless
Quick question:
because you don't
what
have
was
a
Karl
job.
Marx's job?
He wrote a lot. He was paid to write.
He sounds pretty fucking lazy to me. He sound like he didn't fucking
Oh,
want
so
to
being-
actually
so
work.
being-
So he's
so
gonna write
being a
these
writer
books
is not
about
a
how
job?
he writes books about not
But
wanting
he
to
wrote-
work.
He wrote
because he's lazy just like y'all. He writes books
Okay.
about not wanting to work because he doesn't want to do something that. But oh,
Okay.
it's backbreaking labor because you're lazy and you don't
I'm
have.
It's so-
confused.
it's so-
I
it's
feel,
so silly.
I feel
You-
a little
you-
confused.
You cooked yourself, bro.
Right.
Okay.
I'm
You
just
just
so
cooked
confused
yourself.
How did I
because
cook myself?
earlier you said that everybody has to work and not get paid in communism, right? That was your claim. But now everyone's just lazy and won't work. So like you have to pick one.
I didn't.
It's one or the other.
No, stop. Say what I said again.
Yeah, you were saying like everyone would be like forced to work. Like that's what you were saying earlier.
Yes,
And
they'll
now
be
it's
forced to
nobody
work
will
because
work.
if you give them the free housing, the
So which one is
stuff,
it?
they will not want to work. I'm saying they're lazy. People are inherently lazy and don't want to work. So if you give them free food
Okay,
and free
but there are
housing,
people
they're
that-
Oh,
not
no,
gonna
but
work
like
as
which one
hard.
is it?
I'm literally saying the
There are
same
people that-
That's
thing.
conflicting.
I'm saying the same
capitalism
thing.
too.
Conflicting.
I'm
But that
saying the
happens in
same
capitalism
thing.
too.
I'm
But
saying
that happens in capitalism too.
I'm saying in under communism, if you give them them the housing and if you give them the food, they're gonna work less because people don't want to work that hard to begin with. That's why you incentive,
But
and especially if you,
You never
especially if you say
answered my
if.
question.
What's your question then?
What's capitalism?
What's capitalism? Capitalism is an
Define it
economic
yourself.
system where private individuals, companies
sorry,
own and
sorry,
control means of production, and where the production and distribution of goods and services are determined by the market forces driven by profit motives and competition.
Okay, so why do you support it?
Because I'm willing to grind. I'm willing to fucking
So,
work hard.
are you
I'm
a
willing to
No, I'm
play.
asking you. I'm
willing
asking
to.
about
I'm
the
willing to
economic
work.
system. I'm not asking about you as an individual. I'm asking about the economic system. I'm not asking about like your feelings. I want to know specifically
I'm
why
trying to
you
explain
support
it to
the
you. I'm
economic
trying to explain to
system.
you. I support this because if I work harder, I get more. I gotta keep more
No,
of
no,
my
no, not
resources.
personal. No, no, no.
You're
This
gonna
is
let
So I'm not
you ask
asking
me.
about
This is not a
Oh my
personal
you.
goodness!
question. This
Y'all
is
ask
a
me a question and y'all won't let me answer the question.
I don't want your. I don't want like your personal feelings. I want to know the economic system that affects everyone, right? I want to know why you
the host
support
is too
it, and I
selfish to
want
do that.
examples of like
Because
how it's beneficial for society,
I
not
don't.
just you.
What you mean?
If you
What you mean
can't answer
beneficial
that
for
question, you're
society? What?
selfish and you're
So
admitting
I
to
gotta
that.
Yeah,
answer why
because
is it? I
because our
gotta answer why is
economic
it
system
benefit?
should be beneficial for everyone, not just you, right?
No. Why should it be?
So you
Why?
don't want you don't
No,
want
it
a
shouldn't be
system that's
beneficial. It
beneficial for
shouldn't be beneficial
society.
for lazy people that don't want to work.
Can we exist as individuals without society?
Yes, for the people that want to work, yes.
No, we cannot.
I
Absolutely
said no, no,
not.
no. I said for the people that want to work, they could survive and live together. For the people that don't want to work, get your money up
I'm not
then.
You want them to
asking you
die.
about
You
people.
just
I'm
want
not
them to
asking
die.
you about people that don't want to work. I'm asking you why you support a system that is based on exploitation and does not function without poverty. That is what I'm asking
I don't
you.
believe it's exploitation. I believe you agree
It
for.
is.
Can
Because
you
I know
prove
Okay,
that
stop,
it's
stop, stop,
not
stop, stop. Let me explain.
exploitation?
I'm saying if I agree to work for a company for this amount of money, and I agree to do this job for this amount of money, how am I being exploited when I agree to do that?
Because they're allowed to change how much money you make, and also you rely on
If
that
they
for
change how much
your
money I
housing,
make,
and you
I'll
rely
go
on
get
that
another
for food,
job.
and you rely
No,
on that
that's
for
not the reason he's
Yes.
exploited. No, Clip, that's not the reason he's exploitation. Just means you're profiting off of it. The reason that you're exploited is because there's somebody else who doesn't work at all that's pocketing the profit off of you working when you get that job.
That's what.
Well, you
exploit-
just basically just described that everyone's being exploited under communism too, which I will back on that.
Wait,
too, even though
doesn't that mean that people are getting doesn't that mean that people are getting exploited in communism
Except the
because
difference
people
is-
still get
No,
houses
that
that
just
don't
means
work?
that
Yeah, that's
It
being
means that-
exploited for sure.
No, because the
So if
people
you
who get
don't
houses
work-
also work.
No,
They also work.
No,
Under
because
the-
everybody
everybody
works to
works.
their
We know
ability.
that for
right?
sure.
Under the definition Rick just gave, I will admit that does sound like exploitation, but the difference is though is that the work is not going towards one person
It's
that has
for
a yacht.
profit. It's not a profit. It's not profiting people. You don't like profit is
Right.
when you
Somebody
get
always
something.
profit, whether you see it or not.
No, because
my
they're
God,
because
that's-
you
This is-
remove
this is
no,
why-
no, no,
Yo,
no
stop,
profit
stop.
wouldn't exist.
The word profit means something.
This is
Yes.
why I
Means
support.
something
This is why I
specific.
Yes,
support
have definitions.
capitalism. I don't care. I don't care if people become billionaires. I don't want to support lazy people that don't want to get up and work.
So you're okay with
Billionaires are
white
That's
lazy.
who
supremacy?
investors are. That's
Okay,
exactly who
they're
investors
doing
are.
something. Investing is doing something.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
It's risky
Yes,
capital.
it is. Investing is
If
doing
I
something.
wanted to, no, hold on. It's not a job,
Are you okay with
right? Because
racism?
if
It's a
I
job.
wanted to, I could literally, take a cat, I could put a investment vehicle behind that cat, and I would say this cat is the investment and then hire some other people to manage the investment portfolio, and
If
that
you had the
cat
money-
would be
then-
a capitalist.
Then if you had
That's
money, you
not-
would do it then. But you don't
Right,
have
but then
the
if I
skills,
do- but
labor,
here's the
and
thing.
resources to do that. You don't have the. You don't have the. You're not.
That's not where capital comes
You're not
from.
valuable to
That's
society
not where
enough for
capital
them to
comes
say,
from.
you know what?
That's not where
we find you're
capital
valuable
comes
to be
from.
this high, and we're gonna give you this.
That's not where
You have
capital
low
comes
skill.
from.
You have
my
low
dude.
skills.
That's not what
You know,
you
it seems
need
like- it seems
zero
like-
skills to be an investor. You need zero skills to be
You
an
need
investor.
zero skills
No,
to
you
be an
don't.
investor.
To be-
Okay.
Right,
Hey,
exactly.
okay.
You need to know where
Literally
you-
zero.
right, 'cause
Because
you
you
can
can
lose it,
hire
right?
someone else to do it for you. You understand that,
You
right?
still gotta hire
All
the
an
right
investor
people,
is
and if
someone.
you gotta take the risk. If you fail, you fail. If you succeed, you succeed. You gotta keep that money.
This is like saying buying a sandwich is taking a risk because you got to hire the right people. Like,
What does it have
yeah,
to do with buying a
technically.
sandwich?
Hell
If you
yeah.
put
Isn't
that-
that called
literally-
straw manning? Isn't that called like a
Buying-
straw man?
commies.
That's not like a straw
No,
man. to me.
you're hiring a service to do something for you, right? You hire
Dude,
somebody to make you a sandwich.
investing is a fucking
You
art
hire an
and a
investor.
science, you
Exactly.
fucking idiot.
So is making a sandwich, right?
No, it's
But
not.
you can
Okay,
hire someone to do
Stop. Both of them are a job of art and science, but one takes more skill and one is more valuable. The investor is more valuable because he's able to make more money.
Just gambling. It's literally just gambling. It's a
The
gambling.
investor is putting
And
people
when
to
you and
work.
if you lose enough, you're not good at it. If you lose too many times, that means
Yeah,
you're not good at
Yeah,
it.
literally.
You-
Okay.
yes.
So why don't we just give all of the money to poker players, right? Because it's the same fucking
That's
thing.
yeah.
It's
So no.
massively
To
You're
you,
dumb.
it's gambling because you don't have the skill.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Is gambling.
like literally, there are a lot of poker players get better ROI than investors.
It's true.
Then,
It's
okay,
true.
then
And
why
so
don't you
is
go?
sports
Why don't you
betting.
go?
So what's the
become an
difference?
investor
There's
then? If it's so
Poker-
easy
Why,
and anyone can do it,
why don't
go
you
do
become
it.
a poker player? Why don't you
Bro,
become
I
a
don't have
poker
the skills
player?
Investing
of
is
poker. I
private.
don't know how to play poker.
And poker
Bro,
players don't
investing-
generate
hold on,
It's
jobs.
the same thing.
Investing is
It's
research.
literally the same thing.
Investing requires research, a methodology, understanding how the market's going to move. All the private capitalists, all the private
there are
venture
literally
capitalists
people
that you
that-
guys want to
that-
like shit on, they know way more than you about probably even
there
your
are
own
people with
economic
positive
system, dude.
ROI based on literally
I
just
played
the
poker
charts.
for like 10 years.
Literally
bro.
just
I
the
was
charts.
on my Sigma
it's
grind.
literally
One doesn't negate the other.
Stochastic. What is
You can-
stochastic
Okay,
trading?
stop.
Right?
Instead of being
Like,
jealous of
it's-
these people, why don't you do it yourself?
It's a confidence.
Yeah,
game.
for real.
Because it
It's
just
a
sounds
confidence game.
jealous.
It's not
Because
about
he-
being jealous.
jealous.
No, what
Yo,
I'm pointing.
yo,
no,
host.
remember why I'm pointing this out? Do you know? Do you remember why I'm pointing this out? I'm pointing this out because I wanted to point out the people who do all of that like learn all that shit, aren't the ones that are investors. Those are the people who are doing the investing. They're brokers, right? But the investors are the people that they work for.
No, it's
right?
not, you stupid motherfucker.
Oh
There are
my
retail
fucking
investors
Christ.
who do analysis on their own. There are quantitative
On their own, but that's
people
not who
who
I'm
do that with
talking
hedge
about.
funds. You
Okay,
are just
this is
trying to
not who I'm
minimize
talking
the
about.
work that
I'm
they do
talking
to
about
hold
the
up your
investors,
401k.
right?
You lazy,
A
stupid
capital.
communist.
Oh my
You lazy
fucking god!
fucking
Whether
garbage
you know how to
communist.
invest,
Do
or
y'all
not,
have
the fact
better
that you put
fucking
money in the
Do you
market.
think the Walmarters? Okay, do you think the Walmarters do jobs?
Let's
Do you
stop
think they
trying to
work?
insult people
Do you
and
think
get
the
personal
Walmarters
attacks.
do
All right,
jobs?
let's be more reasonable than that. All right, let's no personal attacks. Let's be more reasonable.
Do you think the Walmart heirs did all the work? They did $50 billion worth of work.
Oh
the
yeah, they
Walmart
built
heirs.
it. They
Their
built
dad
it. They
did,
made-
or
they
their
made
their-
it.
or someone in their
Their
ancestors
dad
did that.
did. Their dad's been dead since the 90s, right?
Okay,
And
so I
they
shouldn't be able
do
to
it-
leave my child a legacy.
$50 billion?
I shouldn't be able to leave my child a legacy.
If you can
No,
build
I asked you if they
belongs
did
to
work.
you.
No, I asked you if they did work. Did they do work or did they not do work?
Then
Which
it belongs
is it?
to
They
you
got
because
born
you did
lucky,
nothing
big
for
dog.
it.
Did they do work?
They got born
okay, so
lucky.
exactly.
Your
So
child is
capitalism is a
lazy?
system. So you admit that capitalism is a system that supports people who are lazy and don't work because that's what they are.
Somebody
They're
did
lazy
the
and
work.
they don't work.
I got a question.
Somebody-
I got a question.
Capitalism as a whole
I
is
got a
full of
question.
lazy
I got a
people.
question. And what's the benefits of this communism then?
Okay, well, no. I want you to admit that that's what you support.
No,
no more bringing
I
this
support,
up. No more bringing up. No.
I support that. I
You
support that. I
the
support
system
that.
yeah, okay. You support a system that
Because
supports
lazy people
who
like
don't do
you
any
will
work.
always be in the same position you are today.
No, lazy people
you will
don't do
never
any
be
work.
successful with that mind idea, and that's why I
No,
support
lazy people don't
capitalism.
do work. Oh, it's the
because you're not
mindset.
willing to work
It's
hard.
the
You're not willing to
mindset,
work hard.
right?
You have this
You're
idea that
fucking
oh,
computer.
I
What are you
deserve to
talking
get
about?
this. I
This is
deserve
the
to get that.
mindset.
And I
Into
never
society.
put you.
You're
You never
sitting in
put.
front of the
You
computer,
never.
not doing anything.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I
no
work
matter
today,
how much
though.
money you make or don't make as a communist, there's always a criticism. Because if I was a billionaire to communist, people like Roy Singham, they say that like, oh, you've made all this money off of capitalism, and so how dare you? You're a hypocrite. But if you're broke and you're a communist, then you're lazy. If you're steadily middle class, you get both of them. I've had people argue the opposite in the same argument with them.
Yeah,
And be
but
like,
here's-
oh,
here's the
you're
issue
so
with that,
lucky
Rick.
and wealthy, living off of the capital that like all
Bro.
the wealth that capitalism brought you.
Yeah,
All right,
and then
don't
they also
don't
said that
cry.
you're
Don't
super
cry,
broke.
dude. Here's the issue with that. Okay, The
Nobody
thing
is
with
crying.
communists-
Why are you coming in with like an attitude?
Bro, it's literally shaking when he was saying. Dude,
What are you talking
I just
about?
unalived the
What the
host.
hell?
Bro. Look,
not.
he's laughing. He's rolling,
Y'all
bro. He's
chill
fuck are
out,
you
chill
talking
out,
about,
chill
bro?
out, chill out, chill out, chill out, chill out.
No, he's coming up here with the
It's
fucking
like-
insults because he doesn't have any counterpoints.
You want
Bro,
me
you're
to-
trying.
wanna
You
hear
said
out my
that investing don't
counterpoints?
take skills, and he was trying to tell you how investing takes skills.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
trying,
you can literally be a cat or a child, and you could be an investor.
And lose everything,
Right.
right?
How do you
yeah, yeah,
explain
so
to me
that's a
how
good
a
way
cat
of-
could invest?
They could hire someone to manage their portfolio.
How can a cat could hire someone?
Yes, you can literally literally put a trust in the name of your cat.
No.
That's a cat's an investor.
You told me the cat can hire someone. Can the cat sign contracts?
Yeah. Sure.
You can put like a trust in a cat's name. People do that shit all the time. Like leave
Can the
everything you
cat?
have
So
to
the
a cat.
cat's not doing it. Is another individual, another person?
Yeah,
Sure,
so
but
like
the cat
there
is the
are
one
trust
benefiting.
managers.
You guys are so
right?
full of
Benefiting or
nonsense.
risking it all. One or
Okay,
the
you're an
other.
incel.
I can't believe this. You're an incel for wealth. That's all communists are. You're
An
just incels for
incel
wealth.
for wealth. I'm involuntarily
Here's the thing.
celibate of wealth.
Remember
Like,
this.
what the
Remember
fuck are
this.
you even
Karl
talking
I'm on the
Marx didn't
about?
Sigma
have a job.
grindset. I get pussy every day.
Karl Marx didn't
Sigma
have a
grindset. You're a
job. He
fucking
just wrote
incel.
books about not having a
Made
job
him
and not
lesbian.
wanting to
Exactly.
work.
He was a philosopher. What did
He
he?
just
What
said,
did he do? What
he,
is
he,
philosophy?
he, Karl Marx, lazy ass, woke up and said, "I don't want to work. I don't want to put in effort. So I'm gonna write books about not wanting to work and not wanting to put in effort."
Freud didn't have a job.
reading books makes you lazy.
The sugar
Got
daddy
it.
for
Thomas Sowell didn't have a job.
Apparently, being an author makes you lazy.
No,
Got
those
it.
people. There's authors that contribute stuff to society. Then there's authors that write books about being lazy themselves. He just said, "I'm lazy and I don't want to have to work."
Is that what the book was about?
I'm lazy.
Is that what
I don't
the book
want to
was
have
about?
to work.
No,
I don't
what
think people
page
should
is that on?
work. Because I'm lazy. Because I'm lazy.
Was that in
and I don't want to put in
Grunneries,
effort.
or was that in the German ideology?
Because
right? Like that must have been something from like
200 years old theory.
It's
guys.
from
He did
It's from
more
volume
than
3?
write books. He didn't only write books. It's a misconception.
What thing of value did Karl Marx give to the world?
Yeah, he
Mass
helped
death and
to
starvation.
hide people who were facing exile. That was one
what?
thing that he
Brainwashed
did,
a
and he
bunch of
supported
You said
revolutions.
you said he hid people that are facing exile.
Yeah,
Who did
people
he
who were
hide?
like running from like the law, revolutionaries, people who were organizing labor.
The people that were actually doing something. You mean?
Yeah,
Yo,
in his
Karl Marx
home,
was a
he
snow
did.
bunny.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Because he was too busy
Hey,
writing
shut
these
up.
books. He was basically writing books saying, "I'm so lazy, I don't want to work. If I convince other people to be lazy too, I won't
Have you
look as
ever
bad."
read his books?
So
Why would
he's
I read
lazy,
his
but you
books?
you
Why
won't
would
even
I
read
a-
the book.
Why would I read a book about a stupid person?
It's because
That
you're too
sounds
lazy to read it.
so lazy to not read it.
You're too
I would
fucking
get
lazy.
more from Dr. Seuss, Cat in the Hat, than
won't-
anything that
you
Karl
won't read
Marx
Dr.
did.
Seuss is also lazy too.
Okay, recommend me 3 books about capitalism I should read.
Oh yeah, please.
You shouldn't read
From the
anything. No,
host.
stop. You shouldn't read anything about
I
capitalism.
shouldn't read anything?
You should stay.
I
You
shouldn't
should
read
stay
anything?
lazy, just like you are. Not put any work and effort, and just complain. That's all you should do.
You're not doing shit either.
Any of
Because
the
thing is,
capitalists
the fucking
on the
computer.
panel ever read
Yo,
a
look
book
at these
about
violent communists
capitalism?
saying shit to me in the
Have
comments right now. This
any
is so
have
unhinged.
any of the
Just a bunch of
capitalists ever read a
LARPers,
book
dude.
about capitalism?
Why do I need to read a book about
Anyone?
capitalism? Wait. Why do we need to
I
read a
read
book
the
about
Just
Intelligence
capitalism?
anybody,
when I
anyone
was
who supports
12.
capitalism. Has anybody read a book about it?
I've been in a history class and read history books, and we've seen the successes of capitalism.
Such as
Yeah.
what?
I mean, it's demonstrated every day.
Such as America put its
Wrong.
boots on the necks of the USSR. America put its boots on the necks of Cuba.
When did that
America
happen?
put its boots on the necks of China.
That's not a
metaphorically.
Oh, so you're
Yeah.
okay with military police?
Wait,
You're okay
maybe
with
not China,
the U.S. being the world police? Got it.
Maybe
You're
not
okay with
China.
that?
China's kind of
What?
cooking right now.
So you're okay with expanding?
No,
China's
I
colonization.
think we should keep to ourselves. But if someone try to influence, do something that bothers our interests, we should put our boots on their necks.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, exploitation.
Hell yeah. Imperialism.
If you want to
let's
call
go.
it that, go
All right, this is a
ahead.
little unhinged even for me.
The
but-
interest of the U.S. government is imperialism. What do you think they're doing right now to the Congolese people right now?
Bro, what
What do you think they're doing
what
to
are
the
the Chinese doing
What
to
do you
the
think
Uyghur
there
Muslims?
doing to the Palestinians right now?
What are the Russians
What do you,
doing to
no,
the
no, no.
Ukrainians?
Answer me this. What do you? No, no. Listen here. What do you think they're doing right now to the Congolese people and the Palestinian people right now?
Oh, the Palestine people?
They're currently exploiting them.
Oh my god, dude, I love you, host. W host, W host.
I'm
in chat.
so happy my tax dollars go to bombs in Palestine.
Hell yeah, hell.
Oh my god,
dude, this guy.
You are
Can I
disgusting.
say
So you
this real quick?
support
Can I
I'd
just say
rather,
this?
I'd rather my
supporter?
tax dollars goes
Supporter?
to bombs than my tax
Shut up,
dollars
Paul.
go to
This is
lazy people that
disgusting.
don't want to work.
Free fucking Palestine. Free
Bombs
Palestine.
instead.
Free
Palestine.
Hey,
Free Palestine.
I hate both
Free
Palestine and Israel. I don't support either one. But
Hell yeah.
bah.
It's free Palestine.
Might as well. I mean,
Is there
what do
such
I
a
pay taxes
Palestine
for
anymore?
anyway, right? Like,
Fuck you.
What are they
I need
gonna
to see
free?
results.
They're putting free Palestine in there.
Yeah, we gotta empty a bunch of brass bullets into you, host.
Yeah,
Swear to
free
God, man.
fucking Palestine. I don't give a
Stalin
fuck.
didn't kill
I'm
anyone.
so happy
everyone's
my
so
tax
mad.
dollars keep that from happening.
Free Palestine.
Bro, I hope you regret that.
Free Palestine.
Really
Free Palestine. Free
I'd
Palestine.
rather pay
Free
my tax
Palestine.
dollars to
Free
dad
Palestine.
than
Free
my tax
Palestine.
dollars
Free
go
Palestine.
to some
Yeah,
lazy
free
person
Palestine.
that don't
Free
want to
Palestine.
work.
Free Palestine. Free
I'd
Palestine.
rather my tax dollars go to that than to the lazy
Free Pal-
commie that
Yeah,
don't want
face
to
the wall,
work.
host. Face the wall.
I'd rather that. I love when my tax dollars go to that.
Better dead than red. We can do that. We
Yes,
can do that. I
better
just
dead
wanna
than
hear you
red.
bitch
Who
about
said
it.
that?
We'll accommodate you. Another proletariat
Someone's
class.
spitting right now. Someone's spitting.
No, I'm
Let-
saying we'll accommodate you. We'll defend you.
Man, you riled them up tonight.
Someone is spitting right
Yeah,
now.
don't worry about it. We got you. Fucking fascist fuck.
Oh no, I hate them too.
Yeah. I think I just find it funny how those dudes were like, well, investing, you just have an advisor do it for you, as though like they haven't worked for all that money that they're then sending to the hedge fund investor, whatever financial management firm, and then they're doing like
Y'all won the
quantitative
space
analysis
race.
all day.
Y'all sent a potato into space. What you mean? Someone said we won the space race.
You ever say what Israel is
Plus, you
doing?
were barbaric tonight, man.
Huh?
Can I ask the host a question?
What-
Can I ask the host a question
Go
real
ahead.
fast?
Go ahead.
So are you glorifying genocide on innocent civilians, specifically children?
I'm not glorifying it, but people come ask stupid questions to get stupid answers.
I mean, you were cheering for it. You said, "I'm so grateful that."
Yeah, but the host
I'm grateful
dealt with
that
so
my
much
tax
stupidity from the
dollars are going
communists that
to
he just had to let it all
bombs
out.
that are
fair.
unaliving children, like 20,000 plus children. Are you okay with that?
Like that's not cool to joke
I
about.
don't care one way or the other.
You
That's
don't
the
care
most
that
honest
20
thing.
plus.
Yeah, not our country.
Okay, wait, stop. You wait,
No,
you care?
that's
You care?
disgusting.
You
Oh,
care?
of course I
Yeah,
care.
What have you done?
Of course I care.
They
What have
do
you
the
done?
TikTok thing.
I can tell you, I protest every single Saturday.
Yeah, that helps them a lot, right?
Oh shit!
That's changing the world over there, right?
Oh my goodness!
Hold on.
You know what you should do instead? You should go suit up and go over there. Why don't you do that?
Israel.
Yeah, why don't you free Palestine
Why don't you go
yourself?
suit up and go over there?
Israel
I've been.
wouldn't allow me inside of Gaza. Israel would literally not allow me to go inside
Why-
of Gaza.
why
If
do
I
they
said
have to
I
allow
wanted
you?
to fight for Gaza,
Go to
Israel
Egypt.
controls the borders.
Go to
Israel
Egypt.
controls the border. Israel
Just swim
controls
across.
the
Wait,
border.
like they
need you.
Go
Israel
into
controls
fly
the
into
Rafah
Egypt.
border.
Fly into
Israel
Egypt
controls-
and go there.
Israel-
Get a
Israel
boat.
controls the
Get a
Rafah border.
boat and
Israel-
swim that little boat
Israel-
around it.
Oh my God! Can
Or
you
shut
fucking
up.
listen to me?
You're not gonna do nothing.
Listen,
you don't
listen,
ever
listen
plan to
to
do
me, listen to me.
anything.
Yeah,
You just want to
fucking
say I
liar for you.
protest.
Stupid.
That's what people on the
Listen
left
to
do.
me.
I
Listen,
protest so
listen.
I contribute to
Host,
something. You didn't do
bullshit.
nothing.
Bullshit.
I've been to
You
fucking
don't know
Gaza.
anything.
What have you done?
Israel controls the Rafah border. The Israel border between Israel and Gaza.
Then
and
don't use
Egypt
that
is
border.
controlled by Israel. No, the
There's a
Gaza,
whole. Is
Gaza-
Israel
no, listen
a
to me.
circle
Shut
around the
the fuck
whole
up.
border of that country? No, there's gaps in it.
The border between Gaza and Egypt is controlled by Israel. They control.
So that's where
who
you
goes
stop, right?
in and
I got
out
one-
of
I
the
got one thing to
border
say.
between
I got one thing to
Egypt
say.
And Gaza. So Israel, the IDF would not allow someone into that border, even if it was between Egypt and Gaza, because Israel controls the
So you
border.
can wash
between
your
Israel
hands,
and
right?
Gaza.
Stop. I got one thing. The Mexicans come in here every day through our southern borders
Doesn't-
because they want
there's
to.
not the fucking
Then you
thing.
don't
It's not
really
the
want to
fucking
do
thing. It's
that.
not the
You
fucking
only
thing.
want to talk shit that you. Oh, I'm on the side. I'm on the
Mexico is
right
not
side
an
because I
occupied
protest.
country.
You act like because you
Mexico is
protest, you're
not
on the right side.
occupied by-
You didn't do nothing, just like I didn't do nothing. The only
Mexico
difference
is not
is I don't
occupied
try to
by
act like I'm
America.
morally right.
Mexico
I don't try to
is
act
not
morally right when I know I'm
occupied
not gonna
by
do
America.
shit.
The Mexican
I know I'm not
border
gonna
is
do
not
shit, so I
occupied
don't
by
try to
America.
act like I'm
The
morally right.
Mexican border is not occupied by America, and Mexico is not occupied by
Bruh,
America. They are not
Trump
the same.
sent the troops
fucking
over there to the Mexican border. What you talking about?
Are not the same system.
We got troops on the border.
Mexico
And those
is its
and those
own sovereign
Mexicans still
country.
come through here.
Mexico is its own sovereign country. Gaza
Then
is
you don't wanna
not
put
its
in the
own
work.
sovereign land.
Try harder then.
Israel
Try harder.
controls the border around Gaza. They're
If
not
you
the
really
same
believe the stuff you
situation.
said, you would try
They're
harder.
not. Can
If you
listen
really
to me?
believe the
Instead
stuff you
of-
said,
if
you wouldn't try
if you
harder.
actually want to have a debate, if you actually
He's not
want to have
gonna
a
listen
debate,
to
don't
you.
talk over me the entire time I'm trying to talk to you.
Go
'Cause
ahead,
you're
then. Go
not.
ahead. Go ahead.
You're
Go
not,
ahead.
You're not claiming to be intelligent if you just want to overtalk anyone saying you anything. So when you're claiming that Mexico and Gaza
Yeah,
are in
go
the
to
same
sleep, little
situations,
bro.
it's not, because like I just claimed to you, Mexico is a sovereign country. They have their own control over
Can you
their
make
own
a point,
border.
Mimi?
I'm making it right now.
Yeah,
I'm
holy
making
shit.
it right
Shut
now.
the
Say
fuck
free
up,
Palestine,
yup. You
get
look
out of
like
here or something.
Arthur and
You can
Mark
listen to
Cuban.
me.
CT, put a plug on it.
No, I got a question. I got a question.
I got some
No, I got a quick
tampons.
Your
question. I got a
nose
question.
looks like a fucking
I got a
plug.
question for
That's so
Mimi.
fucking big.
Uninterrupted.
Go ahead, put some
If you
plugs on
gave
it.
me 5 fucking seconds of uninterrupted speech,
Didn't you just
maybe I
get
can
that?
make a point.
Yeah, the
No, I
chat is
didn't.
threatening
No, I
my
didn't.
life,
No, I
guys. What do
fucking
I do?
Okay, yo, everybody, let her talk. Let her cook. Go ahead, cook, girl.
Literally. I didn't even get 4 fucking seconds
Go ahead,
before someone
cook.
interrupted. Anyway,
Oh, you've got
like I
plenty
said,
seconds.
okay, I'm going to start again. So Mexico is a sovereign country. Gaza is not a sovereign nation. Have control over their borders, any of the borders, any solid border. They don't even have control over their airspace, their water space, nothing. Israel controls their borders. No one can go in or out of Gaza without the permission of Israel. That is not the same for the Mexican-American border. They have both, it's a sovereign nation, both
You
sides.
said there.
Mexican
Yes,
border.
we got the point. What is your point?
How long is Gaza the border?
comparing those two.
Stop. How long is the border for Gaza and Israel? How
I
long
don't
is that
know.
border?
I don't know specifically. Why does it matter?
Are you telling me that they got troops stationed between every inch of that
Yes.
border?
Yes. Absolutely. Yes. No. Because they also have drones. They have ships on the water. They literally have a militarized fucking border wall, concrete border wall.
Yeah,
with,
because they experienced suicide unalivings for the past decade. That screwed them over.
So you
you
tell me if someone wanted to hard enough, they would never be able to get there?
Do you not realize what happened during October 7th? Do you realize that the whole point of October 7th is that they broke the border wall? They broke through the border.
So it is possible to get through the border then.
Yeah, and they happen to kill kids
on.
and families.
We're
right?
trying to
You
get you
remember
to
that?
Gaza, Minnie. We're just trying to help you.
Hold on.
You remember that part?
Hold on. The point that I was making with that was when he said, "Oh, well, anyone can just cross the border in Gaza." No, that is not possible. All of the checkpoints and the outside area of Gaza to leave Gaza is controlled by Israeli military. They cannot just leave if they want to. For one, you have to get a permit. For one, you have to get a visa. You have to get
Okay, you've been talking for some time now, bruh. Then you don't have to go through the legal process. You don't have to go through the legal process. You don't have to go through a checkpoint. If you really was determined, if you really wanted to, you would find a way.
No. You absolutely.
It sounds like you don't want to put in the effort.
What's your evidence?
It sounds like you just
What's your
want to
evidence?
talk.
What
It
is
sounds
your
like
evidence?
you
What is your evidence?
Yeah.
My evidence is you don't know how long that border is. Have
so
you ever
actually
been to
have
that
no
border?
idea. So I don't
Have you been to the border? Have you been to the
I don't
border?
have to personally. Stop it. Stop.
So you don't know.
I've
So
kissed
you
the
don't know
wall
what is
before.
there.
Stop.
So you just making this stuff. So if you never,
This is
hey, I'm
embarrassing.
be quiet right now.
Embarrassing
Be
for
quiet
you.
right now.
This
You
is
never been there.
embarrassing
You
for
don't
you.
want to go
Shut the
there.
fuck
You
up.
never even want to.
Shut
You don't even
the
want to
fuck
try
up.
and put
This
effort
is-
to go
this is
there.
Yeah, we
But
got
you want to
out of
say it's
TikTok
impossible.
Palestinian.
This is so fucking embarrassing.
You never
for
been there.
Oh my God,
You don't want to
stop.
go there. You never put in. You never
I
put
can
any
explain this to
effort.
you.
You never put any effort to try to go there. So how come you?
So I
So
have
come on
to
now.
personally try to go to Gaza to make it a point. Okay, so what about the flota, the American flota ship that just tried to get into Gaza again for the second time, and they were bombed in Malta before they were even able to get to fucking Gaza because Israel controls the land around and the sea ship area around Gaza.
You want me to
They
answer that
control
question?
all of- they
You're restating the
they
same
control
thing
the
over and
land,
over.
sea, and air borders. Israel controls the land, sea, and air borders.
You said
around
that
Gaza.
1,500
The
times.
entire-
Are you
they-
on repeat
they
mode?
So I got a question. When was the last time you tried?
It doesn't matter.
So you don't want to put
I
an
don't
effort
have to
in.
personally try. Bitch, I do not have to
Holy
personally
shit,
try
get
to
a
get to
plane
Gaza
ticket.
to understand that Israel controls the entire border around Gaza, and they do not allow people in without certain permissions.
And
Have you
it's worth
tried?
noting that this
Someone
is the
who-
same person who wants to do a
Oh my
revolution
God.
in
There
America
are other
and can't even
people.
get
There
through a
are
border,
other
so I don't
people.
know.
There are other people that support Palestine that have been trying to get in to help with
Whoa,
humanitarian
whoa, whoa, whoa,
aid that
whoa,
are
whoa,
turned
whoa.
around or bombed. Like I said,
They tried.
humanitarian.
See, they tried because they care.
The
You don't
floating
care.
ship.
You don't care because you don't. So you don't try.
Okay. So
If you don't, you
so
don't
I'm
put
trying
in
to-
effort.
I'm trying
Put in
to prove a
effort.
point to you. I'm
Put in
trying to prove a
effort.
point to you. Shut the fuck
Why
up.
don't you
I'm
put in
trying to
the
prove a
effort?
point to
The
you.
people
I'm trying
actually
to prove
try
a
and put in
point to you.
effort.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
Hey,
I'm
can I
trying to prove
mediate
a
here?
point to you,
Can I
and
can I
the only
mediate,
thing you can say is
please?
for
For the
you
love
to
of
do it
God.
yourself. I'm actually just trying to give you evidence
know
of
how to do
the
that.
fact that I
getting
wouldn't be
someone to
able to
mediate.
get into Gaza myself.
Well, do
but you're
something
like,
else
oh, I
then.
have
Then
to
Well,
just
personally.
all it would take
Yo,
is
stop! You
that's
guys
where
stop!
God could
Stop!
go.
Stop! You know she
so I can
protests,
speak to
right?
both of you.
You know she
Yeah, I
protests.
forgot.
She went
Oh,
to the
yeah.
I
protest,
know.
you guys.
She does it every
Let
weekend.
me. Hey guys,
So-
I want to speak to
We got a Mayday
someone, but
warrior
I haven't
over
spoken
here.
at all. Okay, so I wanna make a couple points here. One, Minnie, they're not going to listen to you because they don't care about the point you're making.
I know.
Okay, so
You
you're
don't
just
care
repeating
either.
it over and over again.
Yeah, you don't care either, though.
And they're not gonna. They don't
You
care
don't care
about your
either.
point.
You don't care either.
Yes, we
at least,
do. You're just
I don't care.
projecting. You
But
are
at least
projecting.
I'll say I don't
You
care.
are
I'm
Minnie,
not gonna
and
come
Minnie,
out here and
listen,
lie and act like I
the
do.
point he's trying to make right now
You are projecting.
is that
You are
you're a
projecting so
Democrat,
fucking hard.
a liberal, not a leftist. If you were actually an anarcho,
I don't
or
give a
if you were
shit.
actually a communist, then
Oh
you'd
my
be
God.
throwing a brick,
Yeah,
not
fake
voting.
communists everywhere. It's so crazy how that always happens, dude. All this
Because
infighting, this
communists
is
and
exactly how
anarchists
the
are
revolution
revolutionaries
can go.
and they do things.
I
They
It's
don't
so
talk.
weird, dude.
No,
They
wait,
just
wait.
fight each other.
Y'all don't do
Just fight
nothing.
each other.
Y'all don't do nothing.
No,
Y'all
no, no.
CIA doesn't
Post,
have to do
post.
the work.
Let me explain. If you read Karl Marx's doctrine,
Wait,
it
Karl Marx,
specifically
the
says
lazy dude that can't do nothing
that.
successful, so
Okay,
he just
dude.
wrote, "I don't want to work,
Okay, I
so I
get.
don't want to get a job."
Dude, I
so I'm
understand how
not
you feel
work.
about Karl Marx. That's not the point. That's not the point. I understand how you feel about Karl Marx.
Stop talking.
My
over
point is,
Mimi, you already
if
had
she
your turn.
actually
Just
read
shut up.
Baby
the doctrine,
boys, baby
if she
boys.
actually
Shut
read
up.
what Karl Marx
I
had to
never
say,
even
anarchist.
get
he
to have a whole
specifically
sentence.
says that you're supposed to
You're
be
talking about the border
revolutionary.
about
You're
15
supposed to
seconds.
actually
That's
take
how far you
action.
got.
Hey,
And it
hey,
doesn't
Can I
sound
have-
like she does
Can
that.
I actually have a whole sentence?
Go
Because
ahead.
here's the
No,
funny
Mimi,
thing.
Yo, yo,
You've been
yo.
talking the whole time.
You
No,
got
it's
you
not
got
You have
30
no
seconds.
common
Mimi.
decorum
You
with
got
other
30.
people.
Yo, yo,
and
Mimi.
staff.
Boring.
Hey, yo,
You got
stop.
nothing to say.
I have
I'm gonna give you 30
adult
seconds.
grown
If you
men.
repeat yourself, I'm gonna cut you off.
I have 6 adult grown men trying to speak
I'll
over
give you
me
30
every single time
seconds.
I
If you
speak.
repeat yourself, I'll cut you off. Go ahead. Make your
I'm not
point.
going to. But the thing is, I think it's funny because when I said what I
I'm not a
do,
man, by the way.
I immediately
Cut her
said,
off.
when I immediately said I protested, you cut me off and you didn't let me finish because that's not the only thing I do. I said, well, first
Oh,
off,
here we go.
and then you just all laughed at me and made fun of me.
Say
But,
it
like,
Okay,
instead
you
of talking
protest
around
and
it.
oh, wait, hold on.
Protest and
Did you
protest
And-
not
and
say that I wait? Hold on.
And-
Did you not give me 30
And-
minutes of interrupted content? And then
And-
hold on.
He's building
Everyone-
the revolution,
They're
guys.
all interrupting me. Are you
You're,
gonna
you're an
control your
idiot,
group?
man.
They're all interrupting
Okay,
me.
I'm gonna give you another 30 seconds. Just
Shut
talk
your
about. Just
fucking
make your
mouth.
point. You got 30
I
seconds.
can't
Go.
speak
I'm
over
dying.
5 fucking grown men literally
5
laughing
fucking
and making their
grown
own
men.
commentary. Shut your fucking group up, okay?
Mimi.
Yo, that okay?
Shut
You got
the fuck
50.
up.
You got
Mimi,
20
speak
seconds
my fucking-
left.
My
I
name
will
is
be quiet.
Mini
Yeah, go
Punk.
ahead.
It's a mini punk. Say it.
Mimi.
fucking
It's
mini
Mimi to
punk.
me, okay?
Mimi, you're down to
so-
15 seconds.
Oh, really? So you don't actually value anything I have to say?
No,
just be honest.
absolutely not.
Stop.
Okay.
Go. Okay, then talk. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm good. No one values anything I have to say.
Bye.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh
Thank
my
God.
god. Holy shit. All right. Well,
Sorry,
I'll
you guys.
see you
I
at
was
the
just trying to.
protest
I was just
tomorrow.
trolling her because she
Free
was kind of annoying.
Palestine, Mother Anarchy, Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free
Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine,
Free Palestine!
Free
I'll see you guys at the protest tomorrow.
Free Palestine.
I'm so happy what my tax dollars go to.
Any more idiots?
I have like
Toast. Why do you have pubical hair for a beard, and why is it on your neck?
God damn.
Why do I have what?
Why?
It's called pubic hair, not pubical hair.
Say that again.
Why do you have pubes on your neck? It is not a beard.
My
Shave
neck
that
is
shit
right
off.
here. The fuck you talking about?
Yes.
Do you know how the human anatomy
we
works?
see this.
No,
You know the
he
human
doesn't know what a
anatomy?
woman is still. So
I got a
you don't
patchy
have to
beard.
listen to him.
You could say that. Yes, I got a patchy beard,
What's
but
the dude?
Yeah,
He doesn't know what a woman
it
is.
doesn't feel like it doesn't look like anatomy.
DT, what's a woman?
Because you look like Mark Cuban and Arthur had a kid.
Oh my god, dude!
Are you a man, a woman? Where are you?
Okay. Hey, Lars, what's that book you're putting up?
This is the Communist Manifesto.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, can you summarize the Communist Manifesto? Workers of the
Summarize
world, workers of the world unite. The proletarian need to seize the means of the production from the bourgeoisie.
Well, yeah, I can give you like a little short summary, but it would be. How do I say this? I want to make sure that it's done justice, right? I don't want to like not do any justice, so I would recommend reading it. If you have
So after I read that, do I have to read also Blood in My Eyes and a couple other stuff?
Yeah, you have to read all of Capital, all 860 pages of it.
It's always beneficial to theory, right? It's always beneficial to learn theory, but
No, it's not. It's 200 years old.
Okay, well, when you know how to disagree.
No one's ever died from a contradiction.
What's your
I'm sorry.
Isn't the whole thing about him? Is it workers of the world unite? The proletariat need to seize the means of the production from the bourgeoisie.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, come on, that's the summary right there, dude.
You know what private property is?
Yes, it does have a lot to do with private property.
Why do I? Why I want to own private property though? So why would I support communism?
Talk me through, because it seems like you're acting as if you understand communism, right? And as if you like have already read it or something, or like you know what it's talking about. But like, it seems like you don't, because whenever we communists like talk about the theory, right? You talk about taking away private property. Why don't you defend why we should have private property? Like earlier, we had this conversation about land, right, and like buying land.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's sensible to essentially create a system where somebody can like waltz around and then buy the planet. You want somebody who can just conquer the planet?
No one's conquering the planet. I feel like you're over exaggerating the problems we have with. I'm not saying the thing we have right now is perfect, but to try to act like, oh my goodness, is the worst thing ever. Like, come on now. Yeah, the system we have now has problem, but I don't think there's a. What's up?
Capitalism has conquerors. Yes. Capitalism literally has conquerors. They're just rich
They have
people.
conquerors. Okay, USSR was communism. Then they conquered Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan, some other countries around there.
Yep, they were imperialist, and these communists will be like, "Wow, I care so much about imperialism," and then conveniently ignore the USSR.
Okay, so I'm gonna respond to host on what he said. So, do you think that, like, obviously you're against colonialism, right? Like colonizing people.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, I'll say that. I'll say yes.
Yes. Okay. So, in order for us to move past that, right? That need to go invade other countries and like claim their land, so that way we can expand our markets, right? Because that's what
not
capitalism
necessarily.
does. Well,
I'll give you this. The American system right now of being an imperialism after World War II, I don't agree with that.
No, like that's literally how basically colonial slavery works. Is where, like for example, in many parts of Africa, like some manufacturing companies will come in, like get them to like break down and work on mines for really cheap wages, right? And then that ultimately goes into the capitalist hands. Like that's literally how capitalism works. That's how it gets more money. Like
Okay. I feel like instead of trying to get rid of capitalism, we could fix those problems. We don't have to go into those countries. All y'all saying that we have to do that, we have to do that. We don't have to do that. Because a couple fucked up people got in charge and they decided to do something fucked up, don't mean we have to do that for capitalism to exist.
What you have to do is shave that fucking beard.
Okay.
Are you gonna make me?
Dude, why are you detracting from a decent conversation? We're actually finally having a good conversation, and why are you detracting it by attacking him personally? Like if you just want to be a child, get the fuck out of here.
He's an idiot.
I like my
That's
beard.
basically it.
LOL.
I want to answer what host said.
Are you mad?
I just wanna say-
Wait, this is a transformer. We got a whole transmission.
Just stick to the conversation.
Go ahead.
That's why we read the book, right? Because it tells you why capitalism does imperialism, and it tells you how capitalism will always inherently do imperialism. Like that's how capitalism operates. It revolutionizes the means of production to survive, and the way for it to do so is to increase the exploitation that occurs. So it's pretty much necessary, like built into capitalism, that it will expand its markets and drive down wages for people in order to revolutionize the means of production, in order to advance the modes of making stuff. And it's all done for a profit.
I hear what you're saying. I think America is able to sustain itself without having to do that.
I agree.
Like
I think that America can definitely sustain itself without the need to,
not
harm or
markets
affect other
need to
people around them.
expand. That's the thing that Lenin was wrong about. It's like you don't need to expand markets. Sometimes the domestic market can actually uphold the entire company forever, right? And so it's just kind of a stupid thing. Like no one's ever died from a contradiction before. Like despite what you communists think, like the entire thing is not going to collapse and grind everyone down into the ground and then cause some huge upsurge. Like you're just delusional if you think any of the crisis theory of Marxism is actually good. Sorry.
Okay, do you know why the 2008 housing crash happened?
Yeah, because of deregulation.
they were giving giving people housing loans that the people couldn't pay back.
You're 100% right. You're not Rex.
Yeah.
Regulation.
They deregulated and then they regulated and they fixed it because what is capitalism? It is a thing that can fix itself and sustain itself. It's not going to destroy all the workers and send them down to the ground and then cause some giant upsurge. You have to believe this because you're a delusional freak.
How did it fix itself?
You have to convince yourself of this so that all of your communist weird shit is not in vain and
How did
sunk
it fix
cost
itself?
fails.
People lost houses and businesses shut down, and then we had to rebuild that.
God damn it, Bobby. They see me selling.
Of course, the transmission would do that.
We broke, but. Oh,
That's a good song, though. Go ahead.
What was that? I was vibing. What was?
You're talking about the 2008 market crash and how we had to fix it, and I was saying that people lost jobs, and then some. Go ahead.
Did we bail any banks out or no?
I think we shouldn't have bailed the banks out. We should have let them fail. And yes, people would have lost. Yes, people would have lost money and stuff. Bad would happen, but we still should have not bailed the banks out.
Okay, so if we didn't bail the banks out, what do you think would happen to the function of banks and the banking system? We just allow banks to just belly up, right? And we face an economic crisis in which people taking all their money out of their banks. What do you think will happen to the banking system? What do you think will happen to people's money?
I feel like Pablo Escobar, but I don't suck cocaine, bitch.
If the banking system collapses,
He talks about people scared he said host is scared, but then he comes do weird shit like that because he doesn't know his gender. My bad. It doesn't know its gender.
There would be a trade crisis that happens if the banking system fell through. That's why they bailed a lot of the banks out. Was that way that part of the economy healthy and revive it, basically. Was because it was such a stupid thing that we thought wouldn't happen, but they did it to increase their profits, and they failed. They failed, and capitalism faced a crisis, and it had to be saved by addressing that contradiction.
Yeah, but we have technology. That's the thing. Technology is what's causing capitalism to be sustained, and it'll cause it to be sustained until some sort of Keynesian sort of mechanism comes in and then further perpetuates it and lifts it up. So the idea that it's always going to be in crisis is just stupid. right? Because we're going to get robots in Amazon and Walmart warehouses that are going to be able to work without shitting, eating, sleeping, or talking about communism and being weird, right? Or you trying to unionize, right? And it'll be able to work 24 hours around the clock. Productivity will rise, and that's what's going to help the profitability of those firms long term, right? So like the idea that you're going to get hell yeah, such a banger of a song.
That is a banger.
They had to bring a Democrat in here. Why'd you do that?
Sometimes you think people might be reasonable, but you know,
too much to ask.
They voted for Kamal after all. Like, come on.
NRX is making. So, NRX, could you like put? Essentially, you're saying you're a Keynesianist, right? You believe in Keynesian economics?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. So, following Keynesian economics, are you in support of like Norway?
I'd say so. I'd say they're one of the better countries for sure.
Okay. Do you think Norway's system of economics does a good job of preventing exploitation from happening?
I would say any social democratic country in Europe has higher happiness rates than Russia or China.
I'm talking about happiness rates. I'm talking about the level of exploitation, right? Because
what is exploitation? You have to accumulate some profit to then reinvest it and keep the operations of the business going to be able to employ people for the long term. So this whole thing of like, well, they're exploiting people, they're not paying people enough or whatever, or they're the workers making less than they're able to. That then goes into the workforce and blah blah blah, and then eventually a crash is going to happen, and then this beautiful communist revolution is going to happen because they're paying them less and like they can afford to like pay for goods. Like even that's wrong. That's like fallacious, right? So I mean, the idea that like exploitation is like somehow avoidable, like even some of the really deranged experiments in Maoist China had like accumulation funds in their their farms and their firms and their companies and their factories and stuff. So like I don't really understand like the idea of like, well, they're exploiting people. It doesn't make sense to me.
So when I say the word exploitation, right, I'm talking about the sense that I learned as a communist, where and you're going to probably disagree with this, but do you agree with the labor theory of value?
Not really, no.
Yeah, okay. You understand it?
Somewhat.
Okay.
I mean, you probably understand it better than I do.
Yeah, so it's just the idea that, like, value is created through labor, and that's how we, like, create value in the world. It's
which is silly because then there's also supply and demand, which then also can either inflate or deflate the value of it, right? If that thing is scarce, then that also can raise the price.
But Lars, I think you very narrowly define what labor is, and that's the issue. You think labor is just touching the product. Labor is throughout the chain of production, from the guy who puts the money down, from the guy who says this is the idea, from the guy who designs the product. All of that is labor.
Putting money down is not labor. Putting money down.
Of course it is.
Yes, it is. Have you
putting down money labor?
Lars, have you ever worked in a corporate environment in finance?
Full disclosure, I work in banking.
You're going to reference investing out, right?
I just said finance. I left it vague on purpose.
I mean, I'm sure you did, but you're going to funnel it down to investing, right? You're going to boil it down to that because there's
no, I'm not.
Finance where it can be about like inventory management.
Well, someone's got to assess the cost of the goods before the project goes through. So they got to put that money up, and whatever the supply and demand is for all of those individual products, for whatever it is, a construction project, building a fucking warehouse, whatever it is. Right?
Okay, so
they have to account for that. So the labor theory of value flies out the window in the face of the project-oriented, like modern way that we work. Right?
You should.
I got a quick question. If you believe you're being exploited, if you believe you're exploited, why do you work at the job?
Well, why? I want to address what Interact said. You talk about the value, right? And like you mentioned or failed to mention the materials, right? Like the cost of a material. Like whatever needs to be done, right? So in finance, like part of that is understanding the costs of the materials that you need, right, to perform labor onto. That's a form of finance, right?
Sure.
But that's different than being like, oh, I'm gonna buy this land and I'll like pay somebody to build a factory here, and I'll get some workers running through the factory making me products, and I'm gonna make money off of paying them less than the value.
So do you think value of things are objective or subjective? Because you can't like go down the line scientifically like analyze like the whole thing with like Capital Volume 1. Like
I think you could in RX.
Chair, like you can't like.
I
it's
think you
just
could. I think
nonsense.
you could ask the question: does the actions being performed over a given period of time contribute to a profit? If the answer is yes, then I think you could say it's valuable labor.
I mean, what does valuable labor mean? Like,
well, that would be a great question for us to define, I guess.
I got a quick question. If you believe you're being exploited, why do you continue to do that job?
Because if I don't, I'm not going to have a place to live.
Is that the only job you're allowed to do?
No, I could go get a different job.
Then okay, so you have options then, right?
Right.
Then why do you continue to do a job that exploits you?
Where am I going to get a job that doesn't exploit me?
You can work for yourself.
Yeah, you can start a business.
Okay.
You can get on the Sigma.
Let's take that to the extreme then, right? Let's say everybody was sick of exploitation. Let's say we wanted to end exploitation of all able-bodied people. Should everybody just go start a business? How the hell is that going to work?
See, that's the problem. Not everybody thinks like that. Not everybody believes you're exploited.
Yeah, and everybody wants to do that.
People think, hey, I agree to work. I agree. No. People think I agree to exchange.
People like workers.
No,
like, people will be business owners and some won't. And us business owners, we're going to have it good.
Most people think like this. Hey, yo, I might be making someone rich, but I'm willing to exchange my time and labor for a pay. If people didn't think like that, then they wouldn't work. They just say, yo, I don't want to do that job. They're screwing me over. Then they'll quit their jobs. I'll quit a job because I don't like to do that job. It's too fucking demanding. I don't want to do it. I'll quit, find a better job that pays more, or like that could be more valuable in. I went from working at a block plant to working at a mine because I didn't want to work at the mine in the type of the conditions were. So not a mine, but the block plant. So I went to work at a mine, and I was like, okay, I like to work at this mine preferred.
But my point is that the mine plant, right, it's something that we kind of need in the world, right? Like we need that to be around. Like the workers there are needed people. Without them, the world would stop. You agree on that, right? But not everyone can just go own their own business. Like workers are needed. Not everyone can just go own a business. That's literally impossible.
I'm saying not everybody wants to own a business. Not everybody wants to own a business. Not everybody wants to own the means of production. Some people is just good. Like, hey, yo, I got this job and I'm gonna get this pay, and I don't believe I'm being exploited.
Maybe not everyone. Maybe I'll say maybe not even everyone wants to, own a business. Do you think that? Would you agree that it's literally impossible for everyone to have a job? I mean, not a job, but to have a business of their own and like not work.
Yes, I'm agreeing that everybody cannot.
No, you can work for me, Lars.
Okay, so you said yes. You said yes, right?
Not everybody could work. I'm a
big boss.
Be a boss.
Big boss. What you're advocating is that there's like basically what you're saying is that you are supportive of a system in which it is impossible for everyone to be their own boss, and you're basically defending. Yeah, some people should.
There is not even the communism could be your own boss. You told me that y'all all vote for one person to tell y'all what to do, so you're not the boss.
Dude, you're basically defending like. Slightly, but like it's almost like you're defending slavery when you're saying this. Like,
it's not slavery. I'm not forced to work.
Why do you keep taking things to?
If I didn't want to work, I'll go live in the streets and panhandle. But I want to grind. I want to make more money. I want to be able to buy property, and I want to be able to do certain things. I don't want to be this is what I don't want. I go to work every day and I get enough money, save enough money because the job I do is more valuable than a Starbucks worker. But when I want to buy something, a group of people say, you know what? I don't think you should buy that. That's too much. You don't need that. Why do you need that? You already have a house. Why do you need that? See, I don't want people to do that.
I don't want people to do that.
Turn that shit off, Lars. The fuck? Hey, Demenis, I would like to add something.
What's up? Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to address the point that the host made with talking about like working hard so that way you can like do good for yourself, right? And get everything that you want out of life. And if you're, if you're lazy, you're just gonna go panhandle and beg for money and not work for it. Well, I mean, you're probably gonna deny this, right? But what if I told you that sometimes people will get like 1 or 2 jobs, and there might be an economic crisis in which even those jobs do not pay them enough.
Hey, Demenis.
Host, are you going to acknowledge that? Host, will you acknowledge that?
Real quick to Lars.
No, acknowledge that. Don't run away from that. I listened. Now I want you to listen.
I would say during the what is it? 28 thing, right? People lost their jobs, and people who had degrees in certain things still had to go to like wash dishes, and they're like people competing to do the dishwasher job. I'll give you that. That happens. But if you're not trying to, if everybody's losing their job and you gotta go compete to get that dishwasher job, you better compete the fuck out of it to get that dishwasher job.
You gotta pay the cost to be the boss.
Okay, so it's tough that you're like defending this because this would be immoral, right? I mean, don't you think this is like almost unethical? Like, you're like over here like, yeah, that sucks, but at least people are competing for the jobs that are scarce. And that is insane.
Okay, I got other question. In the under communism, let's say there's a dust bowl where like the Midwest can't produce enough food. What do we do with the scarce food?
If he can't produce food to feed himself, then we make it our priority to make sure he gets fed.
I said the Midwest can't produce enough food to feed the country. It is like the Dust Bowl. We have like some type of famine event, right? What do we do?
So, I mean, the idea is that we would create modes of productive forces that can address that problem. Like we actually have the power to do that. We do. It's just we don't do it properly. Like we can have good rationing skills.
Ration food, right?
Yeah, we can use the technology and skills we have as a society to learn how to ration.
So it's basically the same thing as
rationing jobs.
But instead of the government divvying it up, you have to go compete and get that job. They're not just giving it to you. And if you didn't want to compete, you wouldn't eat. It feels like to me, that's why I say the jealous, evil, lazy, or stupid, because it seems like y'all just, I don't want to have to work that hard to survive. Am I wrong?
But wait, tell me if I heard this correctly, but you're saying it's like during the Dust Bowl, for example, are these people just meant to go look for a better paying job? Like what do you mean? Like what were these people supposed to do? No, I'm not saying that. No. That's not what I said. The state should try to do everything in its power to make sure these people are fed, not like fight over like the little scraps that they have.
The state did do that though. They did have like social programs and like bread lines and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they did. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure when they have like even during like the what was it? Not the recession, but the depression, they were still able to like help people get fed, right?
No, man, people unalived. Like people passed away over that stuff.
So people didn't get fed during the depression?
That's not the definition of a depression.
Okay, so people didn't get fed during the Dust Bowl.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, then.
quick question. Either of you live in the Dust Bowl area?
I have not. I do not. I live in Florida.
Okay, because I live in Oklahoma. And I could talk about the Dust Bowl forever. I have family that have lived through the Dust Bowl.
And I can tell you that it basically reverted to no form of government. There was essentially no there was no means of people communicating among each other. It was a free for all. in every sense of the word. Everybody just did whatever they had to do. A lot of people left. You basically left or died. You left or died, or you held out. And if you held out, it's probably because you had enough means, food, shelter, whatever it was. And those were kind of your three options. So, I don't think what happened here was appropriate. And the reason it happened was because of deforestation. Because the deforestation and the way farming was handled was improper. And why was that handled that way? Because we didn't know how to handle the land because we'd never lived on the land.
They didn't have
We didn't know
like
this
regenerative
land.
agriculture back then.
Exactly. So, and we killed the people that lived here that knew how to work the land here, right? We exterminated them. So, which is a whole nother topic we don't necessarily have to get into. But my point is the reason the Dust Bowl happened is a lack of knowledge, and the people that died are people that died because they didn't have resources, and there was no government help involved. At least from the stories I've heard from family over Christmas dinners and things like that.
See, and I think that's an absolute tragedy. I want an economic system which can help prevent that.
How would communism prevent that?
So when the person telling the recount and the beautifully put story, like these people, a lot of them that survived only survived because they had access to the means to survive, right? And we want to ensure that everyone has the equal opportunity to have the means that they need to survive as a basic human right, right? Because we have advanced so much to where we can do so. So it's almost greedy not to do that. Like it's insane not to do that.
How would we do it under communism?
I mean, I can give you an example, but I mean, there's many ways to do it. But I'll give you one example. One is having decentralized food banks that have, roads and storages, which allow for non-perishable foods to be sustained for a long period of time in different cities or towns that might be vulnerable to something like the Dust Bowl, right? Or like even preemptively, like before a crisis might happen, that we could put like an emergency food bank there, right? And that would be completely like proletarian-based state like budgeted thing, potentially. Like this is something that we like expect and like we preemptively go for, but we don't do it under capitalism because that would require an excess of money that would generate no profit value.
Who's gonna work extra on the farm? Who's gonna be working the farms?
Let me. I've worked in this space before on this topic. Let me address this. So first off, you can't have a decentralized physical space. That'll never happen ever. Because the very notion of something being decentralized is a digital experience. It cannot happen in a physical experience because you will always have a king of a hill experience. There'll always be somebody that physically conquers the space. It'll be whoever owns the land. It'll be whoever runs the land. It'll be whoever manages the land. It'll be centralized in some fashion. Something can only be decentralized by a ledger, and that's a digital thing. I mean, at least right now, it could change in the future.
What I meant by the word decentralized was having various food banks that have greater ability to run independently than what we have now.
The Mormons pretty much do that. I don't know how much you know about them. I was Mormon my entire upbringing, and they have a fantastic food bank system. It works really well. They help tons of people, and they have massive humanitarian efforts that they help throughout the entire globe. So that's
awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. We should do that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and we could do that on a larger scale. But keep in mind, the Mormons have a shit ton of wealth. I mean, they're an extremely wealthy church. So I mean, you could say they're not for profit, but they build malls and have real estate and stuff, and they trade in the market.
Well, I can support the policy without supporting the church, right?
Well, yeah, no, for sure. That's not my point. My point is what you're talking about is being done, and it is working on a for-profit type system that is thriving underneath capitalism. Now, to be clear, I'm not like a pro-capitalism guy necessarily. I'm just for whatever works. But my point is what you're asking for exists.
I got a quick question though.
Well, where does the profit come from for this
quick
church?
question.
Is it just like based off donations?
Yeah, they do.
Like tithes and
Okay,
offerings.
so people are putting money in, right? To like they're all contributing to this, and it's like an insurance essentially.
But they all believe the same
there's,
thing.
There's investments too. It just depends on what part of it you're talking about.
Well, if they're making investments to grow, right, and expand their capability, like what you're basically describing is just a bunch of people creating like a method of insurance, like almost collectively, to defend themselves in a case of emergency, right, from like any type of like starvation thing. So like, it's not really like, I don't understand, where's the labor in this? How is this capitalist? How is this capitalist? Because like, it doesn't sound like it's a business.
Okay. Because the buildings that food is stored in, the people that manage those buildings, the people that watch those warehouses, the people that put the labor labels on the cans and on the bags are paid. And the way those people are able to be paid is because the Mormon church, it takes their donations and tithes and they invest them in the market and in real estate and double or their money or whatever.
I see. So it's essentially as if like they're taking a loan from the masses rather than from individual rich people, essentially, right?
Yeah, I mean, they get money from large donors as well. I mean, but yes, mostly from the mass.
Okay, I see.
Are you okay with that?
You know, I will say that does seem like a more friendly way to do capitalism.
Okay, so what?
I will, but well, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. I want to clarify. That being a good idea, I still think that, you know, if these people are being paid, my question would be if these people who are working at the food banks are being paid well. Like, are they able to sustain themselves? Like, do they have a house? And like,
most jobs in America do not pay well.
Okay, so if they're not being paid well, I mean, I guess it's not even a question of like if they're being paid well. Like, part of the thing about capitalism and like the way it relates to this church, like the church would evolve new methods to like evolve its method of production and like to make labor cheaper, so that way it can try to get more profit, right? That's how capitalism progresses. That's how it furthers itself. So if this was a business, right, like a traditional business under capitalism, the church would not be doing what it's doing like right now with the food bank. They would probably either be charging for the food, or they would be paying the workers less and less as time goes on, so that way they can make more profit. A church like this, what you're describing right now, is not analogous to like a business under capitalism.
I don't see how it's not. I mean, they take money, they produce a product, a service, and they invest and regularly turn over profits year over year.
Okay, so who's buying? Two questions. One, who's the individual that profits? Like, where is this money going to? Who is it that makes the profit off of the workers? One. And two, are people paying for the food? Like, who's buying these food rations?
They don't buy them, they give them out based on certain criteria. But they do actually sell products. You can buy furniture from them. They have distribution centers and different things. It's kind of a rabbit hole to go down it. I mean, the average person wouldn't go about that, but like, you can buy cars from them too. I don't think that's your point, though.
I think he's trying to say that it's what they're doing is similar to socialism or communist ideas.
I mean, in some fashions, yeah, but I mean, the whole point of capitalism is that things are driven by capital. Things are driven by finances, and that's what I mean. The Mormon Church is driven by finances. They have the largest real estate portfolio in the entire world.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, you're basically trying to say, well, the church is doing philanthropist work, and like, you know, they're capitalist, right? Which, trying to say that is like an inherent thing to capitalism, or that is like somehow, I would say this is a socialist policy. These food rations that nobody's paying for, and they're only giving it like when people need it, right? And then you're also saying like these food bank workers who are being paid well enough to afford like all their basic needs and still some more. Like that is so much closer to like socialism or like the transitionary period into communism rather than the type of capitalism we're heading for, which is just more and more brutal. Like it's so dysanalogous.
Yeah, no, I get your point there. I mean, I don't think the host or Yup in here necessarily wants to like get rid of every social program that exists. You know,
No,
like
no, of course
host. I
not.
mean, you're not saying you want to do that. You don't want like feudalism,
Oh, and I don't
right?
think we should get rid of every social program. Some of the ones that I specifically agree with is we should take care of the people that are most vulnerable that can't take care of themselves by some freak chance or freak accident that something happens to them or they're born in a particular way and they need extra help. I agree with stuff like that. My specific thing is if you're an able-bodied person able to put in 8 hours a day with no problem and under this communist system, it makes it sound like, hey, this person gets a house and food, and if this person don't want to work, he doesn't have to. And I believe that will disincentivize a lot of people to not work. And then you have people, and then after that, in a low while, it will break down that system because people believe that people want to work just to work. People believe that, like, that's what's crazy to me. Y'all believe that people are going to pick up garbage just because they like to pick up garbage. People are going to do stuff that, like, like that underwater welders.
Bro, literally just the other day, I was walking around picking up trash around my neighborhood, bro. As I was just taking a walk,
bro, do you pick up trash like 8 hours a day, like for 5 days a week?
no, but like that doesn't mean that there's gonna be nobody that wants to help pick up trash on the planet. Like there's gonna be some people who are okay with being compensated, and you might be saying, "Oh, nobody would want to do that. Nobody would want to do that." Bro, you don't know everybody on the planet. Like there are some people who will David Goggins, right? You could probably get David Goggins to be that guy who goes running around picking up trash,
He would be
right, all day.
military.
He'd probably do it for 12 hours. There are just some type of people who are very different in like the things that we want to do and our interests, right? So it's silly to say that no one wants to go around picking up trash.
Bro, I'm just saying for about 300 million people in the size of America, do you think we'll get enough people that are gonna want to pick up trash just for the love of the game?
I know you might not have everybody just do it because they want to be the best trash picker upper, right? Like I will say that other incentives are necessary or useful at the very least, if not necessary, because there's so many other incentives that you're also not even considering. Like besides just compensation in the material form, right? There's compensation in like a gift form, exchange, barter form. There's social incentives.
Remember when I said, hey, if I want to get a bigger house, and y'all said you'll get paid more because you do a job that's like needed. And then I said, what if I want to buy a second house? You're like, why do you need a second house? I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean? Why do I need? So I can't.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I did want to talk to you more like one-on-one with that. Like it kind of got crazy after that, but like so I hear your point about that, right? You're like, well, why can't I buy another house? Like, how am I supposed to like work on incentive, right? Like, where's my incentive if I can't buy another house? And my question to you is, you want a system that incentivizes people to work hard so that way they can buy another house, right?
I want a system that incentivizes people to work hard so we could extract the maximum production from each individual that wants to contribute into that system for some type of reward or benefit or compensation.
Okay, cool. And that compensation, or that reward, should include land on the planet, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that there should be a limit to how much land you can buy on the planet?
No.
You believe it would be okay for someone to come around and literally buy the entire planet?
That's literally impossible.
How is that impossible? Because people can buy parts of land.
Because you could go on land.com right now and you could see how much land is available for purchase. And if there was someone going out there trying to buy the whole planet, the land on there wouldn't last long out for purchase.
Yeah, Lars, I think you're asking the wrong question. Let me reframe your question for the host and maybe help you out. Host, would you be okay with one individual, let's say by supernatural ability, they snap their fingers and tomorrow morning we wake up and they own every piece of land on the planet? Would you be okay with that?
If that ever, I wouldn't be okay with that because if that ever happened, we'll have to put it into that because they own because
Right.
no one would own anything, no one would be able to produce anything except for that
Exactly.
one individual.
See, so Lars, you're trying to pin the host into an ethical or a moral like corner when he very clearly just stated that he has ethical boundaries around land.
Okay, and what can you define or elaborate? What is the ethical boundary with land?
Okay, if one person owns everything in the world, yeah, that's bad. I agree with you. And if one person did own everything in the world, it would the moment someone tried to do that, that wouldn't happen because we'll just stop recognizing it, and because he would have no enforcement arm to keep that keep ownership of that. That's what I mean is possible. But if something did happen, we'll just take that back by force because I can't feed my family because you took all the farming and we can't farm, and people don't want to work. People don't want to work on your farm if they don't have ownership in the stuff that in the land they're working.
Okay, so what about 90% of the land on the planet?
That's still too much.
Okay, what about 80, 50?
Lars,
What about 50?
you can't quantify ethics.
Okay, one person owns 50. It depends on what that land is. Because there's a lot of land that's unarable, uninhabited, and not really being used for anything.
I did some math.
Okay, so let's say they get all the useless one, right? All the useless land, all 50% of it. They should be able to have that, right? And like have their own don't step on here without my permission treatment on that land, right? Like they should be basically be able to prevent people from coming.
Because they have to put people on there to keep people from come on that land, shouldn't it? And if they can't do that, people are gonna walk over that land anyways. Like this, I understand this. You're trying to say.
Hold on, wait. Before you say something else, I want to respond to that because that right there implies that if I have some amount of land and I can't basically pay to maintain it, or have someone prevent someone from coming in by paying someone to help me keep them out, then I shouldn't own that land. But the problem is that
you shouldn't own it.
Well, that's what you're saying. Is that if it's that big, right?
You shouldn't. He's saying you won't be able to.
Okay. He's making a claim of impossibility. Okay, so yeah, no, that let's say
I got a question.
Why?
Can I own 1,000 acres?
Why can't they? Well, how do you not know? How do you not understand that they can make a lot of money off that land? Like that land could be speculation.
I have a question.
They could be renting it, and so if they're renting it, they can afford to pay people to protect that land.
Okay, I hear you. Okay. Why can't I personally own 1,000 acres that I could do whatever I want? If I wanted to hire some people to do some stuff on it, I pay them for the time, and then I let them go when I don't need them no more. Why is that bad for me to own land?
Well, I guess I'm kind of trying to show you why, because if we take it to its logical extreme that there should be no limit to how much that you can get, right? And your only defense to that is it's impossible to own a whole bunch of land on your own, so we shouldn't even think about it. But the thing is, capitalism does allow for the expansion of ownership of land, and it's happening right now. And so when you're saying let's not think about it, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay, you're telling me that it's possible for someone to own 100% of the land in the world if we continue with the capitalist system we have now?
I think capitalism would turn into
Do you think it's possible
before that happens?
And okay, let's use America. Do you think it's possible for someone to buy 50% of the land in America?
Not right now, but maybe in the future, for sure. I mean, wealth tends to grow, right? People get richer and richer over time. So, I mean, over time, yeah, people probably will get rich enough to some point where they can start buying countries.
Okay. And if they own all that land, what do you think they're gonna do with it?
I mean, they're most likely gonna try to make money off of that land by getting people to perform some action to it, maybe mine it, right, and extract the resources from it, so they can do other stuff with it.
So that just sounds like a good thing to do, though. I don't necessarily know, but how do you think it's possible for that to even happen for people to buy it? Because just because you want to buy a particular land don't mean someone got to sell it to you in the first place. Because someone start going around buying a lot of the land, we could just be like, you know what? I'm not gonna sell to that individual because that seemed weird what he's doing. So it doesn't make it sense that like you want to bring it to the logical extreme, which is impossible. It's literally impossible because people will stop selling to that individual, or people would just like not sell at all. And because like, what would be the point of selling to him? And the more land that he buys, the more expensive the rest of the land becomes, because it's gonna become a scarce thing. So he's gonna be, sooner or later he's not gonna be able to afford to buy 50% of the land in America. Like, that's just crazy to say.
Well, yeah, one of the things that we do with land under capitalism even now is people will sell their houses, right, to somebody who has more money than them, so that way they can try to make more money for themselves, right? It's basically a way of like pulling the ladder up and trying to climb up, and it's like consolidating land over time in America. Like, people will sell their homes to try and make some more money to somebody else who owns more homes and like has more money. And over time, these people who keep selling give them to bigger and bigger owners of homes. And that's how we have like such a freaking expensive housing market right now, is how many corporations have captured homes.
If you're talking about people that use housing as investment, most of the people that do that are like people that own one or two houses. They're not mega corporations. Like, if I want to,
but the natural tendency, the corporate ownership has grown. You acknowledge that, right?
But the majority of the people that own multiple homes is not corporation. I'm not saying it haven't grown, but I'm just saying the part where you can try to consider that like, oh, it's a bad thing or it's gonna be a problem. It's not even close to becoming a problem.
Okay, then you know what? I'll grant you maybe. Let's talk about the people who own like just two homes, right? Just one and like one other one. And that's like most of people, right? So what do you think that they're going to do at some point if they want to expand their wealth and get even wealthier through real estate?
They could either diversify. They might not just do real estate, because sometimes it might not make sense to do one particular commodity. And you have to diversify. But if they want to do real estate, sooner or later they're going to run out of capital to continue getting more land, though.
So what they're going to do, right, is sell the land for more than what they got it for, right? And then their goal is going to be either to try to buy two houses at some point by repeating this method, and then it'll go up from 2 to 3, so that way they'll own more homes. Or they're going to fail, right, and they're not going to be able to escape and like break into that number of 2 to 3. So you create a winner and a loser, right? You have the people who get swallowed up and like have to sell their stuff, or they just kind of like float in the middle. And you have corporations who are really good at this, really, really good at like basically flipping land and boosting their numbers of ownership. Now, most of the small people that you're talking about, like these people, they might not seem to have a big effect, but even they still do have an effect on
being a content creator.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying like the multiple home ownership itself also contributes to that housing crisis a little bit. Although, I mean, as houses become more scarce, as you said, it will be more expensive, right?
You know, we want to know one reason.
The houses are scarce.
Why are they scarce?
Because people want to live in big cities. If people move out of big cities, they could be able, like, if people move from California to Arkansas, they'll be better able to afford a house.
Okay. So you're saying that the cities are overpopulated?
Like I said, I live in Oklahoma. Right. Pretty shitty state altogether, to be honest, and things are cheap as fuck here. It's still gone up quite a bit as far as real estate cost. I'm not using that to contradict your point, host. I genuinely agree with what you're saying, but I'm just saying it does go up everywhere when it goes up. And the ratio of it going up to the ratio of wages is still off. You know, it's still not good. But, you know, like, I have a question for both of you. Couldn't we just, like, because, Lars, I feel like you talk about extremes quite a bit. And you talk about ethics quite a bit, whereas, like, the host here, I feel like he's just mostly talking about, like, pragmatism and, like, what's working or not working. So, question for you both. Couldn't we just regulate a lot of this stuff? Like, just create laws and review them later if it becomes a problem. Like, we don't need to go to extremes like Mao did, like killing landlords. Like, we can just regulate it.
I agree with that totally, because that's why I always say America has the best form right now. It's not a pure capitalist, because America is not like the government could put certain regulations on companies to keep them from becoming monopoly, because capitalism tends to form monopolies. So we should regulate certain things. We should have certain social program to help out the less fortunate people that can't do certain things for their own. But to make a whole thing where you're gonna tax people like 50%, so we can have universal health care, which then the quality of the health care becomes bad and then the system becomes overrun. And then you're gonna keep taxing them so more people could afford to go to college. You're gonna keep taxing them so people that don't have a house could get a house. And then those people that don't are saying, like, you know what? If I'm getting all this stuff for free, that disincentivizes people to work. And I know everyone wants to say, people like to work. People like to work. They're doing it because they want to contribute something to society. That's how you think. You got to understand how other people and individuals think, because a lot of people, like more people than you think, are selfish. More people than you think care more about doing stuff for themselves and benefiting their stuff and family than they care about benefiting the community, the society, and stuff like that. Because one more thing is America as a country, and the thing about people caring about society and communities and stuff like that is becoming more scarce, because communities are becoming more like, I'm not gonna go say hi to my neighbors. I'm not gonna know everybody on my block. It's just like, you know what? People go years without never meeting one of the neighbors. People go years without interacting with other people that lives around them. We're losing that sense of community anyway. So that's impossible to form this idea that, eventually communism is gonna happen because the revolution, because people are being exploited, and they're gonna realize that they need to come together as a group to do this. It just don't seem possible.
Hey, I want to address something.
Oh wait, I want to answer the question that the mediator proposed real quick. So the idea that, why can't we just regulate the market to the point where we avoid bad things from happening under capitalism? And I will say it might even be possible in a perfect hypothetical, but the problem is that this is an absolutely unperfect hypothetical, because it assumes that the capitalists within the system will not try to benefit themselves as the owners of things, right? So for example, if I am like Elon Musk and I own Tesla, right? And the I have this big production of electric vehicles, and the Congress puts out a law that harms the production of electric vehicles in some way. My interest as Elon Musk is to go out there and be like, let me fight that and make it to where it's not regulated, right? And I want it to be better. Let me put myself into the government, right? Can I do that? I can lobby. Corporate lobbying happens so much. It's ridiculous. Lobbying to the government is one of the most corrupt things that happens in American politics, right?
Agreed.
Okay, now let's say we took out corporate lobbying. Why could that not fix it, right? Because even if we took out corporate lobbying, and even if we took out, let's say all the bad people from the government, the evil people, right? The government serves capitalism as an ideology, right? So if there is a capital crisis, let's say there's a 2008 housing market, right? They'll bail out the banks, right, and help out the capitalists, because the nature of the banks is crucial for society. Same with farmers, or a lot of people in these disaster situations, right? Or essential workers. These people are those who might get bailed out when the system requires it, an economic crisis. So most of them are capitalists, because most of the time when an economic crisis happens, it's not because of necessarily a natural disaster. A lot of times it's because capitalists are too stupid with their economy, and they make mistakes, or they exploit people past what they can tolerate.
I got a question for you. Do you believe when someone comes into the office that they're picked by some higher authority, like the secret people that work behind the scene, or the people vote those people in?
I don't think it's truly the American workers that want them in office. I don't think any real American worker even wants Donald Trump or Kamala Harris to be in office. I think they want somebody. They want somebody who represents the actual working class, right? These people stand for capitalism. They are literally capitalists. They are bourgeoisie.
I can guarantee you everybody here wants Trump in office. Promise you. Every soul.
Bro, Trump won the popular vote.
Man, I mean, okay. So I hope one day you guys are able to read the Red Book of Communist Manifesto, but I have to get off of here after this, so I'm just going to say one more thing. The people in government, they have at times made communism illegal and violently taken acts to suppress communist movements, right? Because, like, for example, the Black Panther Party, right? They have literally taken the time out to defect these movements and make it harder for the working class, the proletarians, to revolt. And they have almost taken an oath to capitalism. They do not, even Bernie Sanders was pushed by Democrats, right? And he's not even a socialist. That dude is like a social democrat. He's just like, hey, let's do nice things for people. Let's help people out with the money that we have. And even the Democrats hated him because, like, not the Democratic people and the audience of the Democrats, the people who were in the Democratic Party at that time, elected, so to speak, they hated Bernie and wanted Hillary to be put out. And it's because their interests lies with the bourgeoisie class, the capitalist class, right? These people are just like fundamentally going to take care of the rich people because they are the rich people. A lot of them directly benefit from capitalism. There used to be a big stock trading problem. Like they used to trade stocks, and we had to make that shit illegal.
I'll say one thing about that right quick before we close this out. If people vote in bad people into office and they get screwed over, that is their punishment for voting bad people into office. That's just like a natural thing. Just like in communism, if you elect a person that's to be the leader of the particular company for a particular set period of time, and like the company starts to do bad, that's what you get. What you deserve.
Look up 1954. Look up the 1954 congressional ban of the Communist Party.
I would agree with it.
People have tried. Look up Eugene Debs. Look up Eugene Debs. All right, it's a man from Indiana who got a significant portion of the popular vote while he was running from prison. Right? Those are two instances in which people tried to vote in communism, and the government was like, "Fuck you."
The people voted for those people in government to say, "Hey, yo, if those communists even try to do something, we put our foot on their neck."
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at.
I want to do that to the communists. I'm not against
okay,
that.
and that's not something I would be proud of if I were you. But you're basically saying it's a good thing that the people who are in favor of the theory, right? You're like, how does this happen? How are you going to happen? I heard you ask that question a lot. Like, how are you going to make this happen, right? Obviously, the answer is not just to vote harder, all right? Because you can't just vote a communist into office, because the people in office are all capitalists. Some of them own stock and do insider trading. Some of them come from families of business owners. A lot of them get lobbying benefits. A lot of these people who are privileged, right, and have basically the upper echelons of material production in our society at their fingertips, they are essentially saying, we want to continue this exploitation, and we will fight back against anybody who wants to reduce this exploitation that's occurring and make it more fair.
I don't consider exploitation. I'm willing to fight on their side.
Well, I guess God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
Have a good night.
God bless you too, dog. You cool people.
Everybody else, y'all cool people. I'm not closing off because I'm tired of shit. But have a good day. Good night, everybody. Y'all want to say something right quick?
Yeah, you don't mind. Just the comments. I just wanted to address it real quick. This guy, Jacob Moyer, just addressed me. About the regulation. I never said it wasn't an issue, Jacob. It is an issue. And also you said it is regulated. Dude, nothing is fucking regulated these days. Everything's been deregulated over the last several decades. Most stuff anyways. So yeah, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Also, Jacob, I think you made an assumption that I'm not on your side. So this is something that I didn't mention early on because I didn't want there to be assumptions made about me. I'm actually a communist, but I'm not a fucking retard. Like, I don't know. Like Demetis, like, dude, I don't know what these people are doing when they're reading, but like, Karl Marx made some good points about some particular things. It doesn't mean we have to take it to extremes. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some good ideas in there. Doesn't mean you have to take all of it. You can take some and leave the rest. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like that's what America's doing, though. I feel like America's like, okay, we'll do some social programs, but we're still let people decide who they want to work
Yeah.
for. And if someone's doing something fucked up, you could sue them. They're doing something against like the labor laws, and you'll be allowed to sue them.
Yeah, and I think in general I agree with you. I would just say like we've got some evidence of like some fascism going on that I'm just not a big fan of. You know, I mean we've got like things are just a bit like the deportation stuff sounds like it's gotten, you know, a little out of
Did they
hand.
break the law?
Like, I don't Huh?
Did they break the law?
You know, see, here's the thing. So like I said, it sounds like it's gotten out of hand. I don't work for ICE. I'm not Hispanic and in a Hispanic community, so I don't know. You know, I'm not directly involved, so I can't have like an educated, authoritative point of view on it. But
Do you are you particularly referring to like the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case?
that's one of them. Yeah,
In
that's some of
2019, an
it.
immigration judge, Judge Kessler, said that he could be deported. He just can't be deported to El Salvador. And that same judge said that the same judge adjudicated him as being a gang member. He appealed that in 2019 to a higher judge. The judge agreed with the previous judge. The only issue I'll say, yo, they fucked up for sending him to El Salvador before giving him, I believe it's called a NCIS or some type of fucking hearing to say, okay, you're trying to seek because he can't seek asylum. It's like you gotta do it in a year, and he's been here for 7 years. So you're saying you're afraid to go to El Salvador. Why? And he's gonna say, I'm afraid to go to El Salvador because I think the gangs are gonna kill me. And he say the president took care of the gangs, so why are you afraid to go to El Salvador? And then send his ass
Right.
back. That's all. That interview process is all they needed to do for it to be more illegal for them to send him back.
Right, right.
But other than that, he's an El Salvadorian citizen, and should we just go take citizens of other people's country and and force them to be here?
No. You know, as far as that goes, I'm with you on that. You know, I would say like as far as like the current like government administration, all the type of like just kind of the state of the country. You know, the biggest issue I have altogether is just like the general lack of decorum or like respect for individuals, like a lack of empathy. You know, like people aren't respectful to each other anymore. You know what I mean? Like if you go watch like political debates from like the early '90s, people were much more respectful to each other. And
Where do you think that's coming from, the left or the right?
I don't think it's coming from any particular group, to be honest. I think it's just the way our culture has developed in America. I think it's our culture. We've become
Don't you think
a disrespectful people.
The only thing is like the left, because they're going how did he violate the hate speech stuff? Yeah, they're about to close down. They're gonna restrict this live. I'm just gonna shut down, y'all. Have a good night. Y'all was cool people who joined the live though.